Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wanamejemo, Anamu, Paratuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri in the Mo, Eguma, Paratuba Dodri Chukuma, Tukutuba Dodri in the Mo, Obodo Jisike Nubo Seruna, Oibo,
it is everyone, Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa he got to mo. Yeah, dear Google. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How feeling?
Ayandaba. So baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia. Soko sunu baby Subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo ya banyi si akuna nyego.
You know, it's such a curious thing. I've lost count how many things, how many of these sessions I've had, but when the music stops and my face appears on the screen, it catches me off guard. I suddenly startle. I don't know quite why, but it's quite odd. You know, I don't know. But there it is. Some of the quirks. You know, some of the quirks. So good day, good to see you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So another day, another half penny, and that half penny now to be spent in your company. So of course, always a delight anytime we gather together. So we gather together again today to go through the motion as we usually do. All matters Nigeria related. And by the way, as we go on, I want to try to start to infuse a lot more human lifestyle elements to these sessions. Because there's only so much Tinubu is bad, Obi will never get in. There's only so much of that we can do. So as time goes on, we want to start to introduce some human lifestyle. You know, he went back home to marry the girl, and then she became a nurse. And when she got to America, you know, those sort of storylines, human interest storylines. We want to start to infuse that just to, to balance out the heavy diet of politics that we seem to feast on here every single day. So tell me your thoughts. I don't know anything about show business. Otherwise, I would have introduced show business as well. The extent of my show business knowledge is that Davido sang Chioma, and there's a girl called Tinosa. So that's all I know about show business. So otherwise, we would have introduced that as well. So yes, good day, good to see you. And how are you? So it's a rinse and repeat somewhat because the things that are agitating the political cycle, they've not changed somewhat in the course of the week. So developments now are evolving at a rapid rate, and we're trying to keep pace with it. So we keep pace with it with this. So we keep pace with it with this. Putin meets Burkina Faso leader Traoré. So Traoré now, so you are saying, what has this got to do with the goings on in Niger Republic? Well, it has everything to do with the goings on in Niger Republic. It's the short answer to that, and some of you already know that, because of course there's now a Russian belt clearly emerging within that West African sub-region, especially bordering onto our own shores, our own borders. So there's a Russian belt fast evolving within that space, and amongst that belt is this nation which is offering its services to Niger Republic should Nigeria make an incursion into that space. Putin meets Burkina Faso leader Traoré. Apparently, allegedly, this Traoré fella, he's the youngest world leader as we speak now. So I'm not quite sure. He's probably in his 20s, no more than his early 30s, but there it is. Another go on our hands. So from that to this, so now this guy has been making a lot of pronouncements within the news cycle. And I've always thought that his pronouncements within the news cycle was to really try and orchestrate his way back into the Nigerian space, something that he could never have attempted under the Buhari administration. And they would have shot him from the aircraft. As soon as he's disembarking, they would have opened an AK-47 on him. But if you have been reading his commentaries on Twitter and on the social media space, you will see that he's been slowly trying to orchestrate his way back into the Nigerian space. And it looks as though that orchestration has borne fruit. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this. Reactions as Reno Omokri returns to Nigeria, meets Jonathan Nuhu Ribadu. So that's Reno Omokri right there, the nemesis of the wayward obedience. So he's forever at war with them, of course, on Twitter. And there he is right there meeting the greats and not so goods of the Nigerian space. So there he is with his boss, of course, and there he is then. So this now photograph of him meeting with Ribadu is pointedly saying to the space that, look, I am not a wanted man, and I'm not likely to be arrested. So that's what is signaling with this picture right there. Because of course, a lot of people have been threatening that you dare put your foot in Nigeria and you'll be shot on the spot. But there he is with what's even his national security advisor. So the topmost of the security chiefs. So there he is right there. Reactions as Reno Omokri returns to Nigeria, meets Jonathan Ribadu. So we'll spend time there. And there's also now this headline that has been, it's just taking the social media space by wildfire, like wildfire. But I'm not quite sure why, but I'll bring it to you anyway, and we try to wrap a conversation around it. Subsidy removal. Tinubu aware Nigerians undergoing pain, hardship. This is Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. So she's now in Nigeria. I'm not quite sure in what capacity, as a citizen or as the czar of the World Trade Organization, or wearing both hats may be. Subsidy removal. Tinubu aware Nigerians undergoing pain, hardship, Okonjo-Iweala. So we've got a video clip to play you on that. So wait in anticipation of that. So wait in anticipation of that. But then we move very quickly back to Niger Republic, and matters evolving at a rapid rate, as I said. It looks as though the coupists are shoring up their bases, and they're getting a real foot. They're digging in So they're digging in, shoring up their bases, and taking a firm grip of that country. Niger coup plotters name economist as new prime minister. So I'm not quite sure what system of governance they have in Niger Republic. This looks like a short read, so let's go through it fairly quickly. Nearly 2 weeks after the military took over power in Niger, the coup plotters have named former economy minister Ali Mahaman Zeine as the country's new prime minister. A spokesman for the military junta made the announcement on television late on Monday night. Lamine Zeine was formerly the Minister of Economy and Finance for several years in the cabinet of the then President Mamadou Tanja, who was ousted in 2010 and most recently worked as an economist for the African Development Bank in Chad, according to a Nigerian media report. So that is one of Akinwumi Adesina's boys, because he, of course, the leader of that space. At the end of July, the military ousted the democratically elected president, Mohamed Bazoum, and suspended the constitution of the country, and suspended the constitution in the country of 26 million inhabitants. Under Bazoum, Niger had been one of the last strategic partners of the West in the fight against the advance of Islamist terrorists in the Sahel. So there it is. An ultimatum from the economic community of West African states to the coup plotters to reinstate Bazoum expired over the weekend. So I think actually somebody actually sent me something of Bazoum. If you are the one that sent it to me, please resend it. Somebody sent me something of Bazoum being forced to sign a resignation letter and then being escorted out of the presidential villa. So if you sent me that clip, then please resend it. Yeah, so if you send me that clip, then please resend it. So yes, onwards and upwards and on to the next. So on to the next presidential election. Fashola petitions IGP over allegation of drafting tribunal judgment. So yes, we touched on this yesterday, so we'll expand more on this space now. The allegation, of course, on Jude elements. Former Minister of Works and Housing Babatunde Fashola has petitioned the Inspector General of Police. Let's take that again. Former Minister of Works and Housing Babatunde Fashola has petitioned the Inspector General of Police over what he termed as defamatory social media post. Correspondents recalled that Twitter user Jackson Ude had alleged that Fashola and some lawyers working for the All Progressive Congress APC were drafting a favorable judgment for the Presidential Petition Election Tribunal. Ude alleged that the written judgment by Fashola will be handed over to the tribunal judges. However, Fashola, in a petition written by his counsel, Olanrewaju Akinshola, and addressed to the IGP, said the allegations peddled by Ude, Yoruba Sheikh, and reporter NG via Twitter. The former minister noted that the claim has excessively breached this decent fundamentals of public enlightenment, as the allegation amounts to character assassination. The petition reads, "It is the position of our client that the publications by the said Jackson Ude at Reporter News and Yoruba Sheikh are false in their entirety and have excessively breached the decent fundamentals of public enlightenment that freedom of press is constitutionally about. The three publications amount to character assassination with a calculated view to achieving damaging effect against our client in his profession as a legal practitioner." So the fact that The fact that Fashola is a lawyer, it adds an extra element of egregiousness to it. It adds an extra element because, of course, they're trying to compromise his main, we want to say his main occupation, but that's really not his main occupation anymore. The accusations are made to cause inconvenience, criminal intimidation, enmity, danger, hatred, and needless anxiety to our clients, contrary to the provisions of XYZ of the Cybercrime Prohibition, Prevention, etc. We hereby request your office to investigate the publications with the utmost urgency and seriousness, as they also have implications for the independence, impartiality, and integrity of the Nigerian judiciary guaranteed by Section 17 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So these guys, they picked on the wrong guy, because Fashola, as we know, is a very stubborn man, and he loves this. Is not averse to taking on a fight. Is not averse to taking on a fight, and is a very stubborn man. And the way this could go, it could well add fuel to the narrative of applying restrictions on social media. So this Fashola case, it could add fuel to that narrative of applying restrictions to social media. So we keep watching brief on that. We keep watching brief on that, and then we go on to this one. So this one I was going to bring to you yesterday, but we never really got around to it. Akpabio names Lawan, Tambuwal, Oshomole, others as chairman of committees. So it looks as though now they are already dishing out the committees, and usually the oil one is the one that is most prime and most prized. So we'll find out exactly what is going on there as well. So yes, we'll build it up from there, and then we'll see where it lands. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, that's your permanent invitation to come and join. Let's just leave it at that. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join. Let's take a micro break with the guy. There's still plenty of space on the studio if you want to come join.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti kekere elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọlẹyẹ ẹyẹ o odile o. Oduyela ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Sodana ẹyẹ o odile o. Petro Sodunke ẹyẹ rẹ odile o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
We saw the president and focused on how do we support Nigerians at this time of need. We all know that things are very difficult for Nigerians outside. Everyone is struggling. I'm here myself on a quiet visit, so this was not really an official WTO mission, but we were able to engage with Mr. President to talk about what are the kinds of programs that could be put in place to make sure that the suffering of Nigerians are being alleviated. And we had a really good conversation on trying to look at community and grassroots programs that can be put in place to create jobs for young people, on trying to support women and children who are those who are bearing the brunt of some of the suffering in the country. We talked about how, for the longer term, we need to look at investment opportunities that Nigeria can seize, including in the pharmaceutical industry. We also talked about what type of support the WTO, the World Trade Organization, can bring. We're already working in Nigeria with women in particular who own small and medium enterprises to try to help them upgrade the quality of their products, whether it's in the agricultural area, in textiles, and in other areas, so that they can sell more internationally. We're trying to help them with digital trade. The wave of the future is digital trade. So how do we train, empower, and give Nigerian women and owners of small and medium enterprises support so they can trade more, create more jobs?
All right, so that was Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala meeting Tinubu in Abuja. So we'll do the readout on that as well to find out the content of that meeting. But let me take you back to Niger Republic and let's go visit the Igbo community. Yes, there is an Igbo community in Niger Republic. So let's go to let me play you two clips from the Niger Republic. So let's first go visit the Igbo community, see what they are making of the goings on.
We don't want war. I don't. We want peace.
So that was the message of the Igbo community in Niger Republic to to the Ecowas space, we cannot keep saying to Tinubu, because we know for a fact that it's not Tinubu orchestrating the war, it's an Ecowas initiative. So their signal, the Igbo community to the Ecowas space, is they don't want war. They don't want war, but it's peace on its way. So now this next clip purports to be the are we calling him former president now? I don't know, but certainly President Bazoum. So this next clip purports to be him signing his resignation letter and then being escorted off the premises. This is unverified, but this is widely circulated. So yes, so that video purports to be President Bazoum. I say purports to be because it's unverified, but it purports to be President Bazoum. Haven't signed his resignation, they've been escorted off the premises. But escorted to where is the question. Let's go very quickly through the readouts and then we see what conversation takes place. Putin meets Burkina Faso leader Traoré. Russian President Vladimir Putin has met privately with Burkina Faso's interim military leader, Captain Ibrahim Traoré, over a situation that might not be unconnected with the Niger crisis. Whilst the details of the meeting were not clear as of the time of filing this report, there are speculations that the meeting was part of Putin's plan to meet with French-speaking West African countries ruled by the military. A short clip of the Russian leaders meeting with Traoré was posted by Jackson Hinkle on social media X, formerly known as Twitter. Jackson Hinkle wrote, Putin held a private meeting with the world's youngest leader, Captain Ibrahim Traoré of Burkina Faso. Traoré is the world's youngest currently serving leader after becoming the interim leader of Burkina Faso following the coup on the 30th of September 2022, which ousted President Paul-Henri Demiba. Mali and Burkina Faso have pledged their support to Niger as the Economic Community of West African States issued a one-week ultimatum to the junta to reinstate ousted President Mohamed Bazoum. The deadline elapsed on Sunday, and the ECOWAS leaders said they would converge again on Thursday for the next move. So they will only have to shift that ultimatum a bit forward. That's the most they can do. But now let's go to this space. Reno Omokri resurfaces in Nigeria, much to the chagrin of his enemies. So let's see now. Reno resurfacing in Nigeria. Reactions as Reno Omokri returns to Nigeria meets Jonathan Nehu-Ribadu. Former presidential aide and social media influencer Reno Omokri has returned to Nigeria. Correspondents report that Omokri served as spokesperson for former President Goodluck Jonathan and has been out of Nigeria since the ruling All Progressive Congress APC took power in 2015. Omokri, who is known as a staunch critic of the immediate past president, Muhammadu Buhari, however, confirmed his return to Nigeria today by sharing a video clip showing himself having a handshake with his former principal, Jonathan. So he had to wait for Buhari to leave. And then he had to, you notice, of course, a lot of flattering commentaries about Tinubu on the social media space. So he had to prep the ground in order for him to be able to enter the country. Earlier today, I received a presidential welcome to Nigeria, Omokri wrote. In another video, Omokri was seen having a handshake with the incumbent National Security Advisor under President Bola Tinubu, Nehu-Ribadu. And Niger Coup, I stand fully and unequivocally with Nigeria's position. Omokri captioned the video with Ribadu. So there he is. Are we saying a victorious return? So that there he is. The one with Good Luck Jonathan, it really means nothing, but really it's this picture really that sends the signal. So so some mixed reactions. So reactions on Twitter. It is really good to have you here. You are very patriotic and passionate about Nigeria and its growth. That I like about you. Please keep up the good work. So that's from Sheung. So this is from Duke of Bodilion. I thought some people said you can't come to Nigeria, talk less going to Aso Rock. So there he is here. He preps the ground. Welcome back, sir. Reno. That's why you have been saying good things. Yes, that's exactly what I just said. Welcome back, sir. Reno. That's why you have been saying good things about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Nigeria for the past month now. Good of you. Enjoy your stay. So now, I think the abuse will come now. Murphy Grace, Buhari Tormentor is back in the country. Welcome home, sir. It all looks as though all very joshing and welcoming and positive. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Not in diaspora talking. At least this is your fatherland. Imagine if someone like Madiba ran away from. I'm not quite sure that there is a parallel to be drawn between Reno Omokri, just some wayward guy from the creeks, and Nelson Mandela. So I'm not quite sure the Madiba. I think the person just wanted to use the word Madiba so that they can come across as knowing and well-versed in international space. It says that this is exactly what I wanted to say, not in diaspora talking. At least this is your fatherland. Imagine if someone like Madiba ran away from South Africa at the heat of apartheid. You are welcome, sir. Reno Omokri, I am excited about this. So you are highly welcome. Finally, Reno is back to Nigeria after 8 years of self-imposed exile. Do you say you will continue to support Nigeria? In what aspect? So this is another commentator. Is it by destroying our political space, or in what aspect? You have nothing to support Nigeria. You are a disgrace to Nigeria. So that's more what you want to see. So not what you want to see, but what you expect to see. So let's go to get the backdrop then on the visit by Madam Ngozi. So here it is. Tinubu aware of Nigeria's suffering. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, on Tuesday, met with President Bola Tinubu at the Presidential Villa Abuja, where she reveals that the president is not unaware of the pains Nigerians are undergoing at the moment. Okonjo-Iweala, who was accompanied to the villa by former Minister of State for Health and Minister-designate Dr. Mohamed Pate, however, explained that her visit to Tinubu was not in her capacity as the WTO helmsman. So she's not a helmsman, she's a woman, but there it is. Speaking with newsmen, the former Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for the Economy revealed that the crux of the meeting was to work out modalities on how to help Nigeria alleviate the suffering of its citizens. That's what's needed now, helping Nigerians to alleviate the difficult conditions that they are in. She said that their conversation with the president centered around formulating approaches aimed at job creation, foster women empowerment, and bolster digital trade within Nigeria's economy. Her words. So we already heard her words. I'm not quite sure. Also speaking, Pate, a former chief executive officer of GAVI, the Global Vaccine Alliance, corroborated the remarks of the WTO Director General, adding that Tinubu is actively working to ameliorate the suffering of the citizens. Pate, by the way, one of the names cleared by the Senate, so he's getting a ministerial post, almost certainly the health one. He assured that the current difficulty is transitory. I heard him speak. He's well-spoken. He is well-spoken. He assured that the current difficulty is transitory noting that the president is committed to all intervention measures that will bring succor to the people. Partey spoke on plans to promote grassroots programs to support women and youths, as well as prioritizing health, particularly health insurance, primary health care, and hospital care. So he's already speaking to a portfolio that he almost certainly hopeful to get. So yes, so back to Niger, and I think we've read this one, haven't we? The appointment of a prime minister in Niger. So it looks as though those people are consolidating their hold on power. And we've read the Fashola one as well. So that's sufficient enough of that. So the one next, actually, let me bring you this one, which was not part of the readouts, but somebody just sent it in. This is a tweet. Governor Alex Otti ignored innocent vehicles and purchased Toyota Hilux to dispatch to Abia State security agencies. I have told you all that Igbos are their own enemies. All the cars bought by the federal government under Buhari regime for the police, army, and other agencies were 100% innocent motors. Airpeace received a national recognition and was highly patronized by Buhari, yet Buhari is the enemy of Ndigbo. Make una dey play. So this is from Chigo Zirin. So it's from that quarters speaking through to his own space. So we'll go on to this one next. Actually, let's just go through this one and then we'll come into the room. Akpabio names Lawan, Tambuwal, Oshiomhole, others chairman of committees. So is that not even a step down for Lawan, by the way, having once been now the president of the Senate? The Senate President Godswill Akpabio on Monday announced new chairmen of some standing committees in the red chambers. The Senate President named the chairmen of committees after confirming 45 out of 48 ministerial nominees during the day's plenary session. President of the 9th Senate, Ahmed Lawan, defends, so that's the committee he heads. Former governor of Sokoto State, Aminu Tambuwal, Housing, and former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshiomhole, Interior, were some of the senators appointed to chair committees. Also appointed were Senator Godiya Akwashiki, Air Force, Buhari something aviation. So they're sharing up the dividends of democracy amongst themselves, essentially, is what that is. So sharing the dividends of democracy amongst themselves. But to share the dividend of this conversation, we've got Thomas joining us, the majestic Ajanle Koko, good to see you. Bishop is in the house, good to have you. Samuel joins us, Delight Samuel. Eze joins us from Abuja. We know him as Solomon, and Des almost certainly in his truck somewhere. So good to have you, gentlemen. A real delight. I'll come to you after. I'll come to you, Bishop, after Solomon. Solomon is in Abuja, so I'd like to get to him quickly for reason of helping him to manage his data. So we kick it off with Solomon, and then go to Bishop, and then we cascade it through. So Solomon, good to have you. Solomon, are you there? On mute.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, one man. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, good to have you, Solomon. Why do you always talk so fast? Why do you always talk so fast? Is it a young man thing?
I sometimes I just feel like talking like that. It's not really a young man thing.
Oh, all right. So what are you looking at in the news
Solomon
today?
is full of energy.
It's full of energy, you know. Red Bull.
Yeah, this guy.
I hope you are not quick with everything, no. So let me just say that.
No.
There's certain things. There's certain things you should not be quick with. Yeah, but yes. What are you looking at in the news today?
I'm looking at this guy. I saw this. This guy Bazoum's release and his resignation. Like he was forced to resign. Yeah, that headline made the news today, and at least he will thank God that he came out alive and safe. Then them bouncing back the UN lady that was supposed to go for a diplomatic talk and all that, not allowing her to come in. That one is a very serious. They say, and Putin, this Putin in Burkina Faso, and Africa. I don't know who is doing this thing to Africa. We say we want liberation, but we are still putting our heads in order, as in trying to dip our from going from frying pan to fire is really crazy, to be honest.
What Putin is indicating to us with these images that he owns that country. That's what he's telling us, isn't it?
Of course, he owns the country, and him being in his presence in Burkina Faso is saying a lot now, that because Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and other, I think is it Algeria, they are together with Niger. So he's telling you now that these territories he's now in charge, and they are now going into very good as a strong partnership. So he will tell them what to do. He's their own America now. Man, Biden.
If that guy succeeds in getting hold of Niger Republic, the target really is Nigeria, because Niger, apart from that uranium, they don't really have anything. The target has to be Nigeria. It's targeting us. This is just what I think.
I feel like he might not even really target Nigeria, because other countries too, other African countries that are under this, that are in alliance with Niger, they still have other resources Nigeria have. So what he will just be doing, maybe I would say he's trying to measure up with America, like, because these are the people they are competing with. So he would if getting hold of Niger, and I heard the land mass of the size of Niger is if not bigger than Nigeria. So
it's quite vast. It's just a lot of it is inhabitable, but it's quite vast.
Yeah. So you see, like, if he don't even, I don't think he even say, because he knows that Britain can never allow any other country apart from America to take over, as in to get hold of Nigeria. So yeah, it's not. I think he's just only focused in getting this Niger and other ones he can get. It's not really about Nigeria. And Nigerian people are even, sorry to say to my Nigerian people, I feel like Nigerian people are more sophisticated than these people in terms of in the world class, in the world stage. So he will not look at Nigerian space.
Okay, and Madam Ngozi's visit to Tinubu, is anybody making anything about that? Can you hear me? Oh, I think we lost. No, I think we lost Solomon.
Yeah,
we can now. No, yes, we can now. Slow down. Yes, I was asking Madam Ngozi's visit to Tinubu. Is anybody making anything about that?
Yeah, when I saw this headline, they did not write any caption, like they did not brief the masses on what went on in the meeting and all that. So for me, one thing I want to just say is, I just pity this lady. This is what she has met with Tinubu. Let obedience not go and kill her, as in drag her, because they were like, this woman, she has written this guy off, that she did not recognize him and all that. So, and now he did well. I think he's going to do well in trying to call these people back. People like of Ngozi Okonjo and other persons that in the world class and all that. Then other Nigerians, calling them back to come into his administration to work, to contribute with the little they can, is going to really be a good one for him. Yeah, and he's going to do it. It's good.
Yes, Solomon, talking about people coming back to do good things. Reno Omokri back in Nigeria. I know you are a keen follower of Reno. So what did you make of that? It wouldn't even fly past Nigeria for 8 years, but there he is there now with and the point he wanted to make, of course, was to show himself with Nuhu Ribadu, to tell you that everything is okay. But what are you making of Reno Omokri's return to Nigeria?
Yeah, I was surprised, and I was happy to see him in Nigeria. Like the post he posted today that he's in Nigeria and with former President Jonathan. Yeah, this Reno case, some people say that he's on exile, and I'll be like, I don't understand. This guy is just somebody that doesn't like Buhari's administration. And you know how Buhari can detain people without even concrete evidence, or without them even concrete evidence of what the allegation that they will label on them. So that is why this guy has not been coming to Nigeria. And this is to show you this guy is a very rational guy. That is one thing I follow him. One of the reasons I follow him. Even though some people that are just blind, and I don't want to say dumb because they are learned people, but they are just ignorant. They just try to criticize this man. He's one of the rational Nigerian I know, this Reno Omokri. So him coming back and snapping with, he has a very strong relationship with the Northerners, with all these Northern heavyweights, apart from the likes of Buhari. But like this new Ribado and all that, he even commended Tinubu on the day he appointed him as the NSA. So, and him coming back now is a good thing for us too. But I know he's not interested in any team, but he's a politician.
It's just really being able to come back to the country. It's a very difficult thing, not being able to come back to the country. Just being able to step his foot on the Nigerian shores. I think that would have done him a lot of good.
Yeah. It did a lot of good to him. But this guy is a politician. He's a politician, and I don't know, but the way I see him as somebody that has integrity, to be honest with you, like, because he has already said he's not going to. I'm beginning now to just, I don't want to just reason his own this thing about appointment or anything, but I know that he has said he's not interested in any appointment and all that. Well, maybe he just came back to just because somebody for like 8 years has not been in Nigeria, just because of how much he has missed home and all that. So that is why he came back to Nigeria, not for any kind of appointment and all that. So Reno coming back.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Reno coming back is a good one. Reno is one of the Nigerian that is very, this guy, when this guy talks, he's like this Nigerian one of those days
it seems to have a thing for attacking the obedience. It's always, I don't know if you follow him on Twitter, but I do. It will say, dear Chukwuemeka, thank you for your feedback, and then he will go on and slaughter the guy, or he's constantly on their neck. Solomon.
Yes, now is the ignorant obedience. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Yeah, can you hear me, woman? Yeah. The people he drags online are those ignorant obedience. In that obedience space, they have ignorant people there. There's this term they qualify them with, the ignoramus, or what they call them. Very ignorant people. Like even in their 40s, in their 30s, even in their 50s, and I don't want to say in 60s. And the rest, but the very ignorant people that don't know anything and they are not ready to learn. They will just be, when you talk, they will come and be opening. And this man there, he's a very polite person that the way he would construct or draft that his reply to that person, the person will just be ashamed of the action or whatever ignorant statement he or she has made. So him hitting obedience is not bad. The obedience, that is the ignorant obedience, because we have very knowledgeable, and I know one of them. I know like two of them, but the number of ignorant ones.
Is Uptown one of them?
Yeah, Uptown is just like Uptown. Yeah, Uptown they try, but it's not really. He's one of them, but it's not really the major person. The major person, let me tell you, the most rational, forget maybe we have personal relationship, but the most rational obedient I've met is Saki father. One man, I must tell you this.
It was there yesterday after you left. Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
He's the most rational. He's obedient that I can agree with. Hey, sorry. Don't forget that one. I forgot his name. Who? It's this.
Why is everybody laughing?
About that, they were little.
There's
Go.
the only thing
Can
there's
make
to do for
it. Am I
himself is
not
to
one of
just
them?
open your mind to learn things. It's not out of insult. It's just the truth. Just open your mind to learn things. I think you would do better. Maybe I feel maybe you're not really a bad person because obedient now I'm beginning to see them as bad people and hypocrites. So
What of
you have to
Jewel
just
of
open your
Nashville? What of Jewel of Nashville?
Joel of Nashville is just an emotional man that
It's
uses
on a
his
special
emotion to
diet. Joel is on a special
The
diet.
rebel.
uses his emotion to just talk. When he's talking, say from the voice, from the sound of his voice, this man is too emotional. He's not being logical. So I don't really, he's just an emotional person. Yeah, but Saki Father is really a rational person. If you engage him, I engage me. I'm as an articulated support as an article supporter. I engage him, we engage each other, and we talk. And with the way we argue is not no offense, nothing at all. He doesn't pick offense in it. And me, I will even want to leave my article to support to be. But because I understand the country I am in, I can never support him. So yeah, so that is the kind of people obedient needs to just the kind of people they should emulate from them, they should learn from them. And Reno, those ignorant ones that he drags.
All right. Let me take you to the next headline just for time. Fashola petitions IJP over allegation of drafting tribunal judgment. So this was a story that broke about 2-3 days ago. And as soon as that story came out in the news cycle, you knew that Fashola would take an aggressive stance. So what are you making of that? Is anybody talking about this, and where do you think it will land?
Yeah. This man now is trying to set example in the Nigerian space that deforming people's character, like just trying to just tag somebody who is not is something that they should they should take serious in this country. That offense, when somebody defames somebody, they should take it up immediately because people is becoming too much, and whoever the people involved or whoever is involved should face the law. Yeah. Then one man, I want to talk about a jury's interview. I don't know if you saw it on, I think, Al Jazeera.
Did you send it in?
I will send it to you now. I will send it
All
to
right.
you. Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about it. Yeah.
Yeah, what that guy, if not for the way he spoke about Ecowas is supposed to be respected by this Niger Republic, those military people in Niger Republic that carried out this junta. They're supposed to respect Ecowas. But one thing I've understood about this Ecowas now is because of how biased they've been, how weak the organization has been. So that is why you see the likes of Mali, Burkina Faso are not really down with these people. So what they need to do now, and because of the illegalities, the kind of elections we've been experiencing. So when the people get into power with those kind of, according to I will use a beast term, in those rascal way, this kind of rascality is taking place, you don't expect the people to be normal or to behave normal. So you expect them, that is they will just be like the way their government is.
I think you have been a bit unfair. The core mandate of the ECOWAS space is actually to do with synergizing trade and economics. Is not really a democracy enforcer. It's the economic community of West African states. So it's already in the title. They are not really meant to be the custodians of democracy. They are just meant to smooth trade amongst African countries.
Yeah, one man, it is the government that implements the policies in various countries to for this trade or for the economy of each country, of those countries to come up and to be good. Do you understand? So the kind of things, the policies the government to bring out are the part of the reasons why policies that will cause hardship on the people, policies that, and even some of the policies itself, they don't even they don't even check them or reason them well before they implement them. So that is the thing too that will still lead. What I'm trying to say here is it still boils down in the government of each of these countries, especially in Africa, not especially in West Africa here. Their government, they need to do better. They need to start running reasonable and transparent and accountable and competent government. It's not just coming out and just saying that because ECOWAS is no. For the economy, they need to government that will reflect good in the economy. That's what we need, and that is what has even led to this Niger Republic junta, wherever that is going on. So Ajuri spoke well, but I'm still trying to figure out how, with what he said, how they can achieve most of the things he said on that interview. Yeah, in that interview. And one thing again, he tried to make people understand that when they talk about the like that ultimatum and all that, it's not Nigerian government that is saying it. It is ECOWAS as a body, and Tinubu being the chairman of that body, that he's talking under the umbrella of ECOWAS, so that people will not be misguided and be saying that it is Nigeria. It is ECOWAS, not Tinubu, not Nigeria. Yeah, woman.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Solomon. Let's go on from you to Bishop, who joins us still. So Bishop, almost certainly your truck somewhere. Bishop and Des, we always know where you are. No, I think Bishop has actually dropped. So let's go then to let's go to Jide and kick it off from there. So Jide, on mute and tell us what you have been looking at in the news cycle today. Good to see you, Jide. Jide Kosoko. Yes.
Really,
How are you there?
fine. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day in Nigeria.
Is there such a thing as a beautiful day in Nigeria? Is that not a contradiction?
No, it's not. It's not a contradiction. I said that because to some extent we are beginning to see some changes in the way we do our things in Nigeria.
Are you in a good space to speak, or Jide?
Yes, woman. So I said,
right. Yeah, go on.
Like I said it's a beautiful time to be a Nigerian, because now I am actually proud that we have a
Don't worry, I know that feeling. She's round about 3, Abby. Is she round about 3? That's it. But around 2 years, of course. She wants to be with Daddy, Abby.
In fact, always with that.
All right, so it's sleeping time. Or in fact, it's past her bedtime. Really, she should be in bed by 8. No longer.
She would not go to bed except I go to bed.
Do you exhaust her enough? Do you run her around enough? Do you exhaust her enough?
I think it's because they are not doing anything presently. No school, nothing. You know, they are on holidays. It's really keeping them. But if they had wasted all their energy in school, do all the nursery rhymes, join up and down and things like that, when they get home, most times they are very tired and they will likely go to bed early. But now, since they are not,
I'm still insisting. Okay, carry on. A beautiful day in Nigeria, you were saying.
Yes, because now we have a government that is listening to the people. Woman,
yes,
he might not have achieved anything yet for me as a person, but I will rate him based on this simple platform, or this simple quality of reporting things to the citizens. Now, a lot of people were shouting that it's a Nigerian war, Nigeria wanted to go to war. But today, he had his spokesperson address the whole issue, come out, speak to the nation, tell them it's not a Tinubu thing, tell them that the president does not want loss of life, but the president has to comply with Ecowas decision, and that even the heads of state of Ecowas, most of them don't want a military incursion into Niger, and they are not really into the war thing. But it's just measures that
Who
is just
was that? Who was that spokesperson?
Azuri.
Okay. All right,
Yes.
carry on.
So he addressed the press at the state the Aso Rock today, and he said that from his statement you will see that probably it was just an issue of the way the thing came, and they needed to sort of assert some command or control on the situation to put some fear in the minds of the military juntas and things like that. But from his statement, he said they will be meeting again on Thursday, and that there they will discuss all the possible avenues again to negotiate, to dialogue, and to see how they can restore a democratically elected government back to Niger. So I feel it's been long since we had this kind of a president that sort of gets his feelers from what is happening among the people, and try to respond to it and let the people know.
Is it not just managing losing face? He was preening and peacocking that he was going to blow up Niger Republic. Now that he cannot do that anymore, he's now
one man. There's no place where the man said he was going to blow up Niger Republic. It was just his inaugural speech at Ecowas saying that, okay, we are not going to accept coup d'etats, and that is the only thing they were holding on to. And as at the time he was saying that, there was no coup d'etat yet in Niger. And after that, the man has not mentioned anything as regarding that. It was the Ecowas that met, and they said if they are giving them 7 days ultimatum to restore the old president, or they would, the statement was they would use any means necessary, even force, if it comes to force. That was how the man framed the message. But I feel the press have taken it from there to say, okay, after that 7-day ultimatum, probably what they are saying next is they are going to move in military wise. But from the statement the man stated, I think he was only trying to say that they will employ every means, even including force. From what he stated, I meant the spokesperson for Ecowas. So that
how is that press address been? How is that being digested by Nigerians?
you know Nigerians for what they are. A lot of Nigerians see it like Nigeria wants to go to war. And that's why I said I really appreciate the fact that the president is coming out to set the record straight.
I'm talking about this address by a jury. How are people receiving it?
Some people have discussed with this evening, because actually it came out this evening. There's a particular channel online now that is very reliable in terms of covering what happens in the state. I think it's Viable TV. I think they have first-hand information when it comes to covering the Aso Rock. So I was discussing with somebody this evening, and he was saying now it's clearer that he thought it was Nigeria going into the one. And I've been telling this person that it's Tinubu but now the man he was saying to me that they never knew that it was like that. That now it's clearer. If it's Echo Monkey, at least it is that Nigeria is contributing. It's not like Nigeria is shouldering everything. Well, I know a lot of people will still be scared. They will still be on the same side they were before. They will still share this sense of criticism that they've shared, most especially from the obedience space. They will still be there, so you cannot take away that from the whole scenario. Moving away from that, the other thing that caught my attention, and I sent the link to the video to you before the.
Where did you send it? I can't find anything.
Sent it on the YouTube chat. On the YouTube channel chat, where we normally click the link from. That was where I sent it. Yes. The senators from the southeast are already crying that they are being marginalized in the ministerial in the ministerial list, and one of them, their I think he's their spokesperson. He said 15 of them from the southeast all agreed. So he was interviewed on channels, and he kept on saying that yes, the president fulfilled the constitutional demands of, or the constitutional how do I put it now?
Requirement.
Yeah, requirements of a state presenting a minister.
No,
but
how does it justify because there were 9 ministers from the southeast.
Yes.
From the south, is it southeast or sorry, which region did you say?
Southeast.
Oh no, yes, no, yeah. No, there's an argument to say they were marginalized, of course. Were they not marginalized?
Well, no, for me, I don't see it as being marginalized. The man has fulfilled what the Constitution says. One from, as in every state must be represented. So the Constitution does not compel the president to either give you two. But the basic thing is you must be represented, and he has given you the representation. So, but what the man was saying was that the northwest got 10, counting that they had 3 extra, that the northeast got 8, they have 2 extra, and it started like that, and it came to the southwest having 3 extra, and that the south had 2 extra. That they counted all those extras as regional, like regional nominees after they have fulfilled the.
Is there not an argument for that though? You are saying the constitutional requirement, but that's the barest minimum.
Woman. There's something I like when we tell ourselves the truth, and the truth of the matter is this. Báwo náà ṣe máa ń sọ náà, wọ́n ní èèyàn kì í lọ ilé ẹjọ́ kó padà kẹ́tọ́ wá ní ọ̀rẹ́ nìyẹn. Now this person has tried fulfilling what the constitution states, that you should be represented, and he has given you that representation. Now, one, the question would be, did you play your politics enough for this man to be able to say, okay, he trusts you? That's one. 2, how many of the people from the southeast, even the person that was talking said he was formerly, the person that was complaining said he was formerly in APC, he believes in the president, but he voted for Obi, he's now in LP, but he believes that the president is I wish we can play the video. You will even see that even the man does not know where he belongs, because he was saying he believes the president has a magnanimous heart, that it was an oversight, and that's why they are calling it out, so that the president, even if the president give them one as their own regional nominee, they don't mind whatever position he gives to the person. And the question, I think it was Shimon Kimbale that was in fact, and now asked again from him that, but you are the one shouting that we should go into lean management, that we should reduce cost of whatever. So now that you want the government to add just one to it for the sake of just adding, you don't mind the sector, the whatever portfolio they give to the person, just give you one to represent that you are also a region in Nigeria. And for me, it was going back and forth. But what I just saw from the whole thing is this: Obama said voting has consequences, and voting has consequences. Then voting pattern also has consequences. That is the way it is everywhere in the world. So the truth of the matter is this: he has given you what the Constitution says he should give you. If you want extra, you should have given extra in your vote. If you want extra, you should have shown a little bit of support in your vote. I want to state that
Do you know where the concern is? The concern is that he might administer the country in that same formula, that the barest minimum to the southeast. And that would be unfair.
It's for me, it's not about the barest minimum to the southeast in this case. It's about you want to political appointments are used for three things. Now, you want to secure your base, as in get your stronghold in terms of politics. You are looking into the future. That's one. Two, you want to reward those people that have worked for you, that you know they did everything, worked tirelessly, gave everything. You want to reward them. And at the same time, you want to choose people that are capable of doing what you want, that you know you trust that they can deliver. Now, here is the question: how many people from the southeast can he trust? That's the question. I'm very sure, because most of them would say that. Even the man that was talking was saying he's formerly a Tinubu person, but he has not spoken to Tinubu since 2001. But he knows that Tinubu is a credible man, is this, is that. And again, you come back and you challenge. And that was what Sean was trying to drag him on and trying to question him on. You understand? So now what we are saying is this: on the reward platform, you did not do anything to be rewarded for. No, you do not do anything worthy to be rewarded. That's number one. Number two, on the issue of holding ground, Tinubu has counted that zone as a zone that he will lose again in the next election. When you are playing politics, you play politics in terms of mathematics. Looking at the feelers from the southeast and everything that is still going on there, if there is a re-election in Nigeria, Tinubu will still not gather any vote from that zone. So he's not trying to waste his resources, and he's not trying to waste his effort. He's trying to concentrate his effort to the areas that actually delivered the vote, and reward them accordingly. So in terms of now picking people that can do the job, yes, if he sees people that can do the job from the southeast, he will pick them, and he has picked 5, and he has fulfilled the Constitution. So what else are they shouting for? That's my own question. And that's why he didn't go down well with me. I feel we just like to look for noise where there's no noise. Like what you read, the tweet you read while you started in your intro, is that somebody said Buhari bought everything from Innocent, and a particular state governor went to buy Toyota. And when they want to shout, they will still say Buhari is a bad person. This is just the double standards I find from this southeastern leadership that is really baffling. So
all right, brilliant. So, yes, stay with us, Jide. Let me go on from you to Ajanle Koko, but before I go to Ajanle Koko, let me play this clip, which I think you spoke on. And then from there, we go on to Ajanle Koko.
Chief Jurin Ngelale is the official spokesperson for the Nigerian President Bola Tinubu, who is also the chairman of Ecowas. And you're joining us live from the Nigerian capital, Abuja. Thank you for being on the program with us. Look, Ecowas set a deadline to to restore constitutional order in Niger. That deadline passed almost 48 hours ago and nothing has happened. Does ECOWAS now have a credibility problem?
Frankly, that account is untrue. There have been moves to the effect that based on the consensus resolution passed by ECOWAS member heads of state at the last ECOWAS extraordinary meeting, on that authority, the chairman of ECOWAS and the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has approved the issuance of a fresh slate of sanctions to be issued through the Central Bank of Nigeria on entities and individuals associated with the military junta in Niger Republic. So let us be clear. There has been a firm ultimatum that was based on a mandate that has been backed by ECOWAS protocols which have been in place for years, and the ECOWAS member heads of state will not back down from their duty of upholding the protocols as agreed by all member states.
Okay, so let's talk about next steps then. There's a meeting of ECOWAS leaders on Thursday. Will President Tinubu be at that meeting pushing for military intervention?
The chairman of ECOWAS, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will be present at that meeting holding in Abuja, our great nation's capital, and indeed his colleague heads of state in the ECOWAS community will also be present. We do not want to engage in any kind of speculative conjecture as to what our next steps will be, but certainly we will be fully committed, as we have been throughout this process, to upholding the ECOWAS protocols with respect to how ECOWAS member states will handle any illegitimate overthrow of constitutional order in any of the ECOWAS member states. And the same holds true for the scenario we're watching unfold in Niger Republic. We want to emphasize very clearly to the international community tonight that we stand unified in solidarity and in our determination not to hold brief for any other nation, not to adopt the position of any geopolitical position of any other country or group of countries, but to stand for Africa on an African position that we are determined to ensure that civilian democratic governance is sustained on the continent for the prosperity, security, and development of the countries on our beloved continent.
Okay, but at this stage, the question is how? How do you do that? How do you stand for Africa? Because what ECOWAS now does could set some kind of precedent. Either there is firm action that deters the coup leaders from continuing, and that's precedent setting, frankly, for ECOWAS if it does happen, or there isn't. And that is a sign that perhaps ECOWAS, can't really do a whole lot when there is a coup in the region. After all, there have been coups in Mali, in Burkina Faso, and in Guinea in recent years.
That was also the reality under different leadership. You would recall that in other countries, under the ECOWAS umbrella, there have been elections held since then. Newly elected leaders have emerged since then, and the reaction as a result will be different. But we want to be very clear about this. We are not taking the kind of simplistic and bifurcated approach that some international media have chosen to take, which is that either you must go in or you're not serious, or you stay out, and you're serious, or you stay out and you're not serious. We do not accept that simple narrative. What we are saying is that we have multiple levers on which we can leverage to achieve the end that we are seeking to achieve, which is to uphold the ECOWAS protocols by ensuring that there is a return of civilian democratic rule under the leadership of President Bazoum as duly elected by the people of Niger Republic. Now, whether that happens today or next week or next month, we will see. But we are determined to leverage on all elements of our power regionally to ensure that happens. And that is not limited only to military intervention, although military intervention has not and will not be taken off of the table.
All right, Chief Ajurin Galale, you're the official spokesperson for the Nigerian President Bola Tinubu. We appreciate you coming on the program today. Thank you.
So now, Ajale Koko, the one thing you will say about this Ajuri guy is that he's an excellent communicator. So you have to say that he's an excellent communicator, but the message that he's selling. But let me open with the question that I opened with everybody. Next, you then we go to Dewale. What were you looking at in the news cycle today, Ajale Koko?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Look, yes, that guy is an excellent communicator. Tinubu have a very good pick to have him as his presidential spokesperson, and I believe he will do a good job. So, but in everything that you have said there, I think it tells us that there's a lot of pressure on them. It's a lot of pressure on the president, and they are quickly reversing the position that their position a week ago. They sound so tough in a week ago. They sound very strong alongside the Ecowas country when they issued out that communique. Tinubu presented himself as a new sheriff in town that is not going to take any nonsense, that will fight for democracy no matter what. But now, on the indication coming from Niger, particularly, I put them on the defense. They have seen it clearly that war is not the option, because the military junta diplomatically have defeated them. The military junta had really shown that is really serious about, not yielding to their pressure. So, and
they've appointed the prime minister, the junta.
Yes. They are really show it clearly to the West African.
And from the image we're seeing on our screens, they have the backing of Russia.
Good. They have the backing of Russia. They have the backing of Algeria. They have the backing of other Mali and Burkina Faso. As a matter of fact, the military team of those one came to Niger to have a meeting with them in preparation to fight the Ecowas in case they should launch an attack against Niger. So he didn't receive the United Undersecretary of State from United States. He didn't receive the delegate Maya and former head of state. He didn't receive a delegate from ECOWAS. United Nations, from the France. He closed all the door against them. He shut the door against them that you are all my enemies. What am I talking with you for? You already done the worst you want to do. You have slammed us with your sanction. What are we discussing again when you didn't even want to, you didn't even come on, you didn't even allow us to just even sit down and talk before you started slamming sanction on us and all the nonsense that you guys are doing. So that guy, strategy, the diplomatic hardball that he played, he had on Ecowas, on the international community, and they have sent the people. They got the message very clear that majority of the people in that country are solidly behind them. They have seen it on the TV. They have their people on the ground as well that are feeding them information that, look, even the enemy, even the political parties of some top politician in the party of the president that was deposed are now declare support to that for our nation, for their nation, that they would not leave their nation for some group of rascal nations called themselves Ecowas to come and to bring war on them. So for that reason that the Ecowas were preparing to wage war against them, the majority of people across that country have stood up with the president that we are not going to tolerate this. We will defend ourselves. They should not meddle in their internal affair, and they're capable of solving whatever problem among themselves. It does not concern ECOWAS and whatsoever. So, what Iweala is telling us, or what is the name of that guy, is telling us that, oh, the president listing, the president this, is indicating to us that tomorrow we're going to hear a different tune from the ECOWAS.
They've rolled out another raft of sanctions against Niger, but I'm not sure those sanctions are having any effect, really, because these people, they seem to be digging in.
Look, well, even though the sanction, if it's having effect on them, it's having effect on Nigerian too. A lot of Nigerian businesses, do you know how many trucks that leave Nigeria?
Yeah, they said there were about 300 trucks stuck at the border because of the border closure.
Farmers gonna
and a lot of those trucks, by the way, perishables, most of them.
Perishable goods. So whether we like it or not, Nigerians are going to suffer economically as well. Those farmers, those traders, look at Nigerians that live in Niger, those Igbo people that you just showed the video. Do you think they're not going to go through the pains too? They're going to suffer. And their life could even be at risk if
they should come back home, really, shouldn't they?
I
said they should make their way back home.
They should make their way back home if possible now, because if Nigeria and that group of nonsense nations that call themselves ECOWAS, if you should mess up with them, they will be the first target. We have a lot of Yoruba there too. So what are we talking about? We are the same people. Hausa people over there have historical lineage with those Hausa in Nigeria. The Kanuri people as well. And what are we talking about? The Fulani people. So one man is...
Go on. I was going to ask because this topic I think is ever going to be evergreen for the next few days. But was there anything else that you saw in the news?
I don't think there's. I don't see any. There's not that big news that I think that I saw that catches my eye. I'm not sure, but it's this Niger news that really catches me my eyes most, and it looked to me that that guy is putting his structure of government in place. Prime Minister already been appointed.
If this guy holds situation, are we then going to be on the footing that we have a hostile country at our borders? Because he's going to be hostile towards us, no question about that.
I don't think so. We just have to play diplomatic, our diplomatic engagement with them. We have to get it back to what it used to be, friendly and brotherliness, that kind of diplomatic stance that we have. We've been having together for a long time. I think Nigeria have to return to that and give them the confidence that we want to cooperate with them. We want them to succeed as country, and every capacity that we have to let them back on track. We have to put it on the table for them to know that yes, we are not enemy, and because we have so much to lose if we don't do that. The gas pipeline that we want to pass through their country, those guys are capable of blocking it. Do we want to force our pipeline through their land by force? I mean, do we want to force it on them, use military means to have the pipelines pass through their land? Is that the way it is done? It's never done like that. And already $13 billion already been invested on that pipeline by United States government and Chevron. So if we don't careful, that will not hold. They will not allow that pipeline to pass through their land, and Nigeria, we're going to lose more. So Nigeria have a lot to lose if you want to embark on hostile mission against these people. We have to be friendly. We have to get our relationship back to what it used to be, and cooperate with them, assist them to succeed. That man is gone. He's been toppled, and we should just say bye to him. And
I'm just glad that they've not killed him, because traditionally they would have shot him. That's what they usually do, isn't it? Those are people in the Sahel.
Well, I think it was a palace coup. It wasn't a coup that the security guard of the president that carried out a coup. So,
just as an aside, that is the highest form of treachery. What those guys did is the highest form of treachery. You, the elite guard that is meant to secure the president from all arms, that you should take a bullet for him, you are the one who plans a coup against him. So if he cannot trust his own personal security, then it's the highest form of treachery what those people did.
Well, that is what it signifies. But on the other hand, we don't know what is going on behind the scene, that they are seeing every day, that look to them, that look, our country is not being managed well to the best interest of the people. And if it should continue like that, they might, the foreign countries might take over that country, and that would be very bad for their people. So maybe what they did is for the, how do I say it? Maybe it's for the interest of the country, interest of the generality of the country. Maybe it's an effort to save the country from foreign dominance. There are a lot of things that those guys might have seen that we didn't know, that forced them to take this action. So we don't know why. US is there, France is there. How on earth you want to allow foreign troops to just stay over in your country? It's not And this is the poorest, one of the second to the poorest country in the world. And you have the most advanced country, military presence, and their colonial master there looting their resources, right in their faces, and they can't do anything.
There is a clip that I'm not able to show you the clip because it's just too violent, but I'll send it to you on WhatsApp. There's a clip circulating of Niger citizens. You know those horse whips that they used to beat slaves back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They were using it to flog French personnel in their country. I'll send it to you now, actually. Yes. Yeah.
So look, woman, we don't know what those guys have seen.
Actually, let me share it, but I'm going to share it only up to the point of the whip. I'm not going to let the whip show, but watch this. Watch this. So did you see that? Yes. So they were kobokoing them.
One jam on Lore.
That is an old clip. Very old.
I'll send it to you on WhatsApp. Yes, I'll send it to you on WhatsApp. I'm not sure what piece is saying is an old one, but that's what's circulating. Yeah, back to you.
I've seen it like 2 years ago.
All right. Let Ajane Koko land, and then I'll go to Dewale and then Enigmatic. Back to Ajane Koko. But apparently it's an old clip. Yeah.
So we don't know what those guys have seen, what they have been seeing going on in their country, and they can't take it no more. And they just decided that, look, for the interest of their country and to save their country from this colonial criminal dominance, let us just take this man out of the situation and just kick all of them out. So it's a matter of time. We will know what they represent after they get everything situated and maybe everything get back to normal. Nigerian state return a good diplomatic relationship with them. Maybe everything will come to open to us. But it's good for Nigeria to retract from this crazy idea of war in conjunction with most of the useless countries from the Ecowas they call themselves that fit for no purpose. So it's good they retract themselves, get back on negotiation table, help this country so that for our own economic well-being, a lot of Nigerian farmers are going to suffer now. A lot of Nigerian businessmen that trade with that country and to other parts of Sahel, down to Tunisia and Morocco, they won't be able to run their business, and the gas pipeline will suffer too. So we have to go back on good diplomatic relationship with them. That's my take. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Ajane Koko. Always excellently put by Ajane Koko. So we come to you next, Dewale, and then from you to Enigmatic, and then I think Bishop has rejoined us, so we hear from Bishop as well. So Dewale, the opening phase, what were you looking at in the news today? It looks as though the thing that is still dominating the news cycle is the rascality in Niger Republic.
Thank you, woman, for this opportunity, and I want greetings to everyone in the studio and everyone listening to us across the globe. Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel.
Yes, you must tell them to like, the likes. We're threatening almost 200 viewership at some point, and then it's up and down. But if you look at the likes, only 30 people. So do exactly like Dewale said. So Dewale, back to you.
Thank you very much. I have a good news before we get to this bad news of the jail issue. The good news is that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu today inaugurated a tax reform committee, and among the members of that group, a 400-year level university student from UI was member of that group, and I'll be so happy of the fact that Tinubu would choose somebody who is still an undergraduate. To me, that task is more like an internship. She's going to learn, and that young lady is going to do a great exploit and give back to this country. I went online, I read comments. A lot of youth are very, very delusional. And to be honest, when Buhari says some youth are lazy, now it's not about about the strength, but the brain lazy. Some youth are very, very lazy. So, but that's about the good news about what I read online today. Um, Going back to this Niger coup, I did a little bit. I went back to educate myself a little bit about this country called Niger. Niger, as far back as in the 60s, has been experiencing coup d'etat to the point that one of the post general had to travel to Nigeria.
Dewale, your audio is very clear today, by the way, which is very good. So carry on. Yes, we're hearing you.
I
We're hearing
removed
you
it from.
excellently. Yeah.
Thank you. I removed it from
Bluetooth.
Bluetooth. Yeah, so that I
Yeah.
could talk to you guys.
Yeah, better. Yeah,
So
carry on.
I did some diggings. I realized that this is a troubled nation, and by now, as 2023, they should be at the same spot, the same level where Nigeria is in terms of democratically, governance. But unfortunately, they are way, way backward. And for how long are they going to continue to blame their colonial ruler? What they fail to do is to put their a foot forward, but they keep dragging backward. And as for the ECOWAS members, I think one of the problems that we have, and it also stems from political instability, where we each regime comes with different agenda. I mean, take for example Tinubu's administration. This is an administration that has been in place since May this year, so making it 2 months or 3 months thereafter. And yet, we discussed it on this show. We haven't come across any of the inner caucus of Tinubu that has expertise on foreign affairs. Has anybody noticed any? They can debunk that. I haven't noticed anyone that have good expertise when it comes to foreign relation and foreign experts. So I think that also formed part of Tinubu's outing during the ECOWAS summit and the French summit. Outing. Now, when you have a country that does not have a concrete foreign relationship ideology, now this is what will happen. There will be foot dragging. That will be back and forth and walking back some of the things that they put to the public. What I found very, very appealing is that young man, the Tinubu spokesperson, who not just communicating, but in his stoicism. Is that a word for it? But I coined that, like somebody who believes and convinced in his what he's saying about the position of
Stoicism.
of his principle, and make it known that this administration, this president, still believe that. I don't know why I keep coughing anytime I'm talking to you guys. I don't have any cough.
It's the talking, it dries up because that's why I drink a lot of water. So I know, yeah.
Okay, it might be that, but anyway, so he is convinced in believing in his principles stand on what is happening in Niger, and not taking that uh, intervention with force, not taking it off the table is a very good uh, position as far as I'm concerned. But my trouble, my problem is that not in Niger, but it's just that the West Africa and the East Africa, even Central Africa, has been very, very trouble for a long time. We are yet to find our own identity. That's why, for those who are celebrating today that the military are in favor, they are there to liberate their people. It's an illusion that they themselves know that it's not going to last. It's more like a new bride, a new couple who just got married. When that euphoria of marriage and wedding wears off, the reality of life settings, then it begins to look inward and start seeing, the shortcoming of each other. Then they will realize whether they are compatible or they are not compatible. For those thousands of Nigerians that were sharing at the stadium, sharing the new juntas, they have no idea. Probably they are not, oriented about the journey of their fathers, where they've started in the 60s. So the position of ECOWAS this time around, they're trying to walk it back or trying to slow walk or slow pedal on their conviction. But I like what Ajuri did by ensuring that this intervention, the military intervention, as he said, is not being taken off the table. I mean, if we look closely about when the European Union chairman was making the submission, and he said that including, that means we are also considering that. But whether Tinubu and the rest of the other head of state in West Africa are doing this in solidarity for their deposed uh, 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 members, I don't know whether they are also convinced in their own idea that they are going to, ensure that the West Africa stood tall and also have democracy deepen in that region. That is what I'm not so sure of. But one thing I know for a fact is that they've taken a position. Backing down now will be amount to, losing.
Have they not backed down already when they set an ultimatum and that goes past and all they can do is just another raft of sanctions?
Yes, but when it comes to situation like this, you can also walk back. I saw the videos circulating online today. Shows Bassem was, walking, and somebody said that captioned that he was released to go home. I don't know how truthful that is, but at least they have a glimpse of the head of state. And one of the demand of the ECOWAS head of states were that the deposed head of state should be released, and there's no reason keeping him. But of course, they wouldn't want to take any chances by letting loose a wounded tiger. But one thing is that if that is the case, that is being released, perhaps whether on condition or no condition, it's a good development. And the ECOWAS can start from there by trying to use the release of, their former member as a leverage to talk and slow walk what they've said in the past, or, and renegotiate with the military or hunters in Niger. But by and large, it's more or less like, each of the parties have their own fault, because they should have looked before they leave. Whether they put the car before the horse or the horse before the car, the situation is that everything is still well managed at this point. There's no military getting involved. But for how long will the West Africa be continue to be in this bondage, whether the bondage of the West or the Russia, or China? But one thing I know for a fact is that this probably will not last for too long. It will end somewhere. We might even have a counter coup. Responsibility of that.
That's the most viable solution to all of this. The most viable solution to all of this is a counter coup, with the new person then giving us a 12 to 18 month roadmap to a return to democracy. So that's the most viable. And I think that American diplomats that went to Niger, she may well have embedded that.
America wouldn't have been able to flood in Niger like they did in Libya by flooding their street with guns.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying maybe she would have, because when she came out, the deputy secretary of state, she was in Niger. She just left yesterday. And what she was saying was that the chief of staff of this administration, he has close association with Americans, and he has worked with American special forces. So that is to say they have a person within the inner caucus of that, that the Americans have a man within that power base of Niger.
Oh, okay. So American trained military officers also involved in this coup. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes. Who has worked with special forces? Yes.
Okay. So see how complicated issues are now. The thing is, whether the entire coup group of the coup plotter will listen to America's suggestion, it's remain to be seen. I mean, cannot you say because of individual or certain group of people, that's how the entire coup plot are going to change their mind? Because I could see that, by the United States stand, they are not in support of the coup. But, different intervention can be used, just like you said, that counter coup, but counter coup won't happen in days. I mean, days or a month. It will happen maybe after everything has slowed down and there's a complacency, and then we can now, this is when we should attack or strike. And at the same time, they could also do what they did in Libya by flooding the street and sponsoring guerrilla war and destabilize the entire area. But if that happens, it will spill over to places like Nigeria, where we have a porous border, and also to other West African countries that they also have porous border. And at the end of the day, the entire region would be thrown into flames. So that plan probably may not work, just like it did we are still bearing the brunt of what they did in Libya, where we now have, illegal weapons and all that being in the hands of the Boko Harams and their groups. So that idea probably will not work. But I think sometimes negotiation does not work, because I don't know any of us have ever been involved in negotiations in the boardroom. Sometimes you have to put something on the floor that your opponent probably will not resist, and they will have no option than to told and to follow your rules. So, but when it comes to this, I think the Nigeria also would we have a big role to play, and we are playing it. But unfortunately, we don't have a very solid foreign ideology, foreign relationship ideology, where, like today now in America, any government, whether a Republican or Democrat or independent president, America has, as an institution, have ideology. They know what they are pursuing. Sometimes they may comment on what they want to do, but they know one thing that is non-negotiable is the interest of America. And once that is compromised, all bets are off. America will go after you. So, and that has been there, whether you voted for a candidate or not. But Nigeria doesn't. I listened to a jury when he was trying to, speak to the question being asked by the anchor, when he said, with making reference to what happens in Burkina Faso, in Chad, and all that, and Ecowas never intervened or taken any drastic step. And a jury said that, there have been changes in government in some of these West African countries. And to me, that is coming from a weak point. You can't use that, as an excuse for what the decision or the position the Ecowas is taking now. There should be a focal and a strong point where the organization will be known for taking action, known for sanction, known for not taking nonsense for any members of the body. But unfortunately, it's more or less like a toothless dog, except Nigeria decided to back. But I think it was a very tactful game by appointing President of Nigeria as current chairman of the ECOWAS head of state. It was a very tactful, because they knew that something might be cooking and they needed a lot of strong backing. So if they had, can you imagine if they had appointed the president of Togo, would you be saying all this? All eyes will be on the president of Togo. So and the first statement by Tinubu was that coup would not be tolerated in the West Africa. So it more or less speaks to probably what was on ground. They probably knew that it's going to happen. But ECOWAS will continue to talk, but I'm glad that they didn't take off use of force off the table. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Always excellently put by the baritoned Adewale. So, Adewale, you mentioned Bishop, when you dipped out, I'd lined up enigmatic. So I'll go to enigmatic next and then to you. But Adewale, when you were speaking, then you spoke about the former president. We have to call him former president now, or are we still even calling him? Anyway, Bazoum, you spoke about him being released. So we have the clip that was put out. This is unverified, of course, but this is what's been circulated. This probably was what you saw. So that was a clip of the former president allegedly, purportedly being escorted off the premises. So that was that, and that was what Adewale was referencing. But let's take the conversation on and move it in the direction of enigmatic Hondi, and we kick him off with the question we kicked everybody off with. Good to see you, enigmatic. What caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Good afternoon, all man. My regards to everyone on the platform and those listening the comment section. I say hi to everyone. I mean, it's been a very one thing is the Tinubu's administration is gradually shaping up. We've seen they've inaugurated their tax and their fiscal team today. Maybe in the course of the week, there should be an announcement, possibly, for the portfolios, of the cabinet members, the ministers that have been screened so far and passed by the Senate. And then probably next week, they should be resuming full-fledged in their various ministries and portfolio. I mean, it means definitely we'll know the various policies and ideas of the government. We now have coordination, and then they'll put a flesh to all the, whatever they are bringing to the table to Nigerians. That by the side. Number two, our jury is quite, it's a gift to this, administration.
It was the one take, our jury, Lai Mohammed and Fashola, those were my three takers from the Buhari administration. I thought they put in a performance, those three people.
Yeah, the ubiquitous nature and the effervescent, capacity of that guy is going to light up the media space in Nigeria. And it's probably going to model the structure of the Aso Rock media correspondence with Nigerians generally, and the media houses probably going to model it and tailor it, just as the one they do in White House in the course of time, by the time it settles into office properly. So there will be a prompt dissemination of information, and then that gap that would have effectively given gas to manipulators, information manipulators and the propaganda like the one we have now, various FM stations and all of that gap will be bridged in the course of time. So it will be in your face, and it has probably started very well. So, of course, he's doing a human job and is trying to dispel every rumor. About Niger, I'm not going to speak about Niger any longer. I've said it here more than 3 times. Niger, Tinubu is not Ecowas. Ecowas is not Tinubu. So, and it's quite, I will corroborate Adewale's comment when Buhari, we have some intellectually lazy Nigerians, a lot of them. Then it will actually serve more or less like an evidence to the fact that we have a plethora number of Nigerians who are just, certificated and then educated morons, buffoons. Because sometimes you don't need the 4 walls of academic understanding to understand certain things, to put things together, except probably you want to be cheeky or probably be mischievous. That will be understanding, that could be excused, right? But not to the pedantic state of having to be corrected several times and you still strictly, belong to that, tunnel vision and echo-minded stupidity. It makes no sense. It was actually what he said that a lot of us are probably trying to correct a lot of people over here. Tinubu's pronouncement is not Nigeria's pronouncement. I mean, ECOWAS pronouncement is not Tinubu's pronouncement, and it cannot amount to Nigeria's pronouncement. Tinubu is Nigeria's president, but Tinubu is ECOWAS, number one and leader, so to say. So he does not have the power to unilaterally make decisions for ECOWAS. And then when you understand, the act of war very well, or probably military operations, you will probably know, you will probably understand that, getting your men, getting those boots on the ground is the final, right? The last of the last resort. So you will see brag, you will see gloat, you will see a lot of, diplomatic conversation, negotiation, and then sanctions here and there. And then this is tricky because it's more or less, it's a bloodless coup. It's a palace coup, like you basically said. So it will demand a lot of diplomatic and military negotiation. That's why you've seen that the Ecowas countries, they've summoned all the military chiefs. They've been having some behind-the-scene diplomatic conversation. They've involved eminent personalities, including even the Western world, sending their eminent personalities, right, to have conversation and to interface with this group, this rebel group, right? So the implementation of sanction will be a constant thing, but it will require careful consideration because of the fact that it will require multifaceted approach, due to the complexity and the sensitivity of the nature of what is going on. Because Nigeria is the doyen and the cynosure of the world by its significant and then delicate position to the world. Nigeria has the highest population of Black people in the world, and they're probably the most promising economy in Africa, if I'm not wrong. So now we have a delicate situation in our hand, which will require a delicate balance between pressure and incentives, which should be crucial, to encourage this peaceful resolution as they're actually envisaging. But regardless of that, there will still be the respect, for and to the rule of law, right? That will put the people into consideration so as to avoid collateral damages, and then having to have this, of course, by extension, having this regional and territorial, conversation with the partners around the globe. But part of the military strategy is for you to see what is tilting the hand, right? Or what is actually holding the hand. So now they've figured out what is actually tilting the hand. They've seen there could have been speculation, but they can probably wholeheartedly say and significantly say now that they've seen the hand of Putin in this. So that will actually change the dynamics going forward. So people who have been talking about war, Tinubu here and there, they need to seek more education if they need it. This is 21st century. There are some conversations you engage in that make you stupid. If people should stop it. If they are doing it for political reasons, it's about time they stop it and sound educated for once. You can. Adewale said he had to go back to read and dig, and he came back with informed conversation. Nobody cares about what is going on in their country if they want junta, if they want, because you cannot say we want freedom from a colonial master from France, and you are in bed with another despot, somebody like Putin. So it basically defeats the purpose of your conversation. I will leave it at that. Then I want to speak to the hypocrisy of what is happening, especially of course, I will always talk about them, and I will always hit them when I have time, especially when the conversation tilts towards them. The hypocrisy of the obedient and the Labour Party. Instructively, notedly, Labour Party, I've told you, right, with due respect, they have two different groups. The group of rational Labour Party folks and patriotic ones, which are the ones, the legacy members of Labour Party, and the
so that would be their Papa group.
Their Papa group, the foundation members of those groups. Then we have the theatric vagabonds among them now. The ones you can be.
That would be the Kenneth Okonkwo group.
The obedience generally, right? So those ones, they've lost it. So now I want everybody to look at what is happening. Are you aware of the fact that now in Abia State, 116 buildings have been earmarked for demolition? Have you heard anything about?
You know, I wanted to bring that yesterday. Yes, I saw that in the news cycle. Carry on. I'll dig it.
Okay. Have you seen any comment from the ethnic chauvinist like Eze Kwesile, who is always crying about anything outside Southeast, but quiet about everything in Southeast? Have you seen any cry from any of the obedient or the platform come to tell us Oluomo this, Oluomo that? Come to tell us they are marginalizing Igbos, they are burning Igbo people's houses, they are raising their houses, they are doing this, they are doing that. In the central Igbo state of Abia State, a governor named Alex Oti has earmarked 160 buildings, no plan, no 2 years plan, no 2 year warning, no preconditional, nothing. All of a sudden, he became governor 2 months ago, and is already trying to pull down 160 buildings. Where are they? Why are they not crying now? We have a couple of them here. They should speak up and let's attack Alex Oti to stop marginalizing Igbos, to stop putting Igbos' lives in dangers. All the platform, they were all over the place. Are you aware of the fact that the one that happened in Lagos, they had 6 years notification? This guy, let's assume he gave them notification. He just came to office 2 months ago. How many years notification? How many months? How many weeks? So we can continue to speak about the irrationality and the apostate nature of these unpatriotic, mendacious, perfidious mind people. Their mindset is evil. They want to always cause trouble. Now the second hypocrisy is the same Alex Oti now, right? He just procured SUVs. Is it SUV or some Toyota vehicles to the local police department in his state? Meanwhile, while Buhari was doing the same thing, he was patronizing their local guy from a neighboring state in Anambra State, Inosi Motors, right? Because they are the one who says they love Nigeria. Now they have a governor who they want to believe is the best governor among the committee of governors now, who should be leading by example. Why is he not towing the path of we love Nigeria more than every Nigerian? We do Nigerian thing. We don't do this. Have you seen the combination and the compilation of his essays? More than 50. His commissioners, right? The same man who went out of the civil service regulatory policy to appoint an auditor general out of the civil service, to appoint an accountant general out of the civil service. Imagine if that happened in Lagos or in Erufai State, it would have been all over the place. Everything that has been happening in that state, because Abia now is a no man's land. We should focus our idea on Abia State. They have a Labour Party governor who should be doing something differently more than the APC.
Sorry, let me come in. Let me tell you something.
So
sorry.
That's hold on a second. Hold on. Then the last one is the okay. Go ahead before I proceed. Go ahead.
See, let me tell you, in that demolition, there will be compensation. So you saying now that they are doing this one, yeah. Even if any decision he has taken, but the people, there will be soft landing for every decision he has taken, especially this demolition. They are going to compensate the people well. He has even said it, and they are already trying to follow it up. So in this, you don't expect people like Obi Kwesili to come out and talk about now, because she knows that the man is on the right track. So yeah, nothing like is like him just coming out. They are not taking they're not taking any hard decision or decision that will be hard on the people. Yeah, that's what I want to just say.
Okay,
Solomon.
let me ask you this question,
Solomon.
because
Solomon.
you chime in. Let me give you the two questions. One, was there a compensatory package for the ones in Lagos? In Lagos State there was a notification more than the reasonable amount of time? Do you have that here? Has anybody spoken about that? No, because what people will be saying is people are hating you guys, or people are hating these people. But when the facts come to the table, you guys want to bend down or probably bend here or there. But the same people will never keep quiet. Okay, another hypocrisy that, because I'm talking about hypocrisy now, another hypocrisy I want to talk about is what is happening in Osun State, right? They have an Adeleke who is basically Adelekeing everywhere in Osun State. At the last count, a guy who is probably the same set as Eze, right? NYC older, nothing more, nothing less. Nothing more, nothing less. People can Google and go and check his profile. He was in the university for almost 8 years or thereabout, studying maybe marketing or stuff like that. He barely graduated, right? He's going to be the chairman of Local Government Service Commission in Osun State. Is the direct nephew of the governor. The direct daughter of the governor is one of the commissioners. 8 out of the cabinet members and other agencies, they came from Adeleke University and the power station of the Adelekes. 3 of them, personal assistants to Davido's dad, personal accountants, personal this, personal that. 8 of them in the cabinet. So basically, and then you are having a lot of nepotism going on there. But people will not let people rest if that has happened in a certain state like Kaduna State. Imagine if El Rufai had done that. Or imagine if Tinubu had done that in Lagos, or as we speak now, if Sheyi Tinubu, right?
But Adeleke is Yoruba land now, so is that not Yoruba? Yeah.
No, but you know the politics there, right? There is nobody. I'm not saying he's doing something good or bad, but the double standard. That's what I'm speaking to now. One man, you understand what I'm saying, right? Because imagine if Sheyi Tinubu, and then all of a sudden we wake up and see Sheyi Tinubu on the ministerial list, or probably by the time they start constituting the board and parastatals, Sheyi Tinubu name comes up on the board, on whatever. It is just on record, and I want anybody to correct me if I'm wrong. As any of El Rufai's relative, not even direct children now, relative being in government, cabinet, or agency of when he was governor, anybody can check it. If you don't have the answer now, come back tomorrow. But I tell you, it's no. In Lagos State, as any of Tinubu's relative being in cabinet or any agency of the government, the only one that you can see is the Yaloja, which is a different thing, right? El Rufai's son, who is a member of the House of Rep now, he ran for an election. He was appointed, he was elected. So the double standard, if people can shout or people can cry in this climb, they should be able to cry and shout in the other climb. So those are the things that actually caught my attention, and I appreciate the time, one man.
All right. Before I go on to Bishop, you were saying that the ministerial nominees will be getting portfolios as early as next week. So just speculate to about 3 names that you feel will get, just so we can hold you to it.
One man, if you don't mind, let me quickly come in. I'll be out of service in another few minutes.
All right, hang around, enigmatic, and then let Bishop go first. I think it's yeah. So Bishop, the same opening question. What caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Okay, thank you. I'll do this thing. Everyone, please click on the like button. Basically, I have a past. I've not really read too much of the news, but I know that the administration of the president is beginning to take shape. And I'm excited by the of the things I'm hearing from the back side. You know, I was very excited about the inauguration of the tax committee. The hope that we're going to be having a judicial reform, hopefully. The tax committee that was inaugurated today.
Bishop, can you make some adjustments so we can hear you a bit clearer? I think people are saying, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was having a good service earlier on, but I know I will run out of service. If you can't hear me,
no, carry on.
Yeah, so I'll be fast. I mean, if I can speak 5 minutes, I'm really slow down. The fact that the Federal Executive Council meeting will be moved to Monday, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is going to be exclusively government business, and there will be no visitors in Aso Rock. Actually is representing the government very well. I think the time for serious governance, I think we're going to be experiencing a serious governance if we can put our acts together from every area. Those are the few things that exactly. I'm excited about some of the few nominees. I mean, not nominees, but the approved ministerial positions. Yeah, in a couple of days, you should be able to see who is going to be managing what ministry. And if the speculations are right, and with the plan and the pedigree of the president of himself, I'm sure that we're going to be having some good times. Unfortunately, no matter how good things, some of us, our pen down for destructive criticism. We've not been able to see anything good. Some people are saying if Tinubu plays the role of the street with gold, they will always be paid to talk negatively about Nigeria. That's a very sad and discouraging disturbing aspect. The issue of Fashola, quite honestly, I'm excited, and I really, really wish, I pray that he will be able to push it to a logical conclusion. He will not back down. Let's see. Let them test that out in court. Let's see how that plays out. That guy put it out there. I mean, I still went to his page yesterday, and I still saw it there. I think he's pulled it down now. Maybe because he's done it several times over. I will just sit down in the corner of your room and draft something very vexatious and is outrightly untrue. Put it out there, and people will just damage other people's reputation and personality without consequences. I think the one that this lady Eniola did a couple of days or weeks ago, or a week or thereabout ago, is sending some messages. So I want Fashola to push this to the see it to a logical conclusion. Hopefully, it will help to change the menace of this idiotic behavior of just slandering people, without consequences of such action. Honestly, like Eddie Bassey just said, I don't want to talk about Niger. Honestly, I really wish I would not talk about it because I don't want another red card. But I will put it out there, and this is my view, this is my thought. And 90% of the people that are supporting the coup in Niger today, sadly, we celebrate the coup in Nigeria. 90% of the people that are supporting the coup and are saying all these things, they will celebrate they will support the coup in Nigeria. And they are not supporting that coup because they really like it, but they are supporting it because they are partisan. That they don't like the person or the president, not president-elect now, that is the sitting president. And I don't know for how long we're going to travel that lane, but that's a fact. That's a fact. And that's why we keep misrepresenting facts. One fact is this, and I've said it here severally. I'm sure this is the last time I've been discussing about the Niger coup here on this platform. Nigeria is not going to war with Niger. That is a fact. Nigeria, whatever intervention we are going to have there, it does not amount to a war. Surprisingly, that all of a sudden, we have nephew and cousins and nieces and brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers in Niger. But when they wanted to construct rail to link us, people were so vehement against this. No, we were expecting that, look, it's going to be of mutual benefit to both Nigeria and Niger. I remember we discussed that here extensively. We were so against it. Everything about Niger was bad. But now, all of a sudden, we wanted to be in peace. We don't want them to suffer. If there is war, Nigeria is not going to war with Niger. That is a fact. I don't want to re-emphasize what everybody just emphasized. Tinubu is not Ecowas. Look, the West African sub-region have lacked the kind of leadership that can bind for a long time. When Okonjo did the same thing to Mali many years ago, we celebrated him. And those people, they shape up. And they were able to restore democratic rule then. We are long overdue to be able to speak with one voice in West Africa. But people are infiltrating us using these young, ignorant military officers, putting their ambition before them, dangling some kind of thing, and they are going to drag the country back another 10 years. No matter how flawed their democracy is, the military rule is not going to bring an El Dorado. It's not going to take away all the trouble that they were able to put some people together in the stadium. Whether they give them, I don't know how much they give them, put 20,000 people or 10,000 people together in that stadium, and they were singing and dancing. And we want to discountenance the vote of 2.5 million people that voted for an individual. We saw it in Nigeria. I was going to mention it. I mentioned it 2 days ago. Daniel Kanu, that was doing 2 million man march everywhere in Nigeria. That they were changing cap, who the cap is, who the cap is. So that's the charade that we already aware. We know the secret. We know. So people referencing that the Nigerians are happy, they are celebrating. Oh my God! How low? So for me, I don't want to go there, but don't let us keep distorting facts. Nigeria is not going to war with Niger. If we need to go there and do the needful and remove those vagabonds, so be it. Tinubu has a responsibility as the leader of the Ecowas. So if there is a collective decision of Ecowas, in Ecowas there is no veto power. Every member has one vote. Go and read the charter. They have one vote. So the same vote, one vote that Nigeria has, the same one vote that Togo, I mean Benin Republic, and every other person that's a member, city member. So if they have come in one voice and say, look, this is our resolution. I was going to read the letter, unfortunately I'm not in a position to do that now, of Tinubu, because we just keep distorting the fact.
Yes, Bishop, if you get to a better network space, come and give us that letter, because you wanted to give it to us yesterday, but you were not able to. So when you get to a better network place, yeah, but carry on, yeah.
So basically, on the issue of religion, I hope we are able to resolve it in the interest of democracy. Mark my word, in the best interest of democracy. It might come at a cost, but honestly speaking, that cost is still better than having this government to say because this will be, and I'm going to make a very quick comparison. This will be a litmus test for Ecowas. Will Ecowas continue to be a force to reckon with, or they will be demystified by the action of these coupists in the jail? If they were forced to back out and they cannot enforce the decision of Ecowas as it is today, then we can as well say bye-bye to Ecowas as a sub-region body. The few individuals that are perpetrating this coup, they are doing everything, and some people are supporting them. Funny enough, they are having great support from within Nigeria. And of course, across the spectrum, like I said earlier on, 90% of those people are people that have something, probably they have an axe to grind with the present president. So anything that will make the president to look ineffectual, or what do you call it, it's okay. They will celebrate and clap, and that's really very disheartening. The last thing I want to talk about is what was that again? I forgot. Okay, yeah, the demolition of the houses and the procurement of the vehicles. Okay, the demolition of the houses. The houses that will be paid for are houses that have approval, and the same thing happened in Lagos. Demolished houses that were approved, that had approval and were built in approved places. If you build in illegal place in Abia State on unapproved land, you are not going to be compensated. Right now, so I don't know whether it was Solomon or something that interjected at the back where it from. You are not good. But the speed at which this is happening is what I'm baffled. When did they do the appraisal? When did they do the assessment? When did they do the test? It's less than 2 months. And already they come up with a list of how to be demolished, and we are cheering and picturing people that cried blood a few months ago. And that's, we are not justifying it. Then I remember I said here on this platform one day, I went to Anambra when Inosu was producing, and Peter Obi was presenting vehicles to security operative. I was at Newi on that day. I was in Newi, and I was surprised that all the vehicles I saw were Toyota vehicles. And I was asking, and I said that somebody kind of the fact that I won't say buy 100% from them, but patronize the local, because I would not expect the federal government to patronize local. We are not there yet, but we can start gradually by encouraging those people to produce more, so that we can get better gradually, and so that at the end of the day, probably will not be looking outside, especially for government operational vehicles. Probably will not need to look outside, so that we can at least give support and encourage local production of those vehicles. I think that's how I have to rest why I continue to get out of the
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Bishop. So so let me just put that brief question to Enigmatic, and then I'll come to World Peace and then Samuel. But Enigmatic, I was just inviting you to speculate to. I was inviting you to speculate to, and then to you, Darate, as well. Darate, I see you there as well. But I was inviting you to speculate to who you think. I want to hold you down to about 3 names, so that when the portfolios are allocated, you can either come here and take your flowers or come here and take your floggings. So speculate to about 3 names who gets which portfolio. And then everybody gets to do that as well. So when I come to you, you speculate as well. So anybody first.
Okay, thank you, one man. Well, I would like to put it in the realm of speculation because things can change. But I would say for Wale Edun, I see him as the Minister of Finance. Adelabu from Oyo State, I see him as the Minister of National Planning and Budget. And I see Ali Pate as the Minister of Health. If you say 3, I think that those are the 3. But before I stop, there is one more thing that I should speak about real quick about the marginalization. I said over here the last time, nobody should cry about ministerial marginalization. Has the president violated any part of the constitution? No, he has basically been very, very, apt with it. So there is a balancing representation. But like we all know, it's all about politics, and then elections do have consequences. So if the contingent of the Southeast people are crying out for more numbers, then they have no reason to cry whatsoever. They don't even have any leg to stand on when it comes to that. They should go back home and go and cry for themselves. Nobody wants to listen to that. No marginalization in this situation. So if you see extra numbers in certain areas, those are the areas, they are still the ruling party, and it's still about politics, and they will get ready for election. So it's so clear now that regardless of what you do, right, 3 electoral cycle, and nothing to actually expect from them. So they shouldn't, expect nothing more. So I'll leave it at that. But if they want to really cry, they can cry me a river as much as they want. Thank you, Omar.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Let me reverse that order. World Peace. I did say to Darate that he was going to go after Enigmatic. So, Darate, let's hear from you. The opening question, your response. What are you looking at in the news today?
Yes, thank you, one man. Good morning to all the panelists. Please like and share. Yes, we have a whole lot of things going on in the country. The Niger issue, the soft pedal on the part of Ecowas, not Tinubu, as some Nigerians have been have been saying. So Then I also saw the issue of the Southeast crying foul that they were marginalized, because I even watched the interview live with Kishon Kimbaloye and former Anambra State APC gubernatorial candidate Tony Nwoye, defending what is not supposed to be defended. When you give 1.5% or 1 point something percent of the vote out of 8 point something million, and you expect to get the same thing, is that not dubious and greediness on the part of whosoever signed that nonsense resolution? I think they need to just check themselves on that. We don't need to even waste time on those things. 1%, you should know that once the president move and do the right thing as specified by the Federal Character Act, to make sure that everybody is represented, 1 per state, that's 6. Then the other one that is supposed to be regional. I think everybody from that space, I'm sorry to say that, they are proving themselves to be backstabbers. Except for Dave Umahi. The guy really did excellently well. I never knew this guy could stood his ground and walk all the way, and he pays him. I know they are wishing him evil. I know it's their lifestyle. They will always wish him evil. But I can tell anybody for free, that guy is going to get something for what he has done. The guy stood firmly, and at least himself and Okonjo-Iweala. So I have the result of Nigeria's election for the past 3 years, for the past 3 electoral cycle. The first one, the one in 2011, I was a presiding officer. So I have those stuff with me. So if a particular region has been voting against a particular set of blocks within and there is nobody, and even within the Southwest zone, over 20% of the vote that, let's say 15 to 20% of the vote that Obi is claiming to have came from what? From the Southwest. So, and even Southwest, not really within Southwest, people that live outside of the Southwest. So you should know what that
am I allowed to ask Dorothy a question?
Yeah.
So that's
okay, Dorothy. You said in your own words, Southeast are backstabbers, or people that did vote Tinubu are backstabbers, which I agree with you when it comes to politics. But you said again, David Umahi and Hope Uzodinma, who work hard and deliver their states. Now, can you tell me how many ministers came out from David Umahi state and Hope Uzodinma state?
How many ministers?
Yeah,
they gave them 1-1. But
okay, hold on. Thank you.
That's not the only place where they're going to reward them. You should know that.
You're not in the cabinet, so you don't have any right to speak on that. Then can you tell me how many ministers was given to Oshun?
To Oshun, I think they gave them 1. I don't know, because
are you sure they gave them 1 or they gave them 2?
Ogun got 3.
They have 1.
Okay, well, hold on. Okay, they have 1. Hold on. And Oshun voted against Tinubu. And David Umahi and Okonjo-Iweala put their political career and their life on stake.
No, hold on. One voice at a time.
Yeah. David Umahi and Okonjo-Iweala put their life at stake, their political career at stake. Don't you think Tinubu is supposed to pay them back to make the Southeast to understand that, look, these people that work for me, they did all they could, they stick all they can, and I'm compensating them back. If you can say punish them, is in the light of, since they didn't work for them, is give them a normal federal character. Now, quickly, let me digress before you answer my question. Exmatic is here on his own work, a long work against Tinubu, and yet is a minister. Akweme is a secretary of state. Most people in Benue, the segment people in Benue work against Tinubu, yet they are getting 2 juicy positions. Why is it that different from the Southeast? Answer me.
Hold on. What piece? What of?
Yeah.
Hold on, everybody. When you finish talking, mute yourself so that the background noise is not cutting through. Yeah.
One piece. You are talking that what the Tinubu should have given Ebonyi State more than 1 minister. What of David Umahi that he made him minister, right? After from the Senate, he made him minister, right? And you see, we shouldn't be saying all of this. Look, I am not a Tinubu man, but to say Tinubu is not fair.
No, Angelico, you're not getting my question. I said, according to their analysis that the authority is giving, that Southeast backstabber when it comes to politics, they didn't vote for Tinubu. And I said, what about those
that is not good either. I don't know why people are
so that's what I'm saying. That's why my answer is, I said, what about the Mayans who that stake their life? They're supposed to be getting juicy position for their reward.
Yeah, I don't know why people, I don't know why people talking like
Should
that.
I defend myself? Should I respond?
Yeah, but hold on. You see,
okay.
when we are, look, politics has gone and gone. It is governance that Tinubu is running now. He has given them those positions, shared it accordingly. The yardstick he used in sharing that position, number one, in fulfillment of what Constitution prescribed. Then, if he has not violated Constitution, I don't think people should be saying, "Oh, it's not fair to this." And on the other side, I said that some people are backstabber. I don't think it's good as well. They voted for candidate of their choice. Obi is their candidate of their choice. Atiku is the candidate of their choice. They've been voting for them all this while. So you can't say because they didn't vote for Tinubu and that represents that they are backstabber or they don't like Tinubu or this. Look, it's not. We shouldn't be describing ourselves like this. We are all Nigerians. We shouldn't talk down on each other or talk down on one particular tribe. It is not good. There was a time Yoruba were not voting for this thing too, for people in power. Yes, what we deserve, they gave to us, and we move on. So they are not. I mean, we shouldn't talk down any tribe in Nigeria that they are backstabber. I don't think we should be doing that. So that's just advice.
Babajale Koko.
Yes.
Please, I want to put.
Should I
let Darati respond. Darati, yeah.
Darati, please.
When I said what I said, I was okay. Talk. Let's hear you now.
All right, Jide, come in, yeah. But right. Mute yourself, Darati. Just for the background noise. Yeah, mute yourself. Yeah, Jide, yeah.
Thank you very much, Darati. See, what you said, I want to just buttress what you said. If we go to Ebonyi State, while Tinubu was scoring 42,000, PDP got around 15,000. Obi scored 300 and something thousand. Now, if we go to Osun State that my brother cited the other time, while Tinubu was scoring 343,000, Atiku was scoring 354,000. So if the man gives 2 slots to Osun State to compensate them for even giving him that number, I don't think Ebonyi State government, state governor can claim that he has worked so hard, he has risked his political career, just to deliver 42,000 votes. That if they remove from the whole election, Tinubu will still be leading. See, please, let's not come with that argument. Darati, I support your view. They have shared it the normal way they should share it. Any complaint from the obedience space is not tenable.
So you guys don't want to see reason that the sentiment, the tribal sentiment that election carry, you don't want to see reason with it, particularly them as people that never tasted the position of presidency in this current position that we are running. So what do you expect them to do? You don't want them to support their own? I mean, which
they should not support their own.
Yes.
When I said what I said,
and then they didn't vote for.
Go ahead.
respond.
It doesn't constitute backstabbing. That is what I want you guys to know.
I'm not talking to the whole of Southeast as a what, as a region. Every politician in Nigeria already know.
So
I'm talking to the guy. You know one thing we don't normally look at is this. One of the problems that happened in the IPO.
David Umahi did not work hard for Tinubu.
No, Baba Yalekoko, let me say my own. Let me say my own. You know what I was saying? I'm not talking about the Southeast as a people. I don't forget when they are going to bring in people to come into the cabinet. They look at people that are aligned with the ideas of the parties. That was one of the problems. Do you also know, sir, that in the last election, after the last election, 2019 election, many of the people that came in with Buhari, even in 2015, do you know that the people of the Southeast still do not reckon mainly with them? Do you know that? Simply because I serve in the Southeast. I know the sentiment of the Southeast. I serve in Enugu State. My younger sister served in Anambra State. So I understand the sentiment that runs there. Because it was not within the camp of the ABGA or the PDP guys. Because they have been the one that have been the traditional party, the ruling party in that particular space. Before APC came on board. They still did not reckon more with those guys that were given the slot, even from APC in the Southeast. And they're still telling them that they are Fulani, whatever. That's for another day. I was not referring to the Southeast bloc. I was talking to guys within Southeast. Sorry, that's what I'm talking.
Yes, I was going to say, get back to what caught your attention in the news cycle today, because I want to go through so I can land on AY, who has just joined us. But I'll carry on.
So I think we have flagged that. So the issue of Tinubu also, giving fair representation, across board, the youth, the women, politicians, balancing it up with the technocrats. I think I love that. And we saw that in that 400 level lady from the University of Ibadan. It's a wonderful one. And don't forget, during his inaugural speech, he spoke. He said it. I watched it. He said, to the youth, I heard you. I heard you loud and clear. And I think this guy has started doing what he needs to do for the youth to make sure that they bring them on board. They've been doing it in Lagos. They do a lot of mentorship programs in Lagos where they bring them into the government and mentor them. So if anybody is talking against that, I think that person needs to have a rethink. Then let me quickly talk about the Niger coup. Many people were talking about. I've been trying to talk about this yesterday, but I was not having the opportunity to do that. You see, I live in the Gambia. I understand. I understand the sentiments across the world, across this region a bit. Probably some people are living in the West. They might not understand some of these things. I told you when the president of the Gambia came back on Monday, he was saying it. He never spoke about himself. He was saying Ecowas. Don't forget also, let's not also forget that when the Guinea coup started, during the COVID-19 time. Let's be guided. People were not ready to do any intervention that time. And besides, everybody was thinking, probably it's still the hands of France that is at war, trying to upcount things. Before it shows that anti-French sentiment, but there have been some issues on the protests and some other things like that leveled against the president. Some corruption allegations and stuff like that. But for the fact that they didn't do anything there, they didn't do anything in Mali. Then Burkina Faso also borders on security and the French influence. I also share the anti-French France sentiment, but not taking out a democratically elected leader. But I was very, very disappointed on people on this platform. And even if you go and check something yesterday, Sunday spoke yesterday, I said it that am I still going to be coming onto this platform when I see people talking, as if military is an Eldorado, high school beside University of Ibadan, who happens to be one of the leading shots in democratic protest against the military juntas that have destroyed our country up to this moment. I saw Polytechnic Ibadan people blasted with guns, killed and maimed, and some people are here defending the military. as if they are one. The people don't. I saw these things with firsthand. I know how they would drive us out of the school. I know what happens in Ife. I have a lot of guys that are in the student union government now, and what all these student bodies. Then I know how many they killed. So if anybody is saying that what they are enjoying today is not right, and what we also need to be guided to know that many of the problems that we are discussing on this platform today, let the disobedience, I can normally call them. I'm not apologetic at this moment. Let it get into their heads, because I know how much we paid with our blood in the southwestern part of Nigeria. For anybody to say that he or she wants military coup, even while you are living in the western countries, and you are saying military coup should come, I think we need to give ourselves a special dose of patriotism a bit. And I was ashamed when a Sierra Leonean had to come on board to come and lecture us about patriotism. I was ashamed. Nigeria did not act. Tinubu did not act based on the fact that he was the president. He only acted based on being the Ecowas chair. Military has never given any development to any country all over the world, and we all know it. But we continue to eulogize them. Fine, the people of Niger. The people of Niger has spoken, and I can still say that it's still propaganda one way or the other. But I like the president. You were asking a question yesterday that is he going to take anything away from him? He's not going to take anything away from him, from Tinubu. Fine. Some people might say because these things have been going on. By the time they take over the whole of West Africa, that's when we understand what is going on. They themselves, they already seen the handwriting on the wall. Senegalese President Macky Sall already said he's not running again. He was also planning some institutional coup, which he has backed down on it, and he's not running again next year. So the sentiment within this West African space is about the French, but we should not think that the military will come and give us any succor either. It's not going to work. It's going to draw our country back 20 years. Backward. See, Guineans, I have Guineans as friends here. I have Guineans and friends. You see, the country has not made any progress as far as I'm concerned. Many of them, they go home from time to time. I ask them, what is happening? What happened in Guinea was an institutional coup by Alpha Conde. Fine. We all said, okay, let's wait and see what Ecowas. So, but till date, there's still really been not a special thing that happened in Niger. It's already 3 years. One man, it's already 3 years. I have friends, family friends as Guineans that I work with, and I ask from them back by unit time. There's nothing special that has happened in that country. So let us be guided and know this for true, that whether we like it or not, democracy, even China is infusing some dose of democracy into communism and their free market stuff that they have been doing before. They hosted a democratic conference. If you can, early this year, about 2-3 months ago, they hosted a democratic conference. They are instituting democracy at the local level, somehow. So you get it. So which means democracy still, we can do it our own way. We can find a way to fine-tune it to the African way. And may not be the Western way fully, but saying that military will give us anything, I think we need to do that. And lastly, one more before I leave, I want to talk about the consequences of actions. When people paste some things on social media, I think Bosun Tijani, I like the way he handled the issue. He was able to humble himself, and the senators, they show that they are here for the good of the people, countering everybody, giving them the right. Of course, they gave some guys the right to bow down and go. But I do not also like that actually. But I can see that they engage a lot of them in robust discussion. And Bosun, I know Bosun since the time that these guys came into Nigeria. Jack Dorsey and Twitter and Zuckerberg came into Nigeria. And I was happy that he was nominated. But many of our guys, we look at what's happening on this social media space. People must know whether you are living in the West, you are living in the US. I don't want to know which country you are living. The highest, whatever you have achieved anywhere you are, whatever I have achieved anywhere I am, the best assignment that can be given ever to us is when our country calls on us to come and serve in South Africa. That is the best. That's the best opportunity ever. And when that time comes, will we be found worthy? Will we be found worthy? Whether we have money, we have influence outside of the shores of Nigeria. Look at what happened to Bosun. It's a lesson for all of us. I think we criticize. We have to put our government on their toes. I do that as well. Criticize them, but let us be careful of how
I have never heard you criticize Tinubu on anything.
Criticize Tinubu. I criticized him when he started to appoint too much of Southwest people. I said it here. I criticized him that I do not want that kind of nonsense, because this was the same thing we criticized Buhari about. And we also said it, that we also agreed here that probably the palliatives were not coming on time, that it needs to do more. And we saw, when we did that, we saw how he responded later. So on this issue of Ecowas, at least I have that. And Gambia, there was a particular thing today. They were saying that should Gambia come in with their troops? The president even said it at the airport that I won't be here. Don't forget that the Gambian president.
Do they have troops in Gambia? Do they have troops?
Nigeria has, yes, economic troops. I normally say hi to them when they come around. I give them thumb up. They are doing a wonderful job. They foiled a coup. Do you know that they foiled a coup in the Gambia as well? They foiled a coup almost. The coup it resonates on an attempted coup. Resonates all over West Africa. And is that a good thing to do? If not Nigerian troops that are here in the Gambia, they will have seized power. I can tell you that. They will have seized power. So that's it. I think we need to understand that. And one thing I also want us to know is that there are 4 levels of coup. I will send you a particular stock that you will see. There are some coup that these foreign powers, they overlook it. Nigeria even came into this because this one we have interest in this. Probably that's the reason why they are saying, they are pushing Tinubu, mounting more pressure on him. That we need to act. We've not acted in 3 occasions. I think the first time, let people see at least that you have. And don't forget that one thing that people don't also understand is that France and Nigeria.
All right.
Please let me land this point. Let me just land it.
Hold on. Can you hold on? I'll still be coming round, so you'll still get another chance to speak. But land it, and then I'll go to War Peace, and then me, and then AY. Yeah.
Nigerians need to know something. If they have their Google there, let them quickly browse. Buhari, before he left government, I think last year or so, it was a Nigerian French economic summit, business summit, where he spoke to France that you need to hands off from the Sahel and from West Africa. I think we need to let Nigeria come in and take up some of this assignment that you are taking up. That is causing a lot of anti-French sentiment and causing some of these things. And France also is not as if they have a subtle means of wanting to attack Nigeria, also wanting to undermine us. I mean, not attack, undermine us in the economic and political front within the West African region. So who knows? It may also be a means for Tinubu to allow Niger to also renegotiate some of the biased contracts that they have signed with the Western countries. That is also impoverishing that country. But people just launch onto the tribal stuff, and they were the fact that they don't like the president, or probably the issue that was in court, and it was all about this social media. Everybody, I was like, what? So so that's it. That's what I just want people to know. So that Tinubu, that Ecowas said that, or Tinubu said something that like that, does not mean that he is a boy or a puppet to France. He's also looking for a way to recalibrate his foreign policy around that area and get hold of his own economic interest, secure his own economic interest within that space. So it's not about, it's also going to benefit us at the end of the day. So thank you, woman. I think that's my that's my take.
All right, yeah.
Please, before you go to what please, let me make a little response to the you're saying that some people were talking here that military is better than democracy. I'm not sure who says so. I'm not sure. But I can say what I said on that day, that Nigerians fared better under military rule than what we are experiencing in Nigeria today. Is it economically we want to talk about? Is it security we want to talk about? Is it the education? Is it the health sector? Is it the infrastructure we want to talk about? Yesterday here, after you left, one man, and we were discussing this, a situation came up. And I have to remind everybody, and Simba agreed with me that it was true, that under military, particularly under Babangida, the local government were functioning very well. You can feel the presence of government in every local government where you live. I can talk of Lagos State and Ogun State. And Simba, lives in Oyo State, back Oyo. I mean, we didn't have Osun State there. He confirmed. He said that is true. Local government were building roads. Local government were building drainages, street light, health centers, a lot of things that local government were doing. They're building bridges across some rivers, not too big river, maybe canal, bridges over canal. They award contracts to people in the locality because the local government chairman lives in that locality. He lives with that local government area. And I said, first time in the history of Nigeria, we saw local government, local government, what is it? Participating in transportation and transportation. First time in history, it started in Lagos. Lagos local government area under the chairman Adeniji Adele, they started Lagos Island local government transport system. First time in history to see buses with AC. That is local government. And before you see Mushin local government started Shomolu Ikeja. They saw transport system everywhere. Transport buses everywhere in Lagos. And I think other states emulated the same thing too. So there was governance. People can feel the presence of governance in their local government. It is not today. We don't have it in Nigeria today. So what does democracy represent? When at the local level, you don't feel the presence of government. The state government amass all the money and everything that is due to local government to themselves. And they will appoint or manipulate election to make somebody that, if they are stupid to be there, that cannot do anything to develop that local government. And when the allocation comes from the federal, it goes through the state. It wasn't like that during the military. It goes straight to the local government. And you see activities of government in every local government.
So what does democracy represent when local government doesn't function? Look, we can be talking grammar. Tinubu can. Every federal government cannot do more than what they are doing. What did they do? Security, monetary management, immigration, custom, collection of revenue. They collect all these revenue, taxes and everything, and sell the oil, and then share the money to the state and local government. And the one for local government go through the state we hold, we share it to local government in any amount they like, and not what is due to them. So you don't have government at the local government. When you don't have government at the local government level, you cannot have development in your country. And that is what I said on that day, that we fared better under the military. We felt the presence of government in our life in Nigeria than what we are today. There are so many local governments that are abandoned in this country. It's like nothing is happening there. It wasn't like that. Local government gives.
Can I interject you?
Local government.
No. Sorry. Let him land and come in. Yeah.
Local government give farm machinery and tractors to farmers. They distribute fertilizer. They do all these things back then. But today, you see one state government will be bragging, oh, we are distributing all the job of local government. They didn't let them do it because of the fear that if some of these local government chairman, let me land. If some of these local government chairman, if they allow them to operate freely without their control and manipulation, some of these local government chairman will perform excellently well and will come up to want to contest for the position of governors. They don't want that. So what are we talking about? So look, this is a fact, Dorothy. This is not just, I'm not making it up. It's a fact. So,
many of these things that you are talking about.
Hold on, Dorothy. Can you? Did you hear me? Hold on just 1 second. Let AY come in, just to document his voice, and then you respond to Ajande Koko. AY, yeah.
Okay. Baba Janle Koko, I strongly condemn your position. Since 2 days ago that you started this campaign of military, everybody has been condemning your position. Everybody has been condemning your position because what you are presenting to us as facts are wrong facts. If democracy is all about infrastructure of building canals,
really?
Hold on. Listen.
Let him hear.
If only what you are thinking of democracy is constructing of canals, look at the number of roads Nigeria has in those times and compared to the number of roads Nigeria has now. Nigeria has more roads now than then. If you are talking about infrastructure building, look at telecommunications, look at internet penetrations, look at all those things. Nigeria has more now.
We are not talking of forget about internet connection.
Ajele Koko, let him land. He let you land. Yeah.
Those one has nothing to do with rural area.
Who told you?
So forget about internet connection.
Let me finish. Internet penetration at the rural areas.
How many local government build road now? I am telling you, they were building road, local government area.
Baba Janle Koko.
Yes.
I'm going somewhere.
I think he's trying to present a position. Carry on.
Yes. Look at electricity distribution, where power has gotten to in rural areas, when it comes to power, when it comes to road. You may say local government and all of that because you are saying that from the west or where you are. Nigeria has more roads now, rural roads now. Nigeria has more internet penetration. Nigeria has more electricity distribution infrastructure now than then. So whatever position you are having because of Babangida canals and all that, they are not facts. And I'm even more disappointed because it does not represent the ideals of your candidate. Your candidate is part of people that fought against military regime. And when during the elections, you were presenting him as a Democrat. And now you are the one here trying to even give us a pointer to military regime. And in the next election, you want to present a candidate to us and say he's a Democrat again. Oh, well, let's go to democracy. You are not consistent.
I think this is the problem. You guys doesn't listen to me well. Hold on.
There is nothing.
The
There is
problem.
nothing you want to present to me.
Hold on,
I
right
did
there.
not experience.
Hold
I did
on.
not really experience military regime, but there is nothing you want to
So
present.
you don't know.
Me.
So you don't know what I'm talking about. You did not.
I don't want to know.
Experience military regime. Hold on. You did not experience military regime. I am not saying that military is better than democracy. Get me clear. Don't listen to me with your biased mind. But what I'm saying is that the way we had the presence of government at the local government level, it is not the case today in Nigeria. And when you don't have, when your local government does not...
Ajali Koko, I respectfully disagree with you on that matter.
Oh, okay.
Because,
okay.
because
you respectfully disagree. Okay.
What you are saying is factually incorrect. From when a military government takes over, every elected officials are kicked out of office. Ajali Koko, who was your local government chairman?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Were you telling me that the military did not conduct local government election?
When? Under which party?
Under who created SDP and NRC?
For how many years?
Hold on.
No, for how many years?
Hold on. What you people did not witness, then you don't know.
No. I witnessed it, Ajali Koko, and I'm telling you are factually incorrect.
Hold on. Because you don't know. That's why you are saying factually incorrect.
No, I know.
Okay.
Look
at the question. Hold on. Let me answer you. Now the question you are even asking shows that you did not even know what operated back then.
What operated back then?
How many? Hold on. You said how many elections the military conduct? But Babangida
I never asked that question.
You asked the question, then I will tell you. But Babangida created SDP and NRC. We had local government election. Hold on. Before state election.
But that was at the tail end of his administration, and he ruled that country for 8 years.
Let him go ahead. Let him go ahead.
I served in the local government in Enugu State, so I understand how the local government works.
Sorry, I don't want it to go in that. Let Ajanle Koko land it. Yes, sorry, Darati. Apologies. Yeah, Ajanle Koko land it, but then listen. Then when somebody else push back, yeah.
Then what I was telling you guys is that we had local government election under Babangida, under the two parties. We had local government chairmen across the country that were independent. They were not under the control of the governor. They operated independent from the control and manipulation of the governor. They were free. The money comes to them directly and they deliver to the people according to what they promised the people. It is not the case today. Not the same thing.
Ajali Koko, how long
let me land, man.
Okay, land.
Let me land. What I want you to know, the difference between how local government were operated back then, independently, autonomously, compare what we have today, that they cannot operate independently on their own. So they operated then for how many years? For some years before Babangida conducted the presidential that destroyed them. And even when we have the governorship election before the presidential, the governor does not control the local government chairman. The local government were independent. The local government at the local government, politics at the were very, very vibrant. Vibrant, strong campaign everywhere. And the people will vote for them and they will deliver good governance to the people according to the promise and, the promise they made to the people. But
So,
reverse is the case today.
All right,
I want to ask you a question.
just to manage the time, give
Can
your
I
response.
respond?
Yeah,
I want to ask a simple question, Ajali. So you're telling us right here on this platform, right here on One Man Went to Mouth platform, that the military government conducted. I want you to be clear that they conducted a nationwide local government election. On what date?
What are you talking? What matter with the date? They conducted nationwide local government election. Everybody, every 770. How many were them back then? Maybe 500, and I can't remember.
On what date did they conduct those elections?
You don't know. That date does not matter. It has no relevance with the discussion. But we had local government functioning well in Nigeria.
There was nothing like local government chairman.
Eh?
There was nothing like local government chairman at the time. Come on.
You don't know what.
What time will you get to my turn? I'm losing my thought.
I'm trying to.
You said there was nothing like local. What are you talking about? Are you serious? Are you serious?
Hold. Hakim, give us a submission. AY, round off your thoughts, and then Darati respond to what Ajale Koko has to say, so that we can get to world peace who's losing patience.
Okay, the way it works, the state, the power of the state, right from time since the constitution was amended, even before the June 12 elections, the powers have been vetted on the state in terms of local government, right? So we don't conduct federal local government elections in Nigeria. We've never done that before. So at the first election that we always conduct will be the state governorship election. If you remember, World Peace is still here now. We had John Odige Oyegu under the SDP. If World Peace can please tell me if I'm lying, were there a local government election before Oyegu election took place that we were not aware of? And if so, who was the local government chairman in places like Oredo and other local government? So there was no local government election. There was a state governorship election and the state House of Assembly election and the federal House of Assembly election. It was the presidential one that led to trouble. It was up to governors to conduct local government elections. So what are you talking about? When did you have local government chairmen? The last one we had that was democratically elected was Lucky Benejo in Oredo.
Do you know what you are talking about? You said there was no local election during the.
Who was the local government chairman in your local government?
What are you talking about? That there was not local. Do you? I mean, I just don't want to engage in this. Since you don't know, so it's just fruitless talking with you on this because you don't know.
You need to prove.
You are too young. You are too young. No, you are too young. You don't know. You are too young. So just don't.
Let me put this to rest. I think I don't know. Hold on. Sorry. I was born in '70s, in mid of '70s. All my good teenage life was military regime, and when it came to democracy, I was out of the country. But Akim, sorry. Let me tell you a little bit. There was local government election before governor election in Benin.
Yes.
You put analysis what Ajali Koko is saying. First of all, there was Lucky Benejo as former chairman, local government chairman. Now there was before Yegu was elected. Ida was elected, the one that cross-carpet that they assassinated. Allegedly by Bobizwa, arrested Bobizwa, then my uncle and all of them.
What piece? You're getting it wrong. That was in the 80s.
Hold on. No, not 80s. Not 80s.
It was in the Shadari time.
No, 80s. Just relax now.
What are you talking about? Lucky Benejo contested governorship election.
Hold on now. Just hold on. Lucky contest 80s. The next local government after Lucky was George Ida. He got in, I think 90 or 89, 90. He was assassinated when he was after his election. Then Oyego election, he was local government chairman in Oredo that was assassinated by kickboxer. That guy kickboxer. They arrested Bobizwa and JB and then my uncle in there and Lucky Benejo himself before Oyego came in. So when they now brought this guy back, Paris Ayende, they brought him back to Benin as the commissioner of police. So this is not an argument, Ajali Koko. Please. is a miscommunication between both guys. What Ajako is saying is not saying that military regime is better than democracy. Just that during military regime, what they did, local government performed better than what we are saying right now. That's what Ajako is trying to portray. It's not that he's supporting military regime.
Thank you,
I don't think
Robbie.
there's
Thank you,
I don't think
Robbie.
there's
See
point
the way
of
they are trying to
argument.
misinterpret it. They are trying to
I don't
paint the
see any
picture that
argument here.
I'm supporting military. I don't know the way they have too much bias. When you talk against this, their democracy, this kangaroo democracy, those of them that are supporting this politician, they want to rise up against you. They want to rise up against. They want to carry out cutlass, looking for your head.
Baba, the only thing.
One man, let me finish my submission.
Yeah, let's AY. No, don't unmute yourself, please. I say let AY finish his submission. You have a brief response to Ajale Koko, and then let's get back to the other sequence. So AY.
So one man, I will ramp up my submission on this with what Adewale said 2 days ago. He said sometimes our elders are the problem. They always paint the past to us as if it was better than today. You always not knowing that there have been evolution and there have been development. Ajaleko's submission is painting the past to us as if it's better than today, which in code that facts and evidence, it is not true. It is not true. In all total submission, totality of everything, he's just selecting picking a portion of the past and saying it's better than the present. But in totality, it is not true. The present is in the Nigerian's present condition today is way better than the past. Whatever you tell us, local government, this and that, it is better. And the thing is, we must have progressive mindsets and conversations, not saying some things has to do with military.
How can you say it's better when you did not witness it? You told us that, you didn't witness military. So what is better? How do you compare the two?
Babajale Koko. Under that part that you said,
how come you want to say, this one is better than the other one when you didn't witness the military rule?
Babajale Koko, I have access to education.
Really? Education will tell you everything.
Look, Babajale Koko, looking at where I am today, I am better than yesterday with the opportunities Nigeria offered me. With limited opportunities I had from Nigeria at that time till today. And children today that are born today are having better opportunities than we had yesterday. And by the time they get to their future tomorrow, they will be at a better platform than us. So whatever you tell me,
you serious?
I don't.
Please let him land. Just please.
So whatever you tell me about the past, children of the poor could not have access to education then, could not compete democratically then. Now children of the poor are going to school to the point that some of them are traveling out to get further education, become experts, and they are coming back to contest and become and lead the country. So whatever you tell me about the past is better than today, I don't believe it, because you are choosing to have a limited perspective on the goods of the past and the present. So that's my submission, woman.
Let me just say this. In the late 80s, mid to late 80s, my father could drive. If he got bored, he would drive maybe at about 3 a.m. in the morning from our house in Oregon to our house in Felele. Having, taken generous portions of brandy, and he would just get into his car and drive off to his house in Felele. Now, even at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, you have to go to your pastor before you drive that road now. So Nigeria was better, at least in that example, than
one man.
Yeah?
You don't want to go into
one man.
No, I've told you before. You don't want to go into that conversation.
Please, one man, please. Let's not go into the argument. I disagree. I disagree. Sorry, I apply the express very well because I travel a lot because of my job. You see, the volume of cars that is even on that road, you cannot compare it
to what you have in those days. And there are several
What about the volume of Fulani headsmen? Can you compare them?
When last did we hear of Fulani headsmen on that road again? I remember in the past.
Are you telling us there's no more kidnapping in Nigeria by the herdsmen?
I'm talking of that route that he's talking about, Lagos to Ibadan. I'm talking in the past.
We have people in Nigeria now. Abikile man suffer why you papa.
Calm down. Ingba tawa kiri taban travel.
For the benefit of our diverse audience, carry on. Yeah.
In
English.
We are always scared of highway robbery on the highway when we were young traveling. If I'm traveling now, I drive my car. I'm not afraid of being blocked, highway robbery or anything, because when you are traveling, you have security stationed on the way. You will see them, they will park their ILOs, very good ILOs, very good ones on the express, that same Lagos Ibadan express. Even the solitary one that is Lagos Abeokuta express, I apply it to Ibadan. The one that leads to Akpata, I apply it, and I travel mostly at night because I will have worked before I now pick my vehicle and go and report to another location. I'm telling you the facts. It is not. See, we need to understand. Even the kind of schools that are out there now in Nigeria are not the kind of schools that we have in those days. The kind of everything is not the same. If we want to compare, what I've realized is everybody from a certain age and era would compare
different generations.
We only compare that era to the recent era and pick something that's okay, it is good. If we want to say yes, the military have, yes, in some aspects, the military.
The music was better. We had Bobby. Who's that guy? Bobby Benson. We had Bobby Benson.
Bobby Benson.
Bobby.
Yes. Hotel the Bobby. Yes.
So let me just round up before I leave. What I just want to say is this: the military have something to their advantage, and what they have to their advantage is the fact that there is veto power, and it is by decree. So if you have a very good military man with the right mindset, you might get things done easily. I am not doubting that, and I'm not arguing that with anybody. But when we talk about democracy, the democratically elected government have bureaucracy, House of Assembly to contend with, a lot of consultation on so many things like that. And that is why it seems it is slow and probably they don't get things done the way those other people get it done. But on a scale of, you put them next to each other, the democratic government is always better than military. Even the so-called Nigeria that we are talking about today, the problem that we have constitutionally, that constitution was written by the so-called military regime. So we need to understand, we should not just put everything upside down. And because of one thing, in this day we have governors that are paying WAEC. We have governors that are public school is almost free. It's almost free in this present Nigeria. I have said it on this platform before that we have hospitals that are doing CS for 50,000. In Ondo State, there are hospitals you walk into and you will do CS for no charges. The government takes all care of it. We still have such things. We have local government that are still functioning. I am not doubting that there are some states like Ogun State now where the local government is not functioning. I know of some states like that, but we still have areas where local government are functioning. They have graders, they have everything. So we should not just, because of one aspect, throw away everything. We cannot compare on any ground the military regime and even freedom of speech. What we are doing on this platform, if it was a military era, we might not be able to do it. We need to understand that. We need to understand it. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So sum it up in a very, very short summary, Darati, and then we go to work, please.
Yeah, I will not really flog the matter. The last speaker already spoke in my mind. You know, fine. There are some initiatives that the military guys did. They built my school, my university that I attended. But when they built it, then there was no AC. I remember as at the time I would be graduating, when I'm taken to the field, I'm being taken there in a what? In an AC bus, air conditioned bus, and I wrote my exams in one of the best hall that you can ever think of, under AC, proper condition, and it is still there till date. It is not. It's not. Not. It is good for us to say this that the military did some infrastructure, but those infrastructure today are being extended to be able to take care of the what of the population increase right now that we have in the country, and they're being maybe made better. Most of the stuff that Buhari fixed, the infrastructure Buhari fixed. Go and look at them. There are many of them that probably were started by some of these military guys, or the few ones the politicians that the democratically elected government that kind of sandwiched it that time. 40 years, 30 something years, project. So you have to understand. I still remember that my university I graduated from still has one of the best ICT centers in the country till date. So yes, till date they still do their exams. COVID-19 did not affect them really in any form. These guys are blazing up. They are going at the fast speed. So let's understand society. They may not be at the same level with the West, like what we have in the West, but they are not backward. We are not backward, and that's the reason why our people can still travel up there and still fit in and do excellently well and give them a run for their money. So, and my own child, my own first child, never attended. My own first child never used a tertiary. Let me land, please. Never used a tertiary health institution. We took care of him till he left Nigeria for the first 3 years of his life in a local government health center, where they give him everything. So that's just it. So let's just understand that democracy might not might not work the way we want it, but we still need to tweak it till we get there. But military will still not be the ultimate thing for us. That's just my point. Because Julia has already said a lot of things. I don't need to go back again. But I'm saying my own personal thought now.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you. We were just going to go to world peace, and now he's dropped. So that's why sometimes I try to push it along. But in the absence of world peace, then let's go to Kumi. World peace come back, but Kumi, you are up next. So what caught your attention in the news today? Kumi.
Yeah, nothing really caught my attention too much. We are still following up about what is going on in Niger. And I saw a video when going viral on Instagram. I don't know how short the video is, but I saw a video that the military forced the former head of state to resign. I don't know how true that video is, but my question I want to ask that because many people keep on defending military something on Nigeria, and even is the best more than the democracy in Nigeria. But so far, so good. We still have a stability upon every insecurity, everything we are still facing, but we still have more stability, economic stability, many things stability, at least under this democracy than the military regime. But my own stand is I want to see how this is going to benefit the Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, and the other one, how the life of the people is going to be changing in the next 3 years. And we're gonna be on this platform when we come back. I just want everybody to hold what they are saying, because we're still gonna come back on how things are, how the life of the well-being of the citizens have changed throughout the military regime. So far, that's all I want to say. I don't know if there is any news you want me to talk about.
All right. There will be news to talk about, but I suspect that Thomas will be guiding you through that. All right. Actually, speak to us about because you've been so brief. do you want to speak to us about Madam Okonjo-Iweala's visit to Aso Rock?
Yes. Please, hold on. Let me reclaim my time now. You guys be waiting. Then boot me out.
All right.
Talking. Huh? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Okay, go. Okay, go for it. Okay, give us your submission.
Yeah. Sorry, everybody, but that time people were just talking, taking everything away from me. But anyway, first of all, the Niger coup, I think they are going on the right direction. We don't need metro on ground. I don't understand what some people are saying that people are against supporting military regime. Nobody's supporting military regime in Niger. What Nigerian citizens are saying that Nigeria don't have the funds to go into war right now. Simply, nobody's against a Tinubu regime. People don't make it look like people are against Tinubu regime. What Nigerian citizens are just saying that it will cost us 2.something trillion naira to go to that war, and we don't have that money. So there's no point Nigeria is going to that war. Ecowas is a body. The rest people can go. Nigeria can donate funds and logistics to them, but we don't need to put boots on ground. On that Niger, we cannot be fighting two wars, and we know Niger was a proxy war. So I believe Tinubu will do the needful and not go into war, or Ecowas not going to war, and they should use diplomacy for that. Then on this other guy, Ajuri, I think I remember here in this platform, I think last year, we were talking about journalists and all that, we're rating them. And some people here didn't rate Ajuri that so high. Now, I'm not saying he's not a good guy. I'm not saying that he's not a good appointee to the presidency. People know who he wants to appoint. But what I don't like sometimes, when people are not when it comes to this administration, anybody that comes here is the best. And these same people that was in the past administration, they were condemning. This guy here was never rated as something good. I think one man never rated that bright. Now he's the best so far to be picked. So let's put that aside. But my own take is that we should not be over embellishing some certain stuff, like there's no other better head in that country. Now let's move from that and let's go to this political appointee administration position. Now they say the Southeast is not being appointed fairly and being marginalized. I'm not going to really speak about that. They gave them 5 slots, which is a constitutional requirement from Tinubu. Whoever Tinubu had is on his own prerogative, But if we are talking about betrayal, there are other people that betrayed Tinubu too now in the north, in the core north, and in the west, but they are getting double juicy positions. So those people betrayal doesn't matter. So we should be sincere in all this talk we are talking about. Sometimes we just try to paint certain things black or name a dog a bad name so we can kill it. It's not a good narrative for us. I don't like the obedience. I don't like that. I don't hate them. I don't like them. But every little thing, we paint everything on them. Like these people calling for a coup in Nigeria, we paint it on them only. Not only obedience calling for military intervention in Nigeria. Almost every session in Nigeria, almost every state, there are people who are disgruntled, who are disfranchised, who are calling for military intervention. Not like because they hate the presidency. They hate what's happening with them right now. So we should be careful how we just start setting people. We know the IPOP are calling for a military regime. We know that. But there are so many other Nigerians that are saying it too. So the presidency should balance the ministerial position so that there will be peace. What we need in this country now is stability, not political gimmick. Politics is over, election is over. We should now move towards building the country, not play politics for 2027. 2027 is still very far. When that time comes, then we can start rearranging the ministerial position. But for now, we need to balance the portfolio. And it's certain that you sit down properly and play that politics very well. Not all this frontal politics, inserting politics. It won't work. I remember quite vividly, some people in the platform were saying that they don't need ministerial position. They should try everything and go. Now they're saying people crying for position. So that becomes difficult to support such people. You know, politics is politics, and it's over. This is building the nation now, and let's sit down and let's build the nation. Let the nation move forward. Then let me quickly touch a little bit about this military we're talking about. Jalekoko was not saying military was better than democracy. But my brother Akin, there is no way a military government will operate without a local government chairman. In a military regime, they have almost they have very few administration. Bodies. The administrator, the what's it called? Uh, what's it called? The chief, not me, what's this guy? The lawyer, justice of the state. I forgot his name, what they call it. Chief of justice of the state and the local government. So very few. Now the justice of the justice replace the House of Assembly, replace the position of Speaker, while the local government chairman replace the position of the House members. That's how the military operates. Very few cabinet. So one man, it's like I'm hearing myself. I think I will use the floor for the next person. This both talk too long. I lost my thought of train. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Everybody can hear you.
Yeah, I'm using the floor to the next person because I already lost my thought of train because these people were just arguing about the things that doesn't really matter. But thanks anyway. Let me use the floor for the next person.
All right, stay there. So thank you. So we come to you next, AY, and the same question, and then from you we go to Prince Daddy, and then the progressive. So what caught your attention in the news cycle today?
Oh, all right, thank you, one man. Thank you for the opportunity, and for our listeners, please like, share, and subscribe. So I'll start with the coup in Niger. Obviously, one thing is the military coup or the coup plotters will soon run down the economy of Niger. We don't need to have a military intervention. The truth is, by themselves, they will self-destruct. The reason why I say that is because now, if you look at the sanctions that have been imposed on them, only strong economies like Russia were the ones that were able to withstand sanctions. And one of the reasons why is because they have a lot of resources and they don't have a lot of population. They have a lot of land mass, they have a lot of resources, and the economy, basic things in the economy were stable, electricity and all of that. Look at Niger, their banks are already self-destructing because of sanctions that are already being imposed on them, and on financial transactions and on trade. The people will soon get hungry and the people will soon revolt. So the coup plotters are just like a time bomb. And the only thing they think they can hold on to is to hold on to the president and the president's life to blackmail the international community. The international community is already telling them that return this back to the constitutional order. And they are saying no. Well, let's see how he works out. Tinubu doesn't really need, I don't think, and the news that there was going to be a military intervention in the first place. No, that was not, the media was wrong. It's just including the use of force. The option of using force is not out of the way, but it is the last resort. And this is not the last resort. The last resort is not this deadline, the 7-day deadline. So I feel they'll still self-destruct, and possibly it will also, change some things in a way northern Nigeria and Niger relate. Now, if you look at northern Nigeria and before, they say they are brothers. Sultan of Sokoto is one of their leaders. Now, Tinubu sent Abdulsalami and Sultan of Sokoto back to Niger, and they were humiliated. So I feel
they didn't even let them get past the airport.
Yes, exactly. And they were really humiliated. So it will begin to change it will begin to really, before they don't see themselves as Nigerians, they see themselves as we are brothers together, cross the border anyhow, if we move to Niger anyhow. Even the former president loves Niger. Oh, I will move to Niger even without a passport and all of that. Now we need to build our borders and secure our borders. And when we start doing that, you will see that we'll see the real population of Nigerians. We will see the government of Nigeria will be for Nigerians. So that's what I feel about them, because we've always, people have always suspected that when election is coming, Nigerians move into Nigeria in droves to actually participate in our elections. There has been that suspicion right from time, and I think building our borders between Niger and Nigeria would actually, will actually help Nigeria better and help Nigerian economy better. So that's what I feel about it. Let's see how it plays. They'll self-destruct because they don't have any money to run their economy.
Do you have a time scale for that self-destruction?
So the people will start getting hungry because the people are already starting to get hungry. Now, the law of trade that wanted to come into Nigeria, and about 350 million every day that have been at the Nigerian borders for the past 3-4 days, and they've not even moved into Nigeria. And those things are, those things are perishables, onions, and they're already getting spoiled, and people are already losing their money. So within 15 to 30 days, they will fold up.
So you don't think that will affect Nigerians too? Nigerian traders, Nigerian farmers, Nigerian businessmen.
No, so
yes, you think Nigerian will not suffer too?
So, the thing is, the Nigerians will suffer, right? But you cannot.
They cannot suffer more than what they are suffering now, because they are hold on, because they are the second poorest country in the world. So what kind of suffer again?
But you know that the thing is, they need Nigeria more than Nigeria needs them. Do you understand?
Actually, most of need them more as well.
Your
guys
from what I read
pass through their country. If they don't, yes.
From what I read, so most of the goods that are coming from agricultural goods are coming from Niger into Nigeria, hoping to sell. So that is one thing. Two, Nigeria has blocked their borders for export, and Benin Republic has also blocked their borders for export. They only have Burkina Faso and probably Mali to open up to, and you know that even no matter Mali and Burkina Faso, they are not really economically stable. Even after from the takeover, they are also a fragile economy. So all the friendship amidst the three of them or the four of them is just a friendship of convenience. So Nigeria is a big economy. They can redirect their economy. At least now that if it's agricultural produce we're exporting, we need more food to feed our people now. All right? We need
all those malu and all those ram coming from Niger, you won't have it again.
But let's see how it plays out.
We got to and the way we want to transform our economy, particularly our gas sector, we won't be able to do it because you cannot pass the pipeline through them anymore. So we are going to suffer more than they will suffer economically, So let's look at it both sides. Don't let us just look at them. Oh, our people Nigeria now suffer. I mean, what are we talking about?
No, the truth is, the economic sanctions.
We cannot suffer more than them. We can redirect our food to the south, so another West African state too. That's the only thing that we really. That's just it. As for that gas pipeline, we have another $25 billion Nigeria and Morocco gas pipeline. We have the West African gas pipeline that is already in Ghana. It's just an outshoot from Ghana. Is going to take over Gambia and other coastal countries are already signing to it. We cut them off. They are the ones that will not have access to gas. You see, the economic effect is so much on them. It will have affect us little. After some time, we will readjust. You know us now. We will readjust and we'll bring our food back to South.
Dorothy, do you think Nigeria is the largest gas deposit in Nigeria in Africa right now?
That's a wider question now.
No, Uganda and Angola discovered a very big gas deposit. So why do you think?
Go on.
Uganda is in East Africa. We are in the West.
Sorry, let's not go to Uganda. Let AY finish his submission.
Okay,
Otherwise,
so
we'll go off on a tangent.
Economic sanctions. If you are sanctioned by a lot now, look at what happened again. ECOWAS is the first to give them economic sanctions, right? AU, UN wanted to also go there and discuss. They didn't allow them. They are saying they should shut up. Now, if AU begins to roll out their own economic sanctions, so who would they really trade with? They won't have. They will just be isolated. And you know, if you are isolated, you have alternatives. And when other people have alternatives, even when they remove those sanctions, the market you think you have before or the need you, they will have alternatives, and you will not have the negotiation power. So it's like you are starting from the scratch again. Like now, you are saying, we say northern Nigerians will not have to, a way to trade. If northern Nigeria should redirect their trade to the south, then they should go through Ghana and all of that. And if those trade routes come alive, even when they remove those sanctions, the trading will not be like before. Niger people will have to work harder to be at the forefront of the Nigerian market. So sanctions are not good. Sanctions is better people avoid sanctions than to get sanctioned and be open to remove the sanction is removed over time. So the Bajale group was saying that Tinubu cut off their electricity supply. So yes, now their banks will be failing, their hospitals will be failing, there might be mortality rates, people dying. Of course, it's just a matter of time. Let's just watch. It's just a matter of time. We like them, but the truth is, those guys cannot sustain it. And for people that are saying Putin will support them, Putin is smart. Putin now needs more alliances. I mean, positive, profitable alliances than he doesn't have. He wants alliances with Africa, and Nigeria is a big boy in Africa. Putin will not want to shun Nigeria and go for those four small countries. What do they have to offer him? People say uranium. Russia itself has more deposits of they're not struggling to power their electricity, and they're not struggling to build their nuclear weapon because they have the highest nuclear in the world, and that means they have uranium, enriched uranium more than what they need. So what does Burkina Faso, Mali, all of them have to offer? They don't have anything to offer them.
Wait, sorry, I just joined. I think let us make things clear. I think we don't understand what exactly is going on in geopolitics. So this war has actually started between the EU, America, and Russia.
Yes.
Okay, and the EU and America have been trying to weaken Russia economically and militarily. Militarily, they're on that with Ukraine. Economically, this is the game plan. The Trans-Saharan Atlantic pipeline is meant to divert Europe's interests from Russia to Nigeria. And that pipeline runs across Nigeria to Niger. It's the real reason why Nigeria invested in railway and pipeline supply to Niger, which we are just finding out. Now, Putin knows this, okay? And he knows that if that happens, that is checkmate on his part. Because militarily, he's defeated. He'll be fighting Ukraine. Economically, he will not be able to fund his war. And because the EU won't depend on gas again from Russia. So he's already doomed economically and militarily. Putin now played chess with them. Okay, you guys want to cut me off. What I'll do now is I'll scuttle your plans. I'll go to Niger, take over that country, because that pipeline flows from Nigeria through Niger. If that can happen, I will cut off that project that you want to kill me off economically. Now, what you people don't understand now is you're saying that you're going to starve off Niger. No problem.
Hold on. Let me just say, that pipeline is not the only pipeline to Europe. That's one thing. There's another one from Lagos, Akwa Ibom side, passing through Morocco. This one you're talking about is the one passing through Algeria.
Algeria, exactly.
Algeria has gas. It is Nigeria that Algeria is a accumulation to power Europe. Nigeria has gas. Algeria has gas. So Nigeria wants to link their own, gas to Algerian pipeline so that they can also sell gas to Europe. You understand? So if Putin is fighting Niger at that point, Putin is trying to cut off Nigeria,
Exactly.
not cut off Europe or European supply, because Algeria will supply Europe. Those guys that they have gas to, they'll supply Europe. So if we cannot power our gas through that, then we can also go through Morocco.
You know the problem. So the real reason is because Algeria in itself is not sufficient to supply itself, and Europe. We are talking about the entirety of Europe, and that is why they need Nigerian gas.
I agree with that.
Okay. So now the thing about it is that if you are saying that you're going to starve off, if you are thinking you're going to starve off Niger by cutting off supplies, EU is drawing funds, I think that would be more difficult, because in the sense that right now they are being backed by both Russia and China. So I think they can willingly fund that country. That Niger is, I don't think it's that big enough. They can fund that country for years.
Okay, hold on. If you are saying that, so at what expense? What are they getting in return? How long can they hold out for?
Wait, what is Niger getting in return?
What will Russia and China be getting in return?
I told you they are winning an economic battle. They're fighting an economic battle with the US. That is what they're getting.
Let me say something.
Yeah.
China's economy is struggling on both sides. Why? Look at India. Their manufacturing base of most companies in China now are moving their manufacturing base to India. That's on one hand. China is also battling influence in Africa now, because Africans are rising up now. If you empower Africans and Africans are rising up, trying to form their own policies, foreign policies, economic policies. At least we've seen Kenya and the last AU summit, there has been the awareness of, we need to be in control of ourselves, our territory, our sovereignty. We need to make our decisions. We should not be pulled into their war. Fine. Africans does not have interest in BRICS and EU war. We don't have interest. All we want is, let me sell to any one of you that comes, and I keep improving my own economy. So Niger does not really have anything to offer Russia. What Russia will just do is use them, and when the war, for instance, so when they normalize the war or when they normalize the relations, then they will drop them. So if EU and Russia, stop fighting today, they will drop them.
Okay, let me just ask you one simple question. What has Niger benefited from working with the Americans and the French?
Okay, for number one.
No, hold on. Let me ask you a question, Charles. What will Niger benefit from working with the Russians? And by the way, hold on. What you're looking at on your screen is the world's natural gas deposits. So the countries with the most, which tallies with the narrative that AY is presenting. So Russia, it has 25%, 24.3% of the world's natural gas deposits, followed by Iran, then Qatar, United States, Saudi Arabia, Turkmenistan, UAE, Venezuela, and then Nigeria. So Nigeria actually has more deposits than, I think it's the highest in Africa. So yes, so that's where the pipeline is.
I said that when somebody was saying Uganda has no news on something.
All right, carry on. Ask why the question.
Okay, yeah. So I was asking that. Look, if you are saying Niger has really not benefited anything from working with the US or with France. They've been exploited. You understand? It's not as if they've really benefited economically.
Let me give you some of the things we don't know.
Okay.
Their inflation rate is 4.4%.
Okay.
Because their currency is being backed by France. France gives them money, supplies them money. EU gives them money for aid. US gives them money for aid. All those to just keep up with their mortality rate, to make them survive. There are a lot of there are a lot of NGOs that are there providing essential services for them. That's why they didn't have their own currency. If they remove their own currency today, you can bet how their inflation rate will go as high.
Okay. What if? So what ultimately saying is that they've just been surviving on aid. That's what they've been doing now. They've not been exactly. So what if Russia decides to do this? What if Russia decides to come in and say, you know what, you guys, I'm coming in. uranium, what I'll do is that for this deal, I'll build a power facility, power facility for uranium and everything.
How long will that take before people?
It doesn't matter. It's still better. It's a better deal than depending on aid.
Okay, yes, I agree. It's a better deal, but how will they survive in the long term? Who will back
Is it not aid that they are surviving on all this while? You think Russia and China can't supplement those aids from US and France?
Well, that's the thing. US.
Do you also know that Nigeria pays many countries, support the budget of many countries in West Africa? Probably we don't know this. Do you know that we still pay? We don't know many things about what is going on with West Africa. You see, we still pay a particular percentage of the budget of many West African countries, including countries that we are seeing.
So, and what are we doing? What is, because I don't understand how we pay budget of countries and we have no foreign policy. What is our foreign policy with regards to all those free funds we're giving them?
And check the constitution of Nigeria.
I think it's likely to maintain I think it's likely to maintain some form of stability in those spaces. Yeah.
How does that what's stability in what? How does that benefit? Because right now we are not benefiting anything. Okay, what are we benefiting in terms of stability? How?
We benefit from having stable neighbors.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the thing is stability and to minimize influx of migration. Imagine if there's hunger in Niger alone and all those areas. Do you know how many people, the way people...
But the migration has been happening even without the whole, because we have a lot of Nigerians, all these Hausa guys we have in this whole country. There's no border in Nigeria. Look, if any African country, anybody wants to migrate inside Nigeria, refugees or whatever, they've been doing it. I've been saying it that
having issues of terrorism.
And what
that, you know that, and the thing is just to maintain a friendly. Sometimes it might not be in cash. Last year we saw Buhari give them vehicles for security purposes. We saw them that we are supplying electricity to them, right? Now we know that some people are maintaining. Now, if CBN just blocked some people's entities, financials to the country, people that are affiliated with the coup plotters and all of that. The truth is, most of them, our oil. When we say our oil is being siphoned, we're not really getting much of them. Some of these things go to these resources go to stabilizing these countries so that they can get back on their feet. Now, you are saying that Russia is not going to look at. Russia is under sanctions. Are you saying that Russia is willing to back their currency? If France is removing their aids and everything, so are you telling me that Russia will be able to fill the gap of the aids and supplies that are going into Niger? If, as it's been stopped now, Russia cannot fill that gap. That's the truth. They can't fill that gap. They can't fill the gap of 3 or 4 countries or 5 countries.
You know that Russia has emerged as the 5th largest economy in the world now.
Yes, I know, but they cannot finance it. Their economy is for themselves. Their policy, Russian policy. That's one thing we don't know, that Russian policy is first Russian. Putin will not come into a negotiation with you with him being on a disadvantage. This BRICS agreement, trading in currencies, they are looking for their own interest. Their own interest to be protected. What is their interest? Okay, maybe they want to keep selling EU gas to EU. And looking at the aggregation of countries, we can see that they can manage to fulfill the gas requirement that Europe needs. So whatever we say, Niger will still be at a loss if they go into the deal with Russia. That's what they will still go in a loss. If France decides to remove their backing from their currency, maybe they are not using CFA anymore. Imagine what the inflation rate will be. Imagine they are not producing anything. They don't have resources. So look at our own Nigerian state that we don't have resources. We are only depending on oil. Imagine you don't have oil. How many African countries will want to buy uranium?
Do you know that Nigeria is in a more dire state than Niger?
How so?
Because for my own taking, I feel this transatlantic gas pipeline, in all honesty, is the life force of Nigeria as a country. After oil,
this is the next new thing, the next major project that are going to, after when people divert from oil, because a lot of refineries and stuff with all this whole global cuts in oil production, gas is the next sustainable energy. So I think this is the new thing. If this pipeline does not go through, that country, Nigeria in itself, I think it will capitulate.
No, it will not capitulate because Tinubu has said first we domesticate our gas. If we cannot sell first, we will domesticate it and use it to power ourselves first. So if we cannot sell, if our exchange rate is still at 700 and we are domesticating our gas and we are using it to power, do what we need to do, fund our own agricultural programs, what we need first in Nigeria is food security. And has declared a state of emergency on that.
But when it comes to
food every year,
but when it comes to foreign exchange and reserves and everything, is it not your exports that determine the strength of your currency?
Yes, are we still not selling oil? We are selling oil now. Are we not selling oil? We still
be selling gas. We are selling gas.
Oil. We are selling. It's not that oil will cut short tomorrow, or we will not see buyer tomorrow. We still see buyer for oil. The thing is, it's just that even we save more money. The money we are using to stabilize Niger and all of that, we will use it to reinvest it in our economy, increase our border security, do irrigation, make sure we are farming and we can eat first. When we finish eating, we will think about other things we need to do. Our first problem is hunger. Let's settle this matter of hunger. If we settle this out of hunger and everybody can eat and everybody can go to school, then our human capital index will increase and we move on. So it's not that we will suffer, we will not suffer. And the thing is, we have people that can think, tech guys will still bring a lot of money to us. There's a lot of people that made money from Twitter, which yesterday was not yesterday. Look at the foreign inflows and remittances that were coming to Nigeria since yesterday. Looking at the fact that
what happened yesterday? No, hold on. What happened yesterday? Because I heard that Twitter is suddenly being monetized. What's that all about?
No, so what happened is yesterday, Elon Musk decided to monetize Twitter. So if you paid for the blue tick and you have tweeting a lot, you have 500 followers and you have 15 million impressions on your tweets, you qualify to be paid. They did the way they did. People were getting as high as some people got $600, $3,000, $5,000. Normal, these Twitter influencers, they got paid through their account, Nigerian account. So that was what happened yesterday, and I think moving forward, that's the model he wants to use.
So should I go and up my game on Twitter? Is that what we're doing now?
Yes, you might need to go and up your game on Twitter. Yes.
Woman. You know that we only pay attention to many of these bad news and stuff. Do you know that since 2019, in 2019, before Nigeria slide back into recession because of the COVID-19, out of the probably 1.5 billion US dollars that came into Africa, the whole of African continent, within the tech ecosystem, Nigeria raked in about 55 to 60% of that money. And with what is going on, we are just starting with Bosun, Tijani, and some of these guys. We are just in for good money. Anybody that knows what is doing right now, tech is the next big thing.
They are preparing Yaba as the Silicon Valley of Nigeria. They've been doing that since for the last 2 years. So Yaba is going to be the
woman. There is already a Silicon Valley. Let me let you into it. This guy Iyola Aboyedi, the guy that owns Andela, one of the Silicon unicorns. He already, in that Lekki free trade zone, this guy already built a Silicon Valley thing there. I watched it since last year, and this guy they're already building. This one is not they say. These guys are already moving ahead. They already set templates. Let me tell you, myself, as I'm speaking to you, I'm even eyeing tech to divert. To switch. I'm telling you, and I've been telling people, I've been mentoring some guys. Come, tech is the next big thing in Africa. Somebody was saying it that before it was the industrial revolution that was brought to China that gave China money. Right now, many of these somebody said it now. They are moving some of this stuff from China, and some are going back home. But China is still maintaining itself. The next thing that will be exported, because these industries cannot really come down to Africa. The next big thing that can be exported to Europe and to the world is tech. So Nigeria is getting and has been getting money, a lot of money from that tech ecosystem. In fact, they are the ones sustaining Nigeria when we were almost on our knees.
I think Serena Williams, the tennis the tennis player, Serena Williams,
Yes.
I think she actually invested in some tech space in Nigeria. She was
you are right.
angel investor.
Right.
But let's try and bring Baba into the conversation and make sure voices that have not yet been documented are. So Baba, are you with us?
Yes, woman. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. You wanted to speak to the civilian versus military something.
Well, I think I will come to that later. I want to talk about the Fashola thing first, actually, because I like the action it's taking about those feeble writers. You understand? It's becoming too much, all in the name of free speech. And
there are people like AY, all these rascally youths, and
there are so many now. Yes. You understand? They take delight. They take delight in telling lies, and I don't know why somebody will sit and just concoct fable and pass it out bold-facedly as if it is correct. I wish an Idi Amin, we are during the military era they are talking about here. I remember Idi Amin period when they were asking him about human rights. And I quote him verbatim. He says, there is freedom of speech, but I cannot guarantee freedom after speech, unquote. Do you understand what Idi Amin meant then? That is what is happening. And I think we should have very stringent laws.
That was the Buhari template as well, wasn't it? But
they are likely to talk about it at his Senate hearing. And I think people like me, he has a full backing, because it's not a very palatable thing for people to concoct story. That guy did it the first time by saying the Chief Justice was on wheelchair, went to England. I think he brought up another story again. That one died, no consequence. The second one, and this is the third one. Why are they doing this? I don't know.
Do you think they are going to scapegoat this guy that Fashola is after?
Make an example of knowing Fashola well, I think they are not going to get away with this time. They will be scapegoated. They will be scapegoated. And I think that will be the beginning, because this monetization thing of the digital space is causing a lot of problem, because if you go to the digital highway, a lot of rubbish is just there. And they should have this, they've met their match in somebody like Fashola. He is unrelenting. He is unrelenting when it comes to his image, and he will fight this. Honestly, that's my own take on the Fashola thing. I'm very happy they did it to him. They did it to the wrong person, and he's fighting it. And about the military regime thing, I think I lived through the military regime, all of them, from Zegu, shot one, was that even a takeover? Absolutely. He took over from him, and up till the last one we had, I lived through it. One thing a lot of the young ones don't understand is the freedom we are experiencing today in this digital place, where we are living our digital footprints all over the place. You will never enjoy it. Take for example, when Buhari even banned Twitter, what happened? Nothing. The youth screamed, caused, and nothing happened. That's an example of what a military regime will look like. That's what an example of what the place of hell will look like in Nigeria if they ban all these things. So it is not the ideal form of government. Yes, during the military regime, their government is very compact. They don't have to recruit many people. They are just band of small group of people who already have their salaries, but then they have their hand dipped into a national purse and they just take what they want. I mean, when Abacha was alive, who would have believed that Abacha took several billions cash out of the country without being answerable to anybody? No matter how bad democracy is, the beauty of it is at least when that tenure ends, be it 4 or 5 years, it will come. Has Buhari not left us alone after 8 years? He has gone and gone forever. So that's the beauty of democracy. Every 4 years, pick your vote and hit the polling units. Go vote. Either you vote the person out or you vote the person in. So nothing as beautiful as democracy. We'll get it right. The America here, we all emulate today.
You know, Baba, you said we'll get it right, but we are very fast on the way to getting it right. If you think of the sort of election that brought Obasanjo in, and you think of the sort of election that brought Tinubu in, we've made quantum leaps in terms of electioneering.
Some of our brothers would disagree with you, one man.
They just picked Obasanjo and put him on the seat. Nobody voted him in, you know. And then Yar'Adua told us it was the worst election. But then Goodluck Jonathan lost to Buhari, the first time ever in the history of Nigeria. And then look at this election that we had now, a complete upstart from the middle of nowhere. Within 6 months, he put up such a performance that it threatened the status quo. We've made quantum leaps in terms of electioneering.
I agree with you, one man. We're in the same boat on this, even though a lot of people will disagree. You understand? That is the beauty of democracy. Look at when OBJ came in, well, he didn't do badly. It's just that if he can keep quiet a little bit and stop pontificating, we can forgive him all his shortcomings, because the things he's trying to correct now, he had the opportunity of 8 years and an experience of, I think, 4 years or 5 years after Murtala Mohammed. He couldn't do anything. That's what is when he pontificates, that's what he's telling somebody like me, that you didn't do all, you made some mistake. And you want somebody else to come and correct it, or you pointing out what were you doing for 8 years? You understand what I'm saying? But it was foisted on us by the military.
Sorry, but can we say that? But can we say that OBJ's administration has been the best so far? Can we actually? Is there a way economically, security-wise, in all the aspects of a successful democratic state?
Say it was the luckiest in the sense that we are new into this phase of, I think it's a fourth republic or so. The forgiveness of our debts was a lucky break for him. You understand? And he was astute enough to really marshal our national purse. Because by the time he left about $35 billion in our foreign reserve.
Exactly. And shouldn't other democratic heads of state or governors that succeeded ABJ, they should have had it easy with him clearing that debt. But actually, they made it worse. The only thing only got worse. Things could have gotten better.
That is the problem. But I will still put it the fault in his domain. Ask me why. Because if he had allowed democracy to have a free reign, and we choose the government of our choice rather than him imposing Yar'Adua on us, who was a sick man, very, very sick man, who was not in control. You understand? Maybe we would have had a better chance.
But the other thing I'll say, don't you see a similarity between the imposition of Yar'Adua, Buhari, and BAT, Tinubu to practically have the same, and in the same light in terms of imposing people that are not actually kind of capable, like, of leading this country? Because I still see similarities in Yar'Adua, Buhari, and Asiwaju in that aspect.
Okay, where I disagree with you was like, I've said it here before. Obasanjo was like drafted and he was made a president. Then he in turn, you understand, imposed Yaradua on us. And the hand of fate brought in Jonathan, who was a reluctant president. Let me put it that way, reluctant president. And then Buhari, I can't really put a definition on Buhari because I don't know what he came to do in governance. But as far as Tinubu is concerned, here is the first person, you understand, who says, I want it. I prepared for it. Please give it to me. Let me do it. You know, naturally, we've always been afraid of people like him. Because I remember when Shagari was reluctant to come in and my teach, I said he was a teacher. He has no experience. People were denigrating him. We love that kind of people. You understand? People who tell us, oh, if you put honey in my mouth, I will even spit it out. We are always afraid of people who say, we call them I too know, or you too know. Give me. Let me do it. Let me carry it. So let's see what this man can do. But I'm giving him I'm cutting him a lot of slack because I look at his age. To me, I must be honest, I will say I'm not an APC person, but I like bats. I believe in him, if I must confess. About 80 years old, you understand? What does he need in life again? What does he need in life? What woman he has not seen? What cash he has not spent or what property? So in looking at it from that angle, I believe, well, maybe he has really genuine intention to serve us. But then he has to watch his back all the time, watching people he appointed to man ministries. They could do a lot of harm to him. This is the only way, the pitfall I think he has. But personally, I think he will do well for us if, God willing, if he's blessed with good health, because I believe he's about 80 years and not 70 or 71.
Tinubu?
Yeah, Tinubu.
Why would you believe that?
I'm 68. I know how I look. I know the state of my health. And I look at Tinubu. Tinubu can be 71, one man. Rest. I may be wrong. And I'm a Lagosian. True and true. So I know. I'm a Tinubu's man. I'm not APC.
How do you think Fashola will look when he's 71?
I can't hear you well.
I said, how do you think Fashola will look when he's 71? Looking at how rigorous they have used their 40s, 50s, and 60s in doing extra strenuous jobs.
Let me show you this image. This is Tinubu as the governor of Lagos State, which was what, 20 years ago. How old does it look there?
It looks like a man of 50.
It looks barely 40. Yeah, it looks barely 40.
No. This is photograph. When Tinubu was governor, I mean, I saw him a couple of times. You understand? As governor. I saw him a couple of times. This is photo. This is photo.
No, so do we consider that sometimes he's strenuous looking at the kind of job he does?
Let's be honest. Politics in Nigeria is not a strenuous job. Let's be honest.
And they said they had a drug habit as well. That's what they said.
Oh, well, we can't prove it. One man, let's go to that corner. You understand? If you look at every American president, they come out worse. Look at George Bush. Look at Obama. They come out worse. But our own people, look at Buhari, went in sickly, but today Buhari is looking healthier.
Exactly. Because these guys appoint 70, 80 aides. So I really don't commissioners, ministers, I really don't see anything that will be strenuous in the job again. With so many
Jonathan
people
is
serving.
looking well, better than when he was president.
It's not. Let's be honest. Politics in Nigeria is extra strenuous. You have meetings in the night. You have many engagements with stakeholders. You want to do it rightly, not consulting. Do you know how many people see Tinubu late into the night? They give us an info into.
Well, don't let's dwell. Let's talk about the real topical issues.
Hold on. Before we go to real topical issues, Baba, how old would you say this man is on your screen?
Oputa
Yes.
is like 70, 71.
He's 73.
If
he told you he was 54, would you argue?
No. Maybe because I know Oputa. Maybe that is why I guessed almost correctly.
No, you are right, but he looks 54. He can even pass for 47.
No, with the current state of photography and computerization, I don't want to believe in photos anymore.
Yeah, right.
Because guys could do a lot of things with photograph, filter and everything. Those who know how to do it.
All right. Back to what you wanted to talk about.
Yeah. For the Burkina Faso thing, I think we should look at our interests first. If we want to build our nation at this material point in time of our nationhood, I think we have to be very, very practical. As far as Niger is concerned, we need that territory. We are more of a gas nation than an oil nation right now by statistics and deposits of our reserves. Like you just showed the other time, we are number 9 in the world and number 1 in Africa. So for our economy to go overdrive, we really need to do the gas thing. And Europe entirely, they are tired of, let me use rational man's word, shenanigans of the Russians. So they are coming to us. They are ready to work with us. The less costlier way to lay our pipe is through Niger. Already we are building a railway into the country, Niger. I think it's about $1.5 billion. It's going to cost us. That is something we have to do for a nation that is allowing us to take our gas pipe through their land. Though we have to pay rent, though, you understand? And do you want to throw away all of that because of the rascality of some military boys? Or because of a Bazoum that may not even care about Nigeria? So it's about calculation. My own take, like I've always said, America is there. And the uranium thing we forget. The deposit in Niger is about 7th largest in the world. America's interest is to watch over. They're like security force for the uranium because the West generally don't want even an ounce of uranium to get into the Arab hands because they can create a dirty bomb. And whose domain are they carrying that dirty bomb, nuclear bomb to? America or the West. So they are not going to leave Niger. Never forget, unless that uranium runs dry. Russia coming in to play their own political rascality. As far as I'm concerned, we should just avoid Russia like a plague. Let me put it bluntly. Russia is an example of a poor man. Who will you go with, a rich man or a poor man? All these BRICS thing, they are all strange bedfellows. China, India, Russia, then South Africa coming in, gathering people. Who are you ganging up against?
Sorry, sir, just to chip in. You're saying Russia is like a poor fellow. Look, the truth about, and one of the reasons for creating BRICS was because the relationship we have, especially with the West, is more or less like it's not based on, it's not a mutual respect. It's not mutually respect in terms of we don't gain anything, to be honest. We don't gain anything. All these years, I don't know what we've gained. It has been a master slave, do this, do that, and we've not gained anything. We've not progressed as a nation. And one of the real reasons for BRICS is for us to have that independence from all these external forces like dollars, IMF, and bodies that control our resources, control our governments. And that's the idea of BRICS.
Okay, Walpis, let me give you an example.
No, that's Charles. Charles.
I had the opportunity of talking to some diplomats from the West a couple of years ago. Look, most of the things they put on the table for us, they themselves, they don't believe we will accept it. But we do accept them. You understand? To their own surprise, to their chagrin, they are always surprised. And of course, Toba for Boloyon, Toba Gba, Unlomo. I don't know how to the immediate. My brain cannot serve me correctly this time. If somebody call you an idiot, if you accept it and refuse to call him a twat in return, that is your own problem. We don't assert ourselves enough when it comes to issues of the West. The West, when you stamp your foot down and say no, they will back down.
So I tend to disagree, because China and Russia have stamped their foot down, and you can see what they are doing to them.
What they are doing to them is about money power. In China, is Biden not soft pedaling now, but a Trump was there and was throwing bricks at them, and they knew that this is a mad fellow. We have to be very careful with him. That's why China soft pedal during the period of Trump. But with Biden now, it's like, okay, iron sharpened iron. But concerning Russia, what has Russia got to offer Africa? Let us be honest, my brother. What do they have to offer us? In my own considered opinion, they have nothing, absolutely nothing to offer us. We should even avoid them like plague.
So the other question let me ask the question. Between the West, US, and China, who has in our relationship, because our relationship with China has been really short term, which has been more beneficial to us as a country?
Well, I would say, honestly, China, without a shadow of doubt.
Baba,
you understand?
Can I interject you?
Yeah,
US.
Please go ahead.
Have you forgotten all the vaccines they've sent to Nigeria, malaria campaigns, all those things that they fund our CSOs, and they don't really expect anything back? It gives us AIDS where we're still struggling. China, a relationship with us has been more of transactional business. Let me come and build for you. You pay me. I give you loans to build for you. You pay me back. And if you don't pay me back, I will come and take your assets without recourse to any emotions. If you don't fulfill, we saw the way China dealt with Sri Lanka. We saw the way China is dealing with Pakistan. And we know that even African countries, we saw the way China dealt with Rwanda. If you are owing them, if you default in Chinese loans, Chinese will come for you. It's more of business than charity. West has been more.
You are correct. You are correct. It's transactional. The West, actually, the beauty of the Western is we say their government, they have institutions in place, you understand, that covers them in all of this. That is why exactly I'm saying that we should just avoid Russia. Russia is like, the West is like a needle with thread. You can trace it easily. If the West offends us, you understand, we can report them to UN, we can report them to this foundation, that society, go to their Congress, get lobbyists, and do a lot of things, you understand? But with Russia, you can't do that. With China, it is pure transactional. I agree with you. But if we, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, see, everything you are saying, to be honest, I'm not going to agree with it. Though. The first part of it is that if the West offends us, we report to UN and everything. We all know that these institutions are just as stooges. These are institutions they use in controlling us to exercise control. Do you understand? In terms of our relationship with China, fine, you can say it's transactional. Build a railway, in fact, we choose our projects that are meant to uplift us from poverty, like railways, pipelines, roads. These are things that are meant to actually add value, infrastructural developments that add value to countries. The West giving us vaccines and aids has nothing to add to our value at all as Africans. And that is an exploitative relationship. That is meant to make us dependent and not independent.
No, let me tell you something. For instance, China, if not because of Amici, they will not send some of our guys to their universities to learn how to build railways. They will not come and build transportation universities. It was Amici that led that in the last government, Buhari's government. So China, in as much as China, we say you like China, what China does is they come in, they build, they use your citizens as casual workers, not skilled workers, casual workers to do the casual jobs. They bring in their guys to do the skilled part of the job, of the project. So your guys are not really developing. In terms of the West, I'm pro-West on this case. The West allows you, they give you aid, vaccine. Maybe we have forgotten when Nigeria was struggling with our healthcare system. I mean, in terms of healthcare system, challenges of malaria, people were dying of malaria and all of that. Maybe we've forgotten. It's those aids and they were given to us that were making us survive. Like now, in case of Niger, where they are giving them aids, how many people can become doctors? Do you know how long it will take for them to start producing doctors en masse? Is it not Nigeria that now that we are producing a lot of doctors and our doctors are even running away from the country because of the situation of the country?
That's because they're running away because, like I've said, you refuse to put in infrastructure. You're collecting aid. Build infrastructure, a hospitable environment, infrastructure for your doctors is aids you're collecting. Half of which end up in the pocket of politicians. So it's a...
No, hold on for that. That's another conversation. But for the country to be able to produce doctors by the system, turn out a lot of doctors. The doctors staying in the country to serve the country is another conversation. But the system itself is producing more doctors that are deemed worthy to actually work in other countries. At least we've come far. We've come a long way. The truth is, whatever we say, the truth is the West helped us to get to where we are, especially in things like education and health system.
And where are we? Okay, can I ask you that question? Where exactly are we?
Okay, hold on. Can I chip in one thing, please?
Go ahead.
I think I want to cite the last person that I interjected you that asked the question, where are we? Who is that, please?
That was AY.
No, Charles.
Okay, yeah. I think I want to side with our relationship with the fact that our relationship with China has been more beneficial to us than the West. The West relationship with us is exploitative in all ramifications. I mean, whether you know it or you don't know it, whether we admit it or you don't admit it, it's completely lopsided. And I would ask the question, why do we want China or the Chinese to invest in our infrastructure as a loan and we don't want to pay back? What kind of mindset do we have? So if we start from them helping us to build our infrastructure, we are walking the path they have walked before. As people talk about how many billions of people China was able to pull out of poverty in record time, how many new cities they've been able to build over time, and how they've been able to put their potential, rather than just being potential, they have put it to work. And in reality, and I don't agree with the fact that every time the Chinese are building our infrastructures, they are only using our people for labor. At the last count, there have been more than 400 Nigerians that have been sent to study different engineering courses sponsored by the federal government in Chinese university.
requested.
A lot of infrastructure. I'm coming.
I said that.
I'm coming.
Intentionally did that. It was not in the clause
Hello?
before. Okay, I'm listening.
Sorry.
Let him finish, please. Go ahead, Bishop.
It was not in the clause before.
So
Amechi did that.
No. It was not in the clause. I know a few organizations, American organizations that work in Nigeria. They send aid in millions to Nigeria. I can mention a few names because I know people that work directly. And you'll be shocked that 70% of those fundings get back to America, either in form of procurement or in form of consultancy services or in form of hiring experts. More than if they give 10 million, 7 million is coming back to America. But on record, this is what you are giving to Nigeria. If they give 100 million, 70 million is coming back to America. Under different shapes, they are buying cars, they are buying from America. They are buying equipment, they are buying ordinary printer. They are buying from America. They are giving consultants job there. They only just give our own little hallelujah boys something. So for me, I don't see any reason why we want to say the fact that China put a clause. If you don't pay back or if you default, we are going to take this infrastructure. Are they going to carry that infrastructure? Are they going to carry the bridge to China? Or we are going to renegotiate and see, because we must be responsible. If we take a loan that is going to generate, the first thing is how do we pay? And I will not be afraid of China saying, look, if I don't pay back a loan, because I want to pay back so that I can get more. So for me, our relationship with China and Chinese, and let me say one thing about Russia. I'm very, very skeptical when it comes to Russia. Number one, Russia has been a one-man show, a strong man show under Vladimir Putin. From 1989, after the collapse, under what's his name, Mikhail Gorbachev. The only person that has been the real person in Russia, whether when he was under the other guy, what's his name, or when he became. So nobody can predict what is going to happen after Vladimir Putin. So Russia is like a show that is being run by an individual now. Unfortunately so, but that is what it is. So if somebody comes up that does not align with the ideology or the method of Vladimir Putin, he can now reimpose his own. That is the only place that the West is slightly better than Russia. But if I put both the West and Russia together, I will go for Chinese. Unfortunately, we were made to hate the Chinese in those days. Making them look like, they are, so many derogatory things about them. When you go and check the trajectory and the record and their impact in Africa in the past 25 or 30 years, they're coming to Nigeria a little bit later in the day. They've done some great things. In Ethiopia, name it. Even Rwanda, that a lot of people are praising today. So for me, I would rather want to go with whatever Chinese want to do. Because the only thing you said about them is that they bring their people to come and do the real job, and they hire our people as laborers, which I don't agree with, and that they threaten that they will take over our infrastructure if we don't pay back the loans. Why shouldn't we pay back the loans if you actually collected loans?
Afterwards, even in Nigeria, when you take loan, don't you put collateral? Won't they take your property if you don't pay back? And those are measures to make you accountable. America gives aid that are not accountable. They just dash you money.
Let me say what I mean. Probably we need to at least look at Sri Lanka. Now look at Sri Lanka. You know that Sri Lanka had to get a bill from IMF to reinvigorate their economy, and China is actually in control of their Z airport or seaport, major seaport routes now. I think they will be in control of that for about 99 years. I think there's a country in Africa too that went through that similar thing. What I'm saying is the basic tenets of development are education and health. When you have a healthy people and they are well educated and informed, when they are informed, then they can build their infrastructure, things they need in life, and they can begin to, build upon their economy. Chinese, when they wanted to start, They were educated. They went to US to understudy US. They were educated. They went back to China, and they were the one building their infrastructure themselves. So if you are saying you are taking China to come into your space, very good, and to build your infrastructure, you are not empowering your people to build your infrastructure themselves. So listen, it's good that China is coming to your space.
Okay, it's my space. I want to interject the speaker. It's my space. Maybe interjection is not even the right word. What I'm Bishop, the thing is,
look
with
at,
China,
for instance,
you understand, there is the issue of corruption. They don't have the institution that mitigates against corruption. Let's take, for example, for the sake of this discussion, there is a contract for maybe $80 million. With China, you can say, okay, mark it up to $100 million. China will agree. You understand? Because all they want is to come and perform, and well, it's your money, it's your country's money. So what concerns us, you understand? That's how they operate. But with the West, for instance, they will not accept that. It's not possible. You don't even bring that up at all. You have to find a way to scheme that contract, but not with their cooperation. That is what we are suffering. If you look at,
can I answer you?
Okay, go ahead.
No. I disagree with you entirely, completely, totally. Whole saying. Look, they used to say, the corruption of the American system is humongous. It's gargantuan. Unfortunately, it is limited among the very top.
It's not institutional. It's not institutional.
Look, it now depends on you, how you view it. Because they put some checks in place so that you, the ordinary people, will not have access and opportunity of it. In a country whereby, the big corporations, one that get the tax relief.
No. You are going into a different space now. You are going to a different space. We're talking about government to government.
You are saying corruption.
Let me finish.
Okay, let me finish. No, just finish Let me finish. Now,
so
the corruption that is not in their construction, how has it benefited us in Nigeria? That's what. I want to go to the area of health, which I wanted
to Bishop, you're breaking off. In fact, we've lost you now. AY, carry on.
Oh, so Baba, what I'm not talking about aspect of corruption. Corruption is another side. I'm talking about enlightenment, getting people to work. Look at Lagos. Most of the roads in Lagos are giving out.
Bishop, you broke off. So AY is now giving us. You broke off. You broke off. Yeah.
I did not know that.
So look at, for instance, look at Lagos. Lagos is building infrastructure, but a bulk of the people building the infrastructure in Lagos are not Nigerians. They are foreign companies. It is not. Yes, we have people working in those companies and all of that, but they are more. Look at Dangote Refinery. The next time someone wants to build a refinery in this country, is still going to employ more foreigners.
10,000 foreigners.
Yes. So I'm looking at it. Look at the population of people that are being empowered. That's what I'm saying. When China was developing, they were putting their citizens to work to get it to work. I have seen movies of their development, looking at their history.
But don't you think it's the same model? If we are using Dangote Refinery,
look at their fighter
as an example.
For instance, let me look at their fighter jets. I watched a documentary before when they were building their fighter jets and some of the electronics. They were failing. They were not lasting. One man, you remember when Chinese products started entering the market? When we say made in China, and everybody laughs that Chinese things don't last. You remember those times? Those times they've not gotten the model very well. They were doing it, and those things were not, they were not taking time. They were not lasting the time. They were putting their citizens to work then. And if Nigeria will work, we need to put our citizens to work. If we need foreign expertise, yes, but it must gradually, we must be winning ourselves off foreign expertise, not encouraging another set of foreigners to come into our space. After some years, we'll see their faults and their weakness and say, oh, we don't need this again. And maybe Russia will now appeal to us next. We'll say, okay, we'll
No,
move from Chinese
that is
origin.
the reason why, you understand, we need to, our young ones have to acquire skills, not just getting educated in university. Look at what is happening now. Canada, yes, Canada. They are now trying to employ plumbers, artisans, even vulcanizers from Nigeria.
Yes, I saw that headline. Yes.
Yeah, and that is true because they have a lot of space. What they do when they bring them into Canada, they space them into those cold regions where their people do not want to stay. So even our people in that cold places, they are not finding it easy. But well, because of our economic circumstances, anywhere is better than home. You understand? What Dangote has done, if we have to use the refinery as a model, I wouldn't blame him. You don't put a 20 billion investment in place and allow some people who are not on skilled labor to come and run roughshod on it and damage your investment. So bringing in the 10,000 people from Asia, I think it will benefit us because Dangote refinery is not going to be the last. There will be more refineries. You understand? There will be more refineries. So if they can transfer their skills, people are educated to go under them, understudy them, acquire the skill. They in turn will also train another labor force. It's like transfer of skill, not transfer of technology now. Eventually, those 10,000 workforce in Dangote refinery will fade away. This is because we lack the skill, or we don't even have them in great numbers. A couple of years back, I mean, there were this when in the period of AGOA, if you remember AGOA, African something, we were supposed to gain from the garment factory manufacturing. Do you know that Swaziland even beat us to it? Because the machines they brought then, they were the most modern machine, up-to-date machines. Our tailors who applied could not even stitch a straight line on a fabric with those machines. You understand? Because they are used to this, what do you call it? Obioma type of machines. You understand? So they couldn't do it. They take that AGOA thing. That's why when you buy some prepared garments, your children's shirt, at times you will see made in Swaziland, made in Nicaragua, and things like that. Nigeria is supposed to benefit from that. So we need skills. Here in America, even if you are what we call in Nigeria hairdresser, you need a certificate. You even display it with pride in your shop where you work. If you're a plumber, even, I mean, they may not be the richest here, but in England, the plumbers, those artisans, they are the richest people. They are the ones who drive the Jaguar in England. I mean,
the builders are the wealthiest people. I've never yet met a tradesman that is not wealthy in this country.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. You understand? So we need that skill, which we lack. And though we are in the danger because all our boys now are interested in IT. IT is not a bad place to go, but we shouldn't neglect the other side of the economy where they are needed too. If not, like if I'm building, for instance, in Lagos right now, I'm interested only in bringing the Togolese in to do my my work generally, particularly electrical. You understand? Because they have the patience and they have the skill. the know-how. Because the typical Nigerian, if you must be honest, let's say you take your car to the mechanic garage in Nigeria today, and there is a boy you are interested in who is always diligent, and within 6 months you will start, Oga, can I come to your house on Sunday and service your car? You start undercutting his boss. He signed for 5 years. By 3 years, he has opened his own shop. He wants to operate. So we have a half-baked mechanic all over the place. So we have to, we need a lot of institutional regulations. You understand? Because with our population, nobody is supposed to suffer once if you have skill. We are not supposed to suffer, but a lot of people roaming the street don't have any skill. Went to school to study history, to study philosophy, to study irrelevant things. Life has moved on. When I was working, we call it administrative department. Administrative department has gone up now. They now call it human rights. You understand? I mean, human resources department. The world evolves. You understand? We need to catch up. And in catching up, we have to reset. We have to reset. When we talk about China and the West, I don't know, but it is easier to go to an English-speaking country to acquire skill than go to a country where you have to learn the language for the first 6 months, which is China. You have to learn the language to get to know exactly the meaning of what they are trying to pass on to you in terms of knowledge. Yeah, go ahead, young man.
No, go on, land that point, and then after that point, I want to bail out to hand over to Thomas, but I'll land that point. Yeah.
Okay, the West may have their own problem, but it is our fault. You understand? To me, it is our fault. Because if we assert ourselves and we say no, no is no, they know their limits. They know their limits. But we do not assert ourselves. We accept everything. And I must confess, they do blackmail us most of the times. They do blackmail us. Because I remember many years ago when Babangida was trying to act up with Margaret Thatcher. What did she tell Babangida then? He said, look, on this issue we are talking about, if you dig in, I'm going to publish the accounts of all Nigeria's generals, that's the military men, in Great Britain. Babangida backed down immediately. Immediately, Babangida, if anybody, you can remember that at that period of time. So these are the problems we face with the West. When you bring your money in at times and you get it in, don't think you are lucky or you've beaten the system. It's because they want you to succeed. They want it on record because one day they know it's going to be their weapon against you. I yield to one man.
All right, brilliant. Let me use this window to bail out, acknowledging the super chatter as Prince Daddy now, who some regularity. But a different prince joins him this time around. So that's our prince himself, not our Prince Daddy. Zach also in that space. Prince, not Prince Daddy again. And then Ayo, of course, whoever forever introduces that space. So thank you one and all for that. I want to bring this topic up only because it's been circling it's one of the top trending things on the news cycle today. This is the narrative of the death of Pastor Odukoya. I don't know that much about him. It says President Tinubu has expressed his pain of the loss of the family, friends, and congregants of the Fountain of Life Church over the passing of the senior pastor, Taiwo Odukoya, age 67. So I'm not I'm not sure if anybody knows anything about that space, or otherwise you can just carry on with your conversations. But let me, Thomas, acknowledge that you are there. Thomas. Thomas, they are like Bagbo.
Yes, Daddy. Yes, Daddy.
Yes, Daddy. Okay, thank you, Daddy. So, Thomas, do you know this Pastor Odukoya?
Very well. That is the husband of Bimbo Odukoya that had plane crash. The other time. Yes.
All right. Maybe you can pick it up from there if anybody wants to talk about that. But thank everyone. Please make sure you dial in tomorrow when the conversation carries on. Still, Thomas, to you.
Have a rest.
Yeah. Hello, guys. How are you guys doing? Yeah. Did anybody want to say anything about Dukoya?
Yes.
Let me soul rest in perfect peace. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, it's very painful. Very painful. I'm sorry to cut you. Very painful. This man,
Yes.
this man had seen so much. You understand? He lost his first wife in the plane crash, and then I think he got married again to a South African lady. And I think he also lost the woman.
Did they get died 2 years ago again?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
lost that one. Yeah. The Bible says many are the afflictions of the righteous, but the Lord delivers him out of them all. I think God has finally took him on, and he needs to rest. He had in the Christendom, he had been able to keep his reputation, at least by the grace of God, maintain his reputation and keep his head above water. No scandal, you understand. He's been
No scandal, my brother. No scandal at
no
all.
scandal, no political affiliation, no. He's just there preaching the gospel and doing what God has sent him. So I think it's okay for him to go and rest now. I'm just saying this. Very shocking to me, actually.
It was since yesterday I hear that, oh, that was very unfortunate exit. And even I was just hearing yesterday that he lost the second wife as well some years ago. I didn't even know about that. So, well, it's very pathetic. Did anyone? I think Bishop wants to say something.
Yeah, I actually wanted to take you from where we were before. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you, Bishop.
Okay. I wanted to take you from. Yeah, I was saying something earlier on. Unfortunately, I went out of network when we were talking about the West versus China in their contribution to our development and what have you. So I was making an example of how long we've been plagued by malaria in the tropics, our region there, and how the cost of malaria on our life and our economy, because it impacts very greatly. And with all the technology and technological know-how and medical scientific breakthrough, nothing, happens for all the years. But within 6 months of what's this pandemic? Not Ebola, the pandemic that we had in 2019. Hello, am I still? COVID. Of COVID. Within 6 months of COVID, there was a breakthrough. And I was listening to a documentary, a discussion somewhere in one of the American stations. And what the gentleman said, I wish I could see find out that interview, was that it was not that the malaria vaccine is that difficult or impossible to get, but what is the economic value to the West? And that shattered my heart. So America, all the scientific, they were looking at what is the financial social benefit of developing a malaria vaccine. That's why they did not invest in it, because it was not really affecting them. But now, because it's Ebola, everybody puts a lot of resources, and within 1 year, there was an Ebola vaccine. So malaria vaccine has always been possible all the while. It's just because it is not going to be beneficial. And so for whatever anybody wants to tell to me about the West, yeah, okay, in their own contribution, but they are taking more from us than they have given us. That's one fact. The West, from the slave to the trade to everything, the West has taken far more from Africa than they have given back. On the other hand, the Chinese have given more than they have taken. I don't know if I'm making sense. So if we are comparing them, maybe it's not a perfect relationship, even with the Chinese too now, but it's better than whatever the West has given us over the years. I know part of people Odukoya.
But when you end up with debt,
with what?
When you end up with so much debt to a nation, you understand, and besides that, your balance of trade is skewed heavily against you. How do you survive eventually?
Okay. Do you know when after Obasanjo paid with the help of whatever the Bretton Woods, and we paid $12.something billion in cash to get them free. Obasanjo went to China. He said this by himself. I can look for that interview. That he met with the president or the Chinese president, and he said, "You have so much foreign reserve. You have so much. Why are you going so much?" And he said, the man told him that it is our collective money. Let everybody go and borrow from World Bank and IMF. Let me go and invest that money. That rather than Obasanjo said that he was fooled. That rather than go and pay back 12.something billion, you renegotiate it. You invest your 12 billion and you borrow more. America is owing more than how many trillion now? Is anybody going to hold them down because of it?
America's case is different.
What of cost of borrowing? They don't
Exactly.
want to that cost of borrowing.
So America does not have cost of borrowing.
So if America is doing something wrong, they have to do it wrong.
It's not something
So
wrong.
when we tell you that, hold on. When we tell you that America is doing something right, you will say, "Oh, why are you compare yourself with America? America is 5,000 year democracy." Look at what kind of hypocrisy is this from you people?
You are the hypocrite here now. It is you that make
Bishop, hold on. A whole Ajale Coco. A whole Ajale Coco, hypocrite.
No. I did not abuse him.
I know. I was just looking at you, yeah.
What I'm saying is that he said, "Why are we being hypocritical?" I'm not letting him know that what he has described was always his position. When it is convenient to Adale Koko, he uses the American example for us. Even when we keep saying we have not grown up to that stage, you are using American standards to measure us. In this area of debt, look, a man was having an interview on this was useless. He said, "Do you know the difference between American debt and the African debt of other nations?" He said, "Because America is never going to pay their debt. They are never going to pay it. So all America does is print their dollar, bring it to Nigeria to buy our cocoa, to buy our crude oil, to buy our gold, to buy our bauxite, to buy our gas with their printed paper only. There's no value on it. So they are buying our own sweat and value with ordinary printed paper. And that's why America will do everything in the world, including going to war, to make sure that their currency remains the global, what do you call it now, legal tender, the global currency of trade.
It's not as easy as that. It's not as easy as that, Bishop. You understand? The world's trade.
Yes.
The world's trade as it stands
part
today,
of what I said?
60% of it is denominated in dollar. You understand?
Okay.
We cannot do without it. Even when we want to trade with them, we trade with America with their own currency. It's in dollar.
That's what I'm saying. Now, what's different from what I've just said? What did you say? What did I say that's different from what you just said?
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying the trade is not balanced. It is skewed in favor of the Americans because they control their dollar. They print their dollar to buy our oil. It's just paper.
So what do you want to do about that?
If it's on paper, no, I'm not saying doing anything about that. But when we measure, let us be balanced. So that when in certain areas, I wish I can remember the name of the fellow.
No, the way it can be balanced. That's why we have. That's why we have balance of trade. You understand? We also have to look for something. You understand? They buy from us, and we buy from them. At the end of the financial year, we see who is owing who, or who trade is in favor of the other. But when we don't export anything, how do we cope with the debt?
Because America, okay, the man that said what I'm quoting, I wish I'll find out something that interview and send it to woman or Thomas. Now the man said, deliberately, America stifles the production of food crops in Africa. Deliberately, they want you to produce cash crops for export. They incentivize the production of cash crops. You know, the cocoa, the cotton, the timber, the rubber of this one against food crops. The reason simply is this: if any region, any country can get food sufficiency, that's one step towards breaking from the shackles of oppression. But they will not invest in that for you. They will invest in you producing their raw material. So the issue of balance of trade that you are mentioning, it is just on the paper. In the reality of it, people. Go ahead.
Okay, what stopped us? We dwell on this topic a couple of weeks ago. You understand? The thing is, okay, add value to the cocoa, for instance.
Yes.
And before you sell it to them, or or otherwise, we create our own factory. I made an example of Ghana the other day when we talk about this couple. The Cadbury we buy, which all of us like, and what's all that this thing here in America, the Cadbury we buy everything in America here contains only a fraction of cocoa, less than 30% cocoa is in the Cadbury. You understand? In Ghana, they have a factory. They produce the same chocolate, and they have over 90% purity. Yet nobody will buy it. It's the Cadbury we want. It is that conspicuous consumption that is destroying Africa. You put your rice down, nobody wants to take it. They want parboiled rice, Uncle Ben's rice in the packet. That is what we Africans want.
Let me quickly comment. That we had that right debate here, right here. That some people condemn the local rice as
but Bishop, even our rice is more nutritious than all this Western rice.
I know that part. You know that part. For people that want to market what we are producing locally, we not accept that from you. But what I want to add is this: I've always said it here before that we need to wake up. Wake up from what? Now, listen to me very carefully. I'm an Ibadan man or Ibadan boy. Let's say today and tomorrow. I mentioned and I'm paid in my heart. This cocoa that you mentioned, do you know how old crane is? You know what they call crane in Ibadan?
Yeah, crane. Crane. That is Cocoa Research Institute
of Nigeria.
Bishop, I grew up in Crane.
Is that Thomas?
Yes, I grew up in Crane.
Inside Crane?
Inside Crane, Gogori Service of Nigeria. My mom is the chief chef of chief for Crane almost for 15 years.
What's your mom's name?
My mom is the chief chef
Mrs. Thomas.
for their
What's her name?
canteen.
Mrs.
What's her
Thomas.
name?
Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Yes,
Ask mommy, does she know the Eniola?
I know them very well. I know them.
Which of the Eniolas do you know?
I've forgotten. It's been a long time. Yeah, I grew
Okay,
up in Crane.
later.
Yeah.
Let's talk later. So, I know
City boy.
I know Cocoa Research Institute very well. And I'm very angry. Cocoa Crane in Aganibode, in Sabon Gidaura, in a lot of places, in Akure, in a lot of places. But what value have they added to Cocoa Research in Nigeria in more than 60 years of existence? I would say zero. Apart from Cocoa Research Institute, we have the National Horticultural Research. We have IART, Institute of Agricultural Research. We have several. All these are agencies that can add value to what we were producing, but they were not doing it over the years. So if we have a that want to restrict it, so that we planting cocoa and not just exporting our cocoa bean, but adding value, it's just a matter of time. Maybe 10 years or 20 years, we will reclaim our pride of place in that, like not pick one item at a time.
Okay, Bishop. Let me just give me a second. You understand? We are very mysterious people. When I say we are very mysterious people, take for instance, in America here, we came all over from West Africa. Do you know we patronize the Ghana shop, the Nigerian shop more now? You go look for the Bonvita you refuse to take at home. You go look for the local rice you refuse to take at home. We go look for the dry fish, the ejakanu. That's what you go to the Nigerian shop or the Ghana shop or the Kenyan shop to go and buy. These are the things we reject back home. These are the things that will make our trade balance better, but we don't take them. But we come here and reverse is the case. That's what we are looking for.
Well, I don't agree with you totally that we reject it back home. The only reason why people are looking for it here is because it is still the best alternative. People go to, African stores in America, I don't know that place. That is their most African stores, except they go to farmers market to go and buy fish and some other things. But if it comes to Momo, to Gary, to Ejakuni, to maybe, that's where people go to because the alternative that America offers is not something you will enjoy.
No, organic is more expensive here.
Well, it's very expensive. And what's more organic about it? I go to a local farm to slaughter goats because I like goat meat and I don't joke with it. Sometimes I buy goat for as much as $800, $900. One goat.
What about the malt? What about the malt?
The malt.
We do buy malt in Nigerian shop or Ghana shop. We go buy malt.
Of course. I didn't hear that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Everything in Nigeria, you find it in the store. Yeah, everything. Atapuku, Iru, Obono, local gari, everything. So the problem we have is that, of course, there's a lot of those food coming here. Now, one tuber of yam, sometimes as much as $60. Just one tuber of yam. A box of yam that goes for about $90. Just one box. I think 25 pounds. 20 pounds. A gari, you want to buy gari. So a lot of food is actually coming for people that can package it. If we can continue to produce
Philip,
and package.
Bishop, you mentioned something that I don't want us to overlook. I know Crane. I grew up in Ibadan too. I knew Crane. I knew Nighthawk.
Okay.
I knew IT. I knew, you know Eric Moore. There's one that is then you know that one that is close to Akpata. We are coming from
Akpata, yes,
Akpata.
yes, yes, Akpata, close to
Used to
Queen
be
School.
close to school. Used to be
IART.
faculty. We have in Ibadan, you have several agric institutes, and then you ask yourself, why are these things not functioning? I'll give you the same, and since you are also close to the military, you will know what I'm saying. It's the same thing that's affected our military that is not making this thing to function. Good example, in the military, when we were growing up, people like you and me, the military were the one ruling. You see military men dressed in uniform, you see the job, you love to do it, you become very attracted to it. And then you are in there writing exams, whereas they already knew the guys they wanted to take. One general will just write a letter to commandant NDA, and they will just put their boys there. These their boys are not really particularly interested in that job, but they use their network to put those boys there. And the guys who are interested in that job, they don't get the opportunity. Now we have Boko Haram. That time we don't used to fight. Now we have Boko Haram. Can you hear me?
I'm hearing
Yeah,
you.
Go on, go on. We
Yeah,
can hear you. Go on. Patrick,
the
sir.
guys now we have Boko Haram. The guys who use long leg to enter, they are running back. Do you know that they still use long leg to in this Boko Haram case? Most of these top generals, they have their children. Are they telling me their children are the most brilliant students in their states? That they are the ones that can pass NDA exams. About your son is there. You see, this general, his son is there. This one general, his son is there. Are they telling me they are the ones that could pass that tough exam? But it's the same long leg. And now time to perform has come. They are not performing. The same thing is happening in this NIHOT. You have the best graduate student in University of Agronomy, the best graduate student in University of Ibadan in Agric Economics, the best graduate student in Animal Science. They are not getting just into this research institute, whereas those ones are supposed to be the one getting this job. People like Akiwumi Adesina couldn't get any of those things until they went to US and he now got a scholarship, and he was in this foundation, Rockefeller Foundation. Eventually, before he became a star like that, there are so many Akiwumi Adesina that never had the opportunity to get it to IITA, NIHOT. They bring their boys, their own children are just there. All these Nimasa. Whereas there are boys who are very good and who really love that job, they won't get them there. So when they use long leg to get there, the boy just managed to get third class or even struggle to pass. You put him in a research institute where you should have first class brain. You put that one there, it's just passing far. So what do you expect that will come out of that institute? That is the
But Patrick,
problem.
Patrick, do you know IITA is more productive, more than our Nigerian research company? Because I was opportune to work at IITA for 3 years before left Nigeria as an electrical engineering. If you see their research they are doing in that IITA, you see along money, what do you call it? No, money is it money? Yeah, if I'm right. Yeah,
You know, IITA is not a
Agongo,
Nigeria.
Oyo.
You know,
Yeah,
IITA does not belong to Nigeria.
no, it's an international firm.
That's it.
Yeah, it's
That's the
totally
difference.
white there,
That's why they cannot use the
almost
long
edge.
leg to put their people. If IT had been like Nihot,
So,
like Cream, like all these other ones, all these boys are just managed to pass. They'll be the one in a research institute. You call something Cocoa Research Institute. You should bring the best brain for different universities. They'll be working in the laboratories there. They are researching. So now you bring
Bishop
somebody
and
and
Patrick, do you know our cocoa is one of the best in the world
I don't even know,
for
and I don't
chocolate?
care to know.
yes.
I go to,
Unfortunately, how
for
many people
example,
are good?
Bishop.
Yes, I have
Do
a
you know
problem
that
now.
Nigeria is so blessed, so blessed? We talk about cocoa in Ondo, in the west. That the western Nigeria have cocoa. Do you know that south, Ecom, Cross River? Do you know can even outproduce the west in cocoa? I'm telling you
I
because I
know.
went. I, I went to secondary school in Ecom. They produce massively. Currently, I think they are producing more than West, because all our West, all their children are now in school. Nobody's growing cocoa again. In Ondo, in the Ekiti. But Ecom is still growing cocoa. So I don't know why we cannot take that opportunity. But let's see what Tinubu will do. But I want Bishop, I want you to talk about something I saw on this headline that one man put there that Putin has openly come out to back Niger coup. I've not read anything. Is there a news like that, or is there any?
Yeah, there was something like that, but it's not necessarily bad. I think Putin is playing the game out there. Play.
We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear now.
Okay, let's go down. I gave a summary of my thinking of Putin a few minutes ago, about an hour ago, when I made my submission. That I would rather want to align with the West if it has to be between West and Putin. But if it has to be between Putin and China, and both China, if it has to be between West and China, and people China. The reason is this is the thing we are looking at. I don't know that comes to my mind before that. Back in history, how it emerged from after the collapse of how and demand. The only reason that rot down is.
I think Bishop is breaking. I don't know. Maybe it's my own.
Is it Bishop breaking, or I'm the one breaking?
No, I think it's Bishop that is breaking.
Okay, yeah, I'm telling you. I'm hearing some houses sound from someone, sir. Okay, just go ahead. Maybe if I get to a better place, I might see it again.
Yeah, Patrick. Yeah, let's hear from Patrick. Yeah.
No, just give me a break, a little.
Oh yes, yeah. Who wants to go next? I think we have. Do you have Ajale Koko?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm at the
Baba, yeah.
I'm back.
Yeah. I think there's a couple of news. Yeah. What do you think about Fashola, that Fashola want to use somebody as a scapegoat, internet bully and fake news? What do you think?
Okay, can you hear me back now? Have I improved?
Yeah, we can hear you, Bishop.
Okay. I'm actually in transit. I'm in a the terrain here is not they call it Appalachia or whatever. So, well, on the Fashola, I think I picked something earlier on. I would just want him to pursue this to a logical conclusion. I don't want you to back down. Let the law take its course. Because we've always had this, and people were abusing it, and it's becoming something else. You remember there was a young guy that was bullied online and blackmailed that committed suicide in Nigeria. I can't remember the name, but it was there on Twitter. And people will come and canalize and demonize, and and they will just pretend as if nothing happened. So if there are laws, let's go and test the laws in the courts. Let the man, Jackson Bude, and the other people that did that to
Bishop, please, I want you to emphasize on this bully, please. Let's stay there for a while. Yeah, I have a church member. The daughter nearly commits suicide in their own home. because he's being bullied on internet because he's big. So what can we do about this bullying? It's not from only adults, from children. They bully themselves on internet. They tell people go and die. You are nothing. You are. We just lost a guy in my church. The guy has a little mental issue. He was bullied on internet. He traveled from Melbourne to Sydney and go and commit suicide in Sydney. We just buried him 2 weeks ago. This what can government do? What can parents do? I think we this thing is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand day by day.
The West, especially America and the United Kingdom, I know, they have very stringent law, especially cyberbullying. Very stringent law now. And if it is documented, they will follow it up. And there are people, very prominent people in jail for cyberbullying. And one of the most traumatic things that first greeted me when I came to America, not first time, I think in 2000 and I want to remember, very close to where I was living, a 12-year-old girl, what we just mentioned, on live streaming herself on Facebook. And her friends and others, they were cheering her on, do it. Hello, am I still on? Hello?
We can hear you, Bishop. Go on.
Okay. So, and that when I saw that thing there, and that was when they now had to bring in Mark Zuckerberg and all the rest, that what mechanism can they put to check cyberbullying. Now, cyberbullying is in different categories. There is bullying, there is cyberbullying. The cyberbullying is the one you do via internet and other electronic medium and what have you. And it is having devastating effect. Simply, some people cannot fight back. And the way those things they spread, the lies they concoct, they spread, destroy people's homes, destroy their personality, destroy their integrity, destroy their family, destroy their mental and even physical health to the extent that some people just feel, you know what, the only way is to just end it all. So the best way is that let there be laws that guide this thing. Let there be regulations. I will stop calling for that. There is nothing that can be absolutely free. There is no absolute freedom anywhere. When we want to say let there be, they want to stifle free. No, there is nothing that does not have control. The best of Lamborghini car still needs a brake. So if you don't have control, people will abuse it. If we have control and we use people as an example, that look, you are not as invisible as you think you are. If you do something, we will find you out and you'll be made to face the music. So next time you type something you want to post, think twice. Look at it. Is this it? There's this thing they used to teach us in Rotary Club in those days. Four-way pen. Is it Rotary now? Yes, Rotary. Is it the truth? I can't remember that. But I remember that, is it the truth? How does it affect the people in concern? Will you be able to do? So if people can check themselves, this information I want to put out about this person, is it the truth? Is it going to foster unity and harmony? Will the person be happy about it? If they do this to me, will I be happy about it? Then people will be cautious. Maybe we will not eliminate it, but we can reduce the prevalence of this cyberbullying issue among children in primary and secondary school. They are cyberbullying themselves. Some guys will say they don't want to go to school again. Why? Because some other kids are bullying them in school. How did we get here? Yes, technology is good. Technology comes with some of its challenges, but at the same time, we must do everything to make sure it is safe for every one of us to use. The internet space is horrible now. Horrible. The other people in the other part of the world.
Bishop, and do you know what the first language they will tell you? You are not good, you are nothing, go and die, go and kill yourself. That is the next thing they will tell. Go and die. That is it.
So I just wish and I do hope that Fashola will pursue this to logical conclusion. And other people that have been cyber bullied, look at the case of that OK girl and Eniola, that girl that was
Eniola Badmos.
Thank you. Look at that case. She pursued and looked at pleaded duty. Yeah, she was given an option of fight, which I really like. At least primary and secondary schools. Yeah, internet is good, but can we allow it to just destroy us? So this guy that treated that lie, look at how he fabricated it. The same way they said that this guy was going to be the Chief Justice, this guy to go and meet Tinubu in London, in France, and everybody ran with it. And at the end of the day, they will just keep quiet. They said Tinubu, the Chief Justice, was doing something. So I just pray. That's my only desire, that Fashola pursues this to its logical conclusion.
But Bishop, won't people be saying that one for one like that when you're Loju, they are using their power? Don't you think people be saying that?
So there is nothing that people will do that people will not say something. Even if you don't do something, they will say something. So if that's all they will say, I don't care that because of our work, so I want to let you know the country. So you want to let you. If they want to say that, let them go ahead and say it. The truth of the matter is that the guy that has gone to court and is in jail would have learned his lesson. That's the truth. He would have learned his lesson. And tomorrow, another people will say, already, I don't want to be part of it. Why are they going about to delete to what they have said? Look at the issue of this young man that we were talking about. Look, some of the things he said, and never fully. That's the truth. And that's why when people were confusing it with what do you call it? With freedom of speech and criticism. It's not criticism. You don't body shame people. You don't call them drug lords when they are not been convicted. When you don't have evidence, you accuse them of murder. Practically, he accused Tinubu of killing people and told Gay. If he said it was Tinubu that other people to go and shoot, that was what he said. So a few member of what he said,
Bishop, you don't forget that. I know you don't forget that. Why would Tinubu tell them to go and kill people in the toll gate? It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
And I was listening to everybody. They will be go to Lekki where we have about 10,000 people, and they will open fire. And we will not be looking for the dead. I said no. We will actually be looking for the living, because dead in my yapa. I know the power of AK-47. I know that when you put it in rapid shooting, it can fire 600 rounds in minutes. So I know that at close range, one bullet can kill 2 or 3 times together. I know that place will be a bloodbath that no rain can wash away the blood from our dead. No, I mean, we will not be looking for them. The dead. If the soldiers had actually opened fire on those people there, we will be looking for the living, because the dead. We don't want reality. I don't follow the crowd. No. Everything in life I question. How is it possible? Is it logical? Does it make sense?
Bishop, did you remember the audio that leaked? One guy that called Tinubu that said, Daddy, and the lost of call up my way on the Lekki. Tinubu even though he knew that it was being recorded, he said, I am not in Nigeria. How will I say they should go and kill people in Lekki? You remember that audio that leaked?
I remember it now. Those two girls, yes. I remember it very well.
Yeah. If maybe Tinubu be ahead, he will say, that is good for them. Yeah, he will say something, you know.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate incident, but look, it was already getting out of hand. They were killing policemen. Hopefully, in broad day, we saw policemen being lynched and killed. They killed 38 police officers. Yes, they should be a policeman to be serving your country. And people did not see anything wrong in that. They have set prisoners free. They bought almost about 11 police stations. And yet, what the government is holding now.
But Bishop, hold on. When Nigerians are killing police, don't you know that those police are father of somebody, are wife of somebody, are children of somebody? They are still among us. It could be lynching one of your family member.
We have allowed breaking age. And people were killing them. We have allowed it now. We have allowed it now. And everybody forgot the fact that the number one incident that led to that end was a lie. The guy that they said they killed in Warri, the guy was not the only bed, he injured his hand. The following day, Kayama went to visit him in the hospital. And on the basis of that, they wanted to burn that Lagos. It was an agenda, it was an attempted coup. And they came up with the lie, Lekki massacre. And somebody was saying that she got 17 corpse, 17 dead bodies, and she was treating life. But all of a sudden, at the point where they were carrying dead bodies, all of their phone died. Not a single person recorded that thing, but they were doing live streaming all the while. I'm going to believe such lies.
But they said they were shooting. Everybody were running for their lives, so they couldn't record anything. Don't you believe that?
Or your state, there are more than 50 across the country. I know Samaru, I know Imadukuri, I know Gala, I know Imakodi. We have, look, what is the business of University of Agriculture offering which was the most ridiculous cost that somebody mentioned earlier, got to do with English literature. What's the correlation? We have Puta, Federal Institute of Technology, the Federal Institute of Technology, offering some very ridiculous costs. What's the correlation? How did you get there? How? So if we can do a reform in those critical sectors, honestly, Tinubu will have written his name in gold, in stone. In fact, not better than stone, in gold. That they will reference him. He will be the real father of modern Nigeria. Reform the education sector. Our education curriculum is already obsolete. It's outdated. There are so many of the courses we are studying in university that we don't have any business going to study them, honestly. And if you want to study them, you can limit them to some state universities. You understand? So, do that one. Before our secondary school, let it be a law. What percentage of secondary school students in China goes to university? Even in America, go and check the records. But it's in Nigeria that somebody that struggle to pass out of secondary school wants to go to university. Go and do technical. Go to technical school. Go and learn how to do plumbing or tiling. Or go and learn how to do electrical installation. You still make your money and make a living. Rather than going to waste 5, 6, 7 years in the university that you will not even add value. Somebody will not go to university, go and learn.
Bishop, I've cited the example of my own junior sister. My father is a all these old tailors. My father is 74. He's still sewing for professors in UI, in UCH. Is still active. So my junior sister learned sewing from my dad. When she finished university, there was nothing. He went to this fashion designing. Bishop, in the last 10 years I've been in Australia, my sister hasn't asked me for 1 naira. She doesn't have a shop. She sells on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. She doesn't have a shop. She's earning money in dollars in Nigeria, in pounds.
Of course, if you are the woman I asked you earlier on in green, the Abiola that I asked whether you know. Because are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you, Bishop. I'm hearing you.
The Abiola I asked you that you know. The Abiola, Mrs. Abiola, the husband is late now. The husband used to work in Crane. She too works in Crane. Mrs. Abiola is my sister.
Wow.
I thought it's same father, same mother.
Wow. Why don't we know each other, self? We're supposed to know each other.
All the children. And she has employees. Fashion designer. She's sewing, she's making money. She has the last I had, I've not spoken with her a couple of, I know she put to bed early this year. But she has more than 4, 5
yeah.
But she so the truth of the matter is that there are lots of things we can do to better ourselves. But when we are not ready and willing to pay the price or make the sacrifice and take the bull by the horn, we keep deceiving ourselves that there is some kind of El Dorado somewhere. That El Dorado will just take on our laps. We have destroyed the culture of hard work in Nigeria. My friend has a family.
No. We should, Nigerians should. I know we were not there yet, but innovation, you will excel in that country if you have innovation and packaging.
Thomas, my friend has a farm in Ondo State. Last year, or there about 2 years ago now, he was shutting down a lot of them. Do you know why? There were no labor. He pays 2,500 naira per day. They were not willing to come and work. Everybody wants to go and ride your car. Yes.
Really?
I'm telling you, he stopped having half of his land, of his farm he was having. When it is time to till the land, some of them roko, some of them okosi abe nkan, come on, I'm going to can't give me. But then the people say, "Go on roko yet." Otherwise, come and overgrow. So they have to just farm half. But nobody is willing. I want that. Someone don't go like the side the cookie, everybody do that. Nobody work that. So no labor. So
They are riding the bike now.
But the point is that, Bishop, the point is that the reward for that labor are commensurate now. Farm work is not an easy work. For example, you want to back to Kobero 1 acres of land. How much do you want to pay that man? Probably say to do 5 law, could you 35? I mean, once he finish that work, his body will be paining him, everything. He can just go and ride Okada. In a day, will make 3-5.
Let me answer
So
you, sir.
there's no incentive.
Let me answer you. Number one, that you will grow 1 acre in 1 week. Normally, nobody will ask you to come and weed 1 acre in 1 day or 5. Nobody.
Never. It's an ongoing something. It's ongoing, Bishop.
No, for example, I'm just giving you an example. Like, okay, let's say you prepare the land for planting. If they say clear, how much do you think they will pay to clear 1 acre?
Okay, good. That's it. Now clear 1 acre, depending on what you want to plant. So fair road, there's nobody that will ask you to clear 1 acre today for less than 15,000 to 20,000 naira. Not less, not a penny less. And you can do it in 2 or 3 days. 15,000 naira in 3 days is good money. Should be nothing by the way, that's the minimum wage. If you make 50,000 in 3 days.
Can you hear me?
Hearing. I'm hearing.
Yeah. Let's say 20,000.
Yes.
And it's going to take how many days for 1 man to do that?
1 man can do it in 3 days. 1 acre is 6 plots. If you are serious,
1 man,
you can.
Hold down.
Yes.
I know it's 6 plots, don't worry. That means 1 man can clear
2 plots in 1 day.
Can clear 1 acre in 3 days. That's 6,000 per day of work.
That's 6,000 per day, right?
6,000 alone, about 6,000 a day.
Yeah, about 6,000 per day, yeah?
No, it's not even 6.
1 acre, is it not 6 plots? Is it 4 plots or 6 plots?
It's 6 plots.
6 plots. Ẹnìkan dẹ̀ máa gé yẹn. Ṣé gbogbo ẹ̀yìn ẹ̀ ò ní kán?
No, Ajale Oko. I'm coming, don't worry, hold on. Ajale Oko, Bishop, hold on. Bishop, you have been listening to me. Hold on, let's analyze this thing. Bishop, dúró náà Fajale náà. Fajale, èmi àti ẹ̀ la ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ náà.
Okay, ẹ bá sọ̀rọ̀ lọ, mò ń gbádùn yín.
Mr. Jaffi ẹ̀gbọ́n lẹ̀, leave ẹ̀gbọ́n lẹ̀ takù. You see, that man will pay him 6,000 for 1 day. He will get home. His body will pay him. By the time he's ready to go and do the following day job, he's so weak and tired.
Okay, let me answer you.
It's not as productive as the second day. But do you know that? Let me finish now. Do you know that if that man, how much do you think an Okada man make in a day?
Okay. Do you want me to answer?
Can you answer maybe in a place like Abuja? How much do you think an Okada man makes in a day?
Let me answer you. Now, we have to make our decision.
No, not our decision. The man is taking his decision to take care of his own family. Leave that one.
Hold on. We have to make our decision.
How much do you think an Okada man makes a day? Let's finish now.
Before I get here, you have asked that question now. Let me answer you now. Let's take it one step at the other. Okay? Now, actual balance. I learned plumbing from my elder brother. In time, I had to say that to pick up a whole length of pipe for 1 hour. So if you dig it, you get 3 naira. The people that are digging well, which was the good idea, we know how much they were paid. Come and hold, come and let them roko. You know, roko. If I put 8 hours, I will work. where Peter Bola said, me at my age now, I wrote 1-2 plus. And the Romeo for the first few days, are we saying that people should earn money without working for it?
Hold on now. No, that's you see, you are not getting. That's why I say let's finish. You see, I'm trying to see the reason why, because people have to. You know, there's a scale of preference, and there's an opportunity cost. They say cost of the alternative for gone. If, for example, the guy decides to say, okay, I want to go to
Even though he's not allowed to finish, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Listen,
Patrick, conclude.
the cost of the alternative for gone for him was the Okada that he could have ride, that he could have gotten, and that Okada will probably give him maybe even less than that farm.
But Patrick, are we looking for people acquiring skill or just end their living?
Hold on. The Okada will give him 4,000.
Okay.
He will not have body pain like the farmer. And when he finish clearing the farm, the farmer will be looking for another person that wants to clear. But this Okada man will be riding every day. Like that. So he has a sustainable cash flow. The Okada man is not interested in hold on. The Okada man is not interested in economic development, economic. The man wants to feed his family. And he has the freedom of choice to look at a profession that makes him more money and to go ahead and do it.
Okay.
So you can't blame him. And he has made, to me, he has made the right choice for himself. So the people who want to do farming, they should make it more attractive than Okada, not by banning Okada. Make it more attractive.
Thank you very much. Can I reply? Can I complete my response? My reply now.
Yes, Bishop. Yeah.
Now, please permit me to land. I will tell you when I'm done. But I've said so many things. Now, what we want cheap and affordable, right? We don't take it as a function of input.
Sorry, hold on. I didn't hear that.
We want cheap and affordable food. But we don't consider that cheap and affordability is a function of how much has the farmer invested in his farm, which includes this cost we're talking about, number one. Number two, it's amazing now that every Okada rider earns 4,000 naira per day in Nigeria. But when we complain that, oh, they are poverty Okada riders, Baba Jaleboko used to use them as an example of the very poor. Poverty.
Ajaleboko, Bishop is against you again, no?
As an example, that people earn less than 30,000 minimum wage in a month. How can people, I know how much how Okada has become dependent. How can people that are earning 4,000 naira per day now be considered as the poorest of the poor because they cannot even afford to eat one meal in one day? Inside of 4,000 naira. Look, I am not against Okada riding, even though it should be professionalized, because they cost more accident and death and what do you call it, than any other thing. I mean, I remember the year I was in University of Hospital. They had a whole ward for Okada accident, and there was a professor friend of mine that lost his daughter, to Okada, only daughter, to Okada accident. It's very good place to go. So, but that's not where we are going now. The fact is this: farming might not be as attractive. I only use it as an example when people say there's no war. I'm not saying Okada is bad, but it's not everybody that can ride Okada. If when we say Okada people make 4,000 naira per day, it's not true. There are some places Okada to do the fact because everybody is Okada. Teacher or teacher, because exactly what you are saying is correct. Then the teacher that is teaching for 45,000 naira per month not be a nurse. You can go and be riding Okada or Keke Marwa. If you are using that, that scale to measure it. The only example I give is because I have a friend that ran into that problem, and the reason why he held down on the farm was because there were no laborers. But people are saying there's no job. Unemployment is 33%. Out of this 33%, majority of them are not skilled. They don't have any skill.
But Bishop, let me ask you this. When they were calling for people to come and work to produce food, and they are not ready, and they are shouting there is hunger in the land, there is no food security. Are we serious?
That's the question I'm asking. So opportunity cost, it cannot be only one direction. We are saying we want cheap food, but we are saying, we cannot pay. If I'm a farmer, I have hired laborer, I have bought seed, I have bought fertilizer. I will put all the cost together. When I produce 100 bags of rice, I will beat 100 baskets of tomato. I will put all the money on top now. So you don't expect me to sell that cheap. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, this thing you are saying, people, I don't know how people will be seeing it, because this is pure fact. Pure fact. You know why? We are saying, oh, these are expensive. We want, people are not charging what they are supposed to charge for their services in Nigeria. Look at the electrician. Look at the electrician. How much do you pay electrician that work in your house in Nigeria? How much do you, in this place? Let me tell you one thing that happened to me. Some of my sockets were not working. I checked online, marketplace, I wanted electrician. When I saw the price, I started using extension box. And my wife saw the cable. She said, cable in my shupo. She was angry with me. I said, when are you getting the election? I said, don't worry, I'm going to get it. She didn't know that I was calculating that I want to go and watch YouTube to learn how to fix it myself. Because I felt this thing is crazy. Eventually, I had to get an electrician. He came into my house. I'm sure the guy saw the problem within the first 1 hour. He just used another 2 hours to come in and out. He just give me $180 per hour. That's almost $500. That's almost
you don't want to pay for the service? Don't you want to pay for the service?
That's the guy. That's like almost 350K to fit sockets plug-in that I plug TV. The TV
so
socket.
The truth of the matter is that, see, I'm not demeaning anybody.
In Nigeria,
I'm not saying Agbaro is the best. No. Maybe we should have moved away from that. But you know that even in America, there are people that work in the fields. You know? In the fields, in the plantation fields. There are people. So when we say this, it's not because I want to demean, I want to demean. But because, look, we used to do farm work. We learned farm work in primary school. We did some land dealing. So if you don't have a skill, when you kawe, so people will do it. We are not yet at the stage whereby it's fully advanced, that our farming is fully mechanized, that people can improve and increase their yield. So the fact that there are no people that want to work in the farm anymore makes food to be expensive.
Bishop, what I'm even saying is this. There should be trade guild, like the UK now, or even US or anywhere. For you to be able to be an electrician, you must be licensed. You understand? If there are trade guilds, let the trade charge what they are supposed to charge. Let them charge a contemporary fee. If you don't want electrician, go and learn it and do your own work yourself. You work to panel beater, you work to vulcanizer, You just give him the tire. My tire is having hole. You just give him 100 naira, 200, and say fix.
Let me tell you something. Thomas. Last time I did the program, I've been driving. I'm doing a 1,300 miles journey. I'm coming from Idaho, from Utah, Wyoming. I'm now in Nebraska. Probably I will stop for a 10-hour drive. A few days ago, I went from Georgia to Alabama to Mississippi.
Are you working with American Transportation Company?
I went to Idaho. No, I'm having some fun. I went to Idaho. Idaho. And that's a 24,400 miles journey. I didn't stop. I didn't break. The only time I stopped to get fuel. I didn't sleep. It took me about 7 hours. Every job they don't share, and then to America, people know their part of effort.
30 seconds. So if
Hello.
I want to start.
Okay. Yeah, one more. That's almost. Did you say something?
No, it's me. I'm here.
Okay, I thought somebody.
That is Patrick.
Okay.
So, Bishop, what they are facing in Nigeria, we are facing here in Australia too. Indigenous people, they don't want to work in farm. You know what the government did? The government gave the farmers the authority to go outside to Philippines to bring people outside of the country, give them working visa. Bishop, awesome. Sorry, the onions, what they call it, all the farm products are spoiling. Nobody to harvest. Exactly. Nobody wants to work. The indigenous people here, they don't want to work. They depend on Owo Baba. It's just set up, they wait for the government money. They sit down at home, they make
So for how long can we sustain that? So if we change our orientation, we reform the education sector, we reform the agricultural sector, we make it more, go back to the land. Some people must use the land, learn how to operate tractors, learn how to use harvesters, learn how to use combined, land tillers and the rest. Those are skills. Yeah. I mean, I was telling someone that if I want to go back to Nigeria, I want to buy like 2 heavy duty equipment, and I will learn how to operate them before I leave there. A backhoe, excavator,
It's not difficult to learn.
I know. Of course, I know. I can use
if you can drive a car, that's an advantage for you.
Exactly. I use podcast.
I don't want to
scale it up. Do you know there are very scarce now? Skilled equipment operators are scarce, especially crane operators are very scarce in Nigeria. And people will just see that they want money now. They want to be rich overnight, but you don't want to put in the sweat. How? So everybody is now doing Yahoo. Almost everyone knows say Yahoo. One say Yahoo plus, and then on top of the member has to move up.
You blame the government for everything. I was telling you now on this platform, I very funny. Anytime I look at it, I feel very bad. They went to one nursery school in Sport. All these men, they'll be interviewed there. What do you want to be in the future? One boy said, I want to be a pilot. Another said, I want to be an engineer. They interview one girl. He said, I want to be a big girl.
Big girl, yeah, I think he said it. I remember very well. I want to be a big girl. Can you imagine the mentality?
Whether to laugh or whether to cry.
They interview girls. The one of the interview I saw one thing. That was I want to date a Yahoo boy.
I want to date a Yahoo boy, you can imagine.
Yes, a Yahoo boy. Yeah, we have was my Yahoo boy. Can you imagine the mentality? The other time somebody did a church program, Ale Yahoo, in 1950. Can you imagine?
Ale Yahoo.
Yes.
You see, that's the point. That's the point. If you, my brother, if you set up a church now in Nigeria, you put a structure, say, for you to have a church, you have to be licensed. You have to be licensed. Nobody's trying to stifle the gospel.
When everybody said that, people say, they want to they want to Islamize exactly. When Buhari said that, look, this Kama law, corporate affairs.
Yeah, when they say that you cannot be like that time that Adeboye almost appointed another GO that one time.
I mean, does it make sense? Why do we personalize church without turning into an empire? I'm a Christian, but I don't see sense in that. So from father you build your son, so it's not your family business. It doesn't work that way. So some people that their children does not even have a calling, but because they want to business to remain in the name of the family, they must just look for one son, to make him pastor.
It's like that now. It's like that. The wife, when a man dies, the wife take over. Look at the synagogue now. The man took over. The woman took over from the man, and then like that. This just happened.
When the wife died, now maybe the son will be bold enough to take over.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know whether it was God that God could have said that, but I don't know. But I'm not saying that things need to be in their proper place. How can you say Ajale Yahoo? That's a disgrace to even the body of Christ. The body must self-regulate. You understand? The body in Nigeria, the Christian body in Nigeria must self-regulate. If you don't want the external regulator from government, then you must self-regulate. But CAN does not have power over their members.
What CAN?
They don't have power over their members. They want to exercise power over politicians.
Do you know this guy was there? Dele Momodu was with the wife last week.
With I saw the video. That one, Uncle D is just going everywhere now.
Which who? He was with who?
CB Joshua's wife.
Oh, okay.
Uncle D just goes everywhere. In short, one day, Bishop,
what's wrong with him?
Bishop, you know, one day I just felt, I hope this Dele Momodu will allow this Osun State governor to even work. He's always there. Always there. Because he's always there with the guy. Ọ̀rẹ́ ni.
Àbọ̀ ìpọ́jọra wọn gan.
Yeah, now.
Délé Momodu.
And that one, Fájì ni. Fájì, mo sọ pé kí ẹ kó bóyá lọ fún láìdí àkọ́kọ́, Fájì náà máa lọ sí ibẹ̀.
I listened to him talk one interview that he was talking about Ashwati, and I was so disappointed. I was listening to Délé Momodu, I know. Come on. I was disappointed. A lot of people had
Whereas it should have been the right camp trying to, as far as I'm concerned, need the virtue of patience. If you have the virtue of patience,
it's not analytical enough.
To the virtue of patience, to need long-term sight. I'm a by now you probably be a minister.
You overrate yourself. What about the parameter? Just overrate
the same thing with Pastor Bakare too, overrated.
You know, win because of the orchestrated anger against Buhari. That's the fact. Buhari could have done better than PDP. So kò bá jẹ́ ní pé Peter Obi máa pull out. So Peter Obi
Okay,
àti
Peter Obi máa pull out.
ó máa pull out. So
Wọ́n dey
English yo, please yo, English yo. But Yoruba, we don't understand Yoruba.
Okay. What did I do?
What is the end game of Dele Momodu? What I think is the ovation newspaper has died. So he just used the opportunity.
He's just interested in sustaining himself. He has a standard of living he has put up, and he has to maintain that. You understand? He has a house in London. He has to maintain all those homes. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
I said nobody.
Yeah, you were breaking.
Nobody's buying regular magazine anymore. Everybody's doing online now. So Ovation.
Yes. I think Ovation is not selling anymore.
The idea of
just trying to find another avenue.
The idea of snapping photograph and putting inside magazine. If you want photo now, use your phone. Nobody is waiting for anybody. And if you want your photo to photo to be shown all over the world, you put it on Facebook and Instagram. It will have more spread than Ovation. You understand? Because what they used to do is
Patrick, I think internet has really spoiled business of so many people.
Internet killed it completely. Killed it
everywhere. Oh my god. Even if I snap phone with I'm using Ultra 22 Samsung. If I snap phone, it's even better than the camera Dele Momodu is carrying around. Very clearer.
Edgy has camera, bastard camera. If you put it, it's better than Ovation. And then you put it on Instagram. You get more. You can even snap many. You can snap 1,000 pictures and post it. Bam. Dele Momodu is just give you some shots. Put it inside.
You get many likes. You even get many likes.
You get many likes. And if you have enough likes, you can even make money from it. Not to talk of the one that Dele Momodu will do for you. You will still be spending money. So why would you go and waste your money?
God. No. Internet has changed our world. It has changed our world big time.
I think he had a miscalculation. Just like Bishop said. He had a miscalculation. If not, this is the time he should be enjoying politically. Even though he's not adding value, he's not the first not to add value. But I mean, he probably would have been enjoying a lot of political goodwill now. With some, just like Dele Alake and the rest.
Dele Alake,
it's supposed to have been. But it's very sad. He's not in that class. So it's
and I even think he should be leaning to Asiwaju somewhat, because Asiwaju can still give him some posts. Baba is very open to everybody. If Wike can get minister as a PDP man, why not?
No, why are you sounding like this now? Wike was not a PDP man now. As far as that election was concerned, Wike was an APC man. All the people that how many of them got there are so many people in APC that didn't bring as much votes as Wike to that presidential success. You agree with me? Do you understand what I'm saying? You get it? Yeah. So you can't say because Wike got something, Dele Momodu get something. What is the value of Dele Momodu? Even Femi Kanikawode has done more to that campaign than Dele Momodu. Yes,
Daily
he did.
Mohammed, yes.
Yes, Femi did more, and he didn't get any. He didn't get any president. He didn't get any ministerial whatever.
But I think Baba will still compensate them. That special advisor, special advisor, this and that.
That's the problem. That's the problem I have. So how are we going to now solve Nigerian problem if what we do is not compensate? You understand? Well, I didn't vote for Tinubu. I didn't vote for Tinubu or support Tinubu because I want him to be compensating people. It's true now. You understand what I'm saying? Hey, but he has already compensated so many people. All these Badaru, all these people compensate. So what is left? So who is going to now change the country? That's the problem now. You must pick people there because you want to make a change. If I know that what you will do is compensate, why am I worrying myself supporting you? It means that I know that you will not do anything now. If half of your cabinet is to compensate. I can't hear you, Thomas. You are far from your phone, self.
I said those people, they can be compensated. That doesn't mean they can't work. They can't work.
Which work does Femi want to do now that he didn't do during Obasanjo's time? Which work can Femi do? That one that he didn't leave Nigeria since. He didn't do anything. They have not gone to school since. They have not.
Good evening, my brothers.
Good evening. How are you, How are you doing, my brother?
Very well. This is your brother from Sierra Leone.
I know. My brother from another mother.
Indeed. How are you guys this evening?
We good, man.
I've been following very well. I've been following. I've been listening today, yesterday, and I apologize. I can come back later on, and I wanted to bring it back to regional discussion a little bit.
Yeah, go on, my brother.
I don't know if you guys are aware about the issues in Tunisia with our sub-Saharan African brothers, the problems, the discrimination, and I don't know if some of you guys saw the statement of the Tunisian leadership a couple weeks ago. The racism in North Africa, especially the Africans, so-called Africans. I don't consider them Africans at all. I apologize if I offend anyone. But the way they treat our people, the dark-skinned people, how they treat our people in Africa, how they treat our people in their land, in the Arab world.
They prefer to be called Arabs than African. They don't like themselves even be called African. They prefer be called Arabs. More than that. Yes.
Exactly. And the way they treat us in America, if you see not just the Arab, I mean, I'm going in tangent, but I'm gonna bring this all back to Niger to make a connection with it. The way they treat us in America, if you see some of us that go into a store that is run by Pakistani or anywhere Arab, I'm not saying Pakistan or Arab, not at all, but all that region, all the way to Southeast Asia, to India, you go into the store, some of us go into the store, the way they look at us, the way we are treated. So you see this pattern. You see this pattern with every race in the world. You go into South America, you see how black people are treated. The blacks there.
You go any continent in the world, you see how blacks are treated. Now, you see how we are treated over in their land, and even sometimes when they come into our land, the way they treat us in our own land. For example, I was born in Koidu town, Kono, in Sierra Leone, and that is the diamond district of the world. I would say the diamond capital of the world. When I was growing up there in the 80s, my brothers and sisters, this is no lie. Allah is my witness. When I was growing up there, we were around 5, 6, this is in 1984, 1985, my brother, when it rains in that place, right? All you need to do is find that shifter. You go certain places, you find shifter, and you find diamonds or gold.
Really?
Yes, sir. Koidu town.
Wow.
Koidu town. Now, I'm no lie. The people, anyone that you know from Sierra Leone that have come from Kono will tell you this. Now, during that time, let me tell you how messed up this is. Let me tell you guys how.
You don't need to mind. Just rain falling.
Just rain falling. Not alone. There were mining too that were going on. And majority of the mining that were going on, number one, beyond the little ones like our own people.
There are some area in Samfara in Nigeria too that when it rains, yes, you can easily
diamond and gold.
Yes.
Diamond and gold. Diamond and gold. Yeah. So anyway, with this that was going on, you have other different. You have a Jewish company that was in there doing mining. You have other different other people that were doing mining, right? But we had a Lebanese man in our town, Mr. Kasim Bassman. That gentleman today, his family, it's the richest family in Sierra Leone. That gentleman was the one buying all the diamonds in the town. So he set the price. He pays what he wants. Now, here's a messed up part about even that. Even the house that the gentleman was living on, he did not own. He was renting. Majority of the stores that were in our town were Lebanese or Indian. And majority of them, over 90% of them, did not own their homes that they were living in. They rent them. Now, all the money that these people were taking, diamonds that they were taking out of our land, who knows what taxes they paid, what taxes they did not pay, but we the people in Kono or Koidu town.
Sure. They can claim that they bought those diamonds. You didn't give them for free.
Yeah, they claiming, well, this Lebanese man was buying the diamonds, but the way he was buying the diamonds, he was the one setting the price. And majority of these people don't even know the kind of worth of the diamond. We're talking about a time when it's not the internet, so you don't know how much your diamond really worth. Right? Yeah. Because beyond that, your next point, your next order deal is for you to go sell it yourself. And if you get captured by the government during that time, the government take it for itself.
There you go.
Right? So your options are limited. Your options are limited. But this man today is the richest man in Sierra Leone. In our Koidu town, that town, my brother, we don't have water. We don't have light. Our hospitals were nothing. I will tell you for a fact, like me, when I was young, I have such a problem with dental issue. We don't have a dentist. In fact, it was a white doctor. Yes, it was a white.
All your teeth will finish.
Yes, fall apart. Yes, which it did, my brother. Which it did. All fall apart, my brother. You know, Even the dentist we had there was a white dentist that was in town there. He was the only dentist, and you should see the people that come in there. And because this is a town corner, the district, Koidu Town is the biggest city in this district. Now, if Koidu Town was suffering like this, can you imagine the villages, surrounding villages and areas and other small towns?
They will die finish. They will die finish,
my brother. And this is the diamond capital in the world. We benefited nothing. The schools that I went to, I left Sierra Leone in 1992-93 during the war. I left Sierra Leone in a raining evening in darkness.
My brother, let me cut you a bit. I have so many friends of your country. Because of the war, they were in Australia. They came as a humanitarian. They passed through Egypt. Through Egypt to Australia. I have so many Sierra Leone friends. Close. I'm not talking about distance friends. Close friends. Go on, my brother.
Yeah. So I left Sierra Leone in 1993, August 1993, during the rainy season in darkness. 29 years later, I entered in Sierra Leone in raining season in July in darkness. You hear me?
I can hear you. I'm hearing you.
You know? So take all this, my brother. I want to bring this back to Niger with this racism and these people in our land.
So my brother, when you came back after how many years? 20 years or how many years?
29 years.
After 29. What did you see in your village as development?
Nothing. I'm going to get there. Nothing. The same schools, the same hospitals, the same everything, more poverty.
Worse off.
They made some of the roads, some of the main roads.
Sure. What's wrong with Africa? What's wrong with us?
That's what I'm about to get to, my brother. I want us to dig into this.
Wait. I saw a road here, good tide road, that we say is good in Nigeria. They remove everything, they retied it again. What's wrong with us? What is our problem, brother?
and take this to the larger.
When I saw a road, I'll be saying, this is the best road in Nigeria. Before midnight, they've removed all the roads. They put new one before we wake up. I'm just saying, what's wrong with my country? What's wrong with my continent? What's wrong with Africa? What is our problem?
Well, at least you guys put road and remove it. We don't even put it. But with Sierra Leone today.
No, he's not talking about Nigeria. He's talking about Australia, where you live.
Oh, okay. Wow.
He's talking about Australia, where you live. You know, the way they scrape the road and then retire it. You know, they didn't leave it until when everything, destroyed completely.
Let me bust your bubbles. If every road, if they saw that the road is getting spoiled, they will put some rope on the floor. They will count every vehicle that is passing through that road every day, so that they will know that 2000 when they did that road, it's only 20 cars that were passing. I was just using that as an example. Now, this is 40 cars that was passing. They will remove all the road, my brother, and retire everything for capacity of 40 cars. But we have all these resources, but we don't even have the road. Even common road. We don't even need to go to abroad to get what we use for road construction. Maybe Kota, or I don't even know what they use for road construction. But we have everything. So just continue, my brother. He left. Come back, Sean. Come back. Do we have Remy in the house? Remy. Can anybody hear me? I'm just talking to myself.
Mongbe, Thomas.
You are hearing me? Yeah. I think we don't have Remy. So I think Sean dropped.
Yeah.
I hope you call. Yeah. Yes, I hope you come back, my brother. We don't have Remy. Kumi, do we have Kumi? We don't have Kumi. Patrick is
I'm
silent.
here. I just joined.
Yeah, I know you just joined. I'll be calling your name. How are you, my brother?
I'm good, thank you.
Come on, Saba.
Àwọn warmongers ti wọlé.
Come on, Saba. Come on, Salibu.
Don't mind this Babajale Koko.
Àwọn rẹ̀ mi la máa gbé lọ síwájú ogun yẹn tó bá fẹ́ lọ jagun
Mo
nínú
ṣe
ìjẹ.
tán àrùjágbe mi ò ṣe
Àwọn
tó
ni commander ogun.
mi lè chicken out mo ṣe tán láti lọ ogun. What is the big deal? Life is about live and die. Whether you like it or not, one day you also pass on. Only that everybody always pray that we get to our whole day. But actually, to be frank, if diplomacy fail at the end of the day, what will happen? They can't just leave the people there to suffer. Because truth must be told, all these dictators, military junta, always we are come to help you. We are come to reshaping your economy. Everything will be fine. And before you open and close your eye, you will see them spending 40 years. They don't want to live again. It's unfair to the people there. The people, even in Nigeria during those periods, we also celebrated when Buhari came in 1983. We celebrated it. We were so happy. I was happy with Buhari regime, mind you, to be frank, because he brought out some reform, and I think there is orderliness in Nigeria. But the moment Babangida overtook, that very day, I knew that this is an evil man. I told my friend, and I said, this man is going to ruin this country. And Allah, see what happened. That man is the one that instituted corruption in a big way.
Corruption, yeah, 419.
Because of his divide and rule, and because he want to stay there for a long time. And see what happened. And when they put our gentle Shonekon there, they just kick him aside, and Abacha came in. Abacha does not want to go. All political parties, there was a time he want to go back to politics. All political parties supported him. They pick him as whatever. Until Almighty God took him. Unfortunately, they also took Kabila along. So if you are just craving for these military guys, just give them few years down the line. They will, if this man really love his country, the very day they overtook power, they should have lined up a transitional program. That this is exactly what we are going to do. And why are you not meeting mediator from Nigeria if truly that you love your country? At least they can't.
And the UN. And the UN
yes,
too.
Why are you not meeting all of them? Why did you kick out French and you allowed the Russian? You see what you are doing. It's already that. Like I said earlier, unfortunately for Nigeria, there's going to be a big crisis in that country soon. There is going to be internal revolution, one way or the other. And then that money that Nigeria does not want to spend, will spend it at the end of the day. There will be millions of refugees trooping to Nigeria. All the northern states should be ready. And those money, you say, don't go to war. You are going to spend it on taking care of those people. Give them food, give them shelter. How do you also control them? Millions of them when they start trooping in. I want to hear about that.
But I mean, there was no war in Niger. There's no war. Nobody is fighting.
I know there is no war now, and I don't think Ecowas will just go and invade them. They are still giving them. They are still what do you call it? Negotiation is still open now. They will try whatever they want to try.
Let me ask you: is the citizen happy?
Do you think the citizen
body language?
They will use propaganda now, and you know that youth, when you use propaganda, they will say, "Oh, it's our savior." They are using propaganda, but what we learn is that not all the people in the military in Niger are happy with it. And don't be surprised if there's a counter coup or a big crisis among them soon, and it will happen. And when those things happen, who will suffer? The Nigerian common man. And when they start killing one another, then this citizen will start flooding to Nigeria because it's the nearest borderline to them. And it's very long borderline. So They'll
And our borders are porous as well.
Forget even porous or no porous. By the time they will line up at our border crying with their children and everything. Is Baba Jellico is going to say don't open the border or don't allow them in? I don't know what he's going to say. So at that particular moment, that money that you don't want to spend, Nigeria does not have money. Don't go to war. We are suffering in Nigeria. Let's see whether you don't spend that money on those refugee people. You will spend it. And I'm damn sure that one way or the other, you can go and write it down. Crisis will happen. It's going to happen soon. One way or the other. And when that happens, Nigeria will bear the brunt of it again. And Nigerian people say, we are human people, we are kind. Although we don't go to war there, but these are people, let's help them. It's them thing.
That's who we are. That's who we
yes.
are.
So why are you complaining that you don't have money? So whether you go to war, you spend money, or you don't go to war, you are the same thing. You are still going to spend the money. So if you roll the coins up and down, it's the same thing for Nigeria. Go to war, kick out the military junta there with Ecowas, or you don't kick the military, you are still going to spend money. You are not going to escape it. So what the force are that? I'm sorry. What are Nigerians shouting about? I just don't understand. Everybody is shouting because some people are looking at it and political line, how the political actor they follow. Some are not looking at it objectively. So I know that people that live in Nigeria, when the military took over at that time, they will not even swear that military is coming again. Those people that are experienced, the so-called freedom we have today, can you, for God's sake, say anything like this on TV or even there's online? Can you just say something about Basha or Babangida? They will not find a way to put you where you belong. If they don't kill you, they will just send you to one detention.
A dungeon that you will not see daylight.
You beg, tire. Before you know, the person don't live 3 or 4 years in the dungeon. They don't even know wherever he is or wherever. Some people have been killed several. So no matter what, the military government is backward. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry. It's not the right thing. But I wish the people of Niger good luck. I hope when there's any crisis or any problem, please don't come to this big brother again. Like I said, big brother is dying. Leave us alone.
Big brother is dying. Big brother is dying. Oh my God, Remy. You can't refuse the word. Big brother is dying.
What do you want us to do? We want to help. They said don't send soldier. If you don't send soldier, they want to send their people to come and make us again. So we don't have the money to that now. I think we have a lot of problem in Nigeria already. We guys are talking about the issue about
big brothers are dying. Big brothers are dying. We are.
So let us wish. And Nigeria should not complain if we started developing and some Western nations, they are not patronizing our market or whatever. So don't complain because this thing, international diplomacy is not as easy as people thought. They also wait for you one way or the other. We are folding our hands now. No war, no help, nothing. Fine, I like it that way.
Oh my God.
Okay, but Remy.
Yeah.
In our international diplomacy effort in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in Gambia, in South Tome, in Lebanon, in Somalia, in Sudan,
everywhere.
I'm just mentioning them. What did we benefit? Not even a single reconstruction contract from Sierra Leone or Liberia.
So you know that,
Mr. Patrick.
Sorry, can we not finish? People say that you learn from the experience. That is an experience that we should learn for. If we work with ECOWAS to go and kick out this junta, then we have to put in our own interests also there. But if we are not going to join this kicking out this junta, we are going to stay afloat, just looking like most Nigerians want us to sit down and look, then we don't expect nothing. But this is a new war.
The point is that we are looking at the implication on Nigeria. Let me tell you, this junta, Ecowas cannot unseat them.
I know now. So what should we do? We fold our hands.
We should play smart. We should not be seen as directly opposing them. We might be in the background. Not
I don't subscribe to the idea of being stay at the background. It's just like they call you the big brother, the giant of Africa, and then you are playing chicken and dumb. You want to be underground, while you want to put the small minor to go and fight the war for you. What kind of leader are you? And what kind of big power are you in West Africa?
It is not what they call you that is important. It is what you know you are. They are calling me big brother. I know I'm not big.
Patrick. I would say that's the wrong way of looking at it.
We used to be big. We are not big again.
No, but Patrick, hence Nigeria need to step up to that. Why should Nigeria let an outsider 5,000 miles away at its doorstep to take power? Why should we allow Russia or France or anyone else? Why should Nigeria allow that? Because Patrick, but before you answer that, let me just say, what did you gain? You gained security. When Nigeria sent peacekeeping force to Sierra Leone and Liberia and all of that, is security. You yourself and your people in Nigeria are secure because of that. We have to look at your neighbor in Sierra Leone. I don't know if you live in the United States, like look at all the different states in America. If America look at them as individual country, what will happen to America? We in Africa need to start looking at our next door neighbors, not as another country, but as one Africa, that whatever happened to my brothers next door will affect me directly.
Let me tell you, this is what you must first of all understand. My brother does not want democracy. If I love my brother, I should support him in what he wants. The people of Niger, they don't want that democratically elected government anymore. I think that's what we are failing to identify.
No, says who? But says who?
Says the people.
No, Patrick, the reason you're wrong about that is because less than 2 years ago, this man was elected by over 8 million votes, Patrick. You cannot look at maybe 5,000 people in a stadium or 1,000 here and there and say that is the whole Niger, Patrick.
Okay, now the point is, where are the 8 million people? Are they on the streets?
Well, Patrick, let me give you a direct answer to that. The reason they cannot be on the street is because when someone have a gun on top of you, you will not do it. We're facing the same thing in Sierra Leone, where we believe more than half of the country believe the president that just got elected was not the election was not transparent or correct, but we cannot do anything because we have a military and police force during the elections kill people, and if people stand up, they will be killed.
You know what? Let me tell you, in Nigeria, we had military government. We stood up.
And my brother, that I absolutely agree with you, and that's what all Africa needs to do.
Nobody
That's
stood
what.
up for all.
Yes.
So if the Sierra Leone people stand up for themselves, then we'll support them.
This is true.
You know, there's one thing we used to say in my country. If you have a load and I want to help you with your load, you must be the one carrying the heavy side of the load. If I want to support you with carrying your load, you must be the one carrying the heavy side of the load. So if you are carrying the heavy side and all you need from us is a little support, we can do that. We can't carry your load for you.
No, I agree on that side. I agree on that side. But unlike Sierra Leone, you don't have a border with Sierra Leone. Niger, you have over 1,500 kilometers border with Niger. Mali is a failed state. Chad are considered a failed state. Burkina Faso is right there, it's a failed state. Sudan is a failed state. You want me to go on? Ethiopia just came out of the biggest ethnic cleansing in the 21st century that no one ever talked about. Over 700,000 people just got killed on both sides in Ethiopia, and no one in the world talked about it. We all focus on what Russia and Ukraine is doing. My brother.
Really?
Yes. You know what happened in Ethiopia?
We can't do that now. You know why? We have a problem in Nigeria. We have our internal problem. Our military, they are overstretched. We don't have enough men now. Part of the agenda, part of the program of the new government is to get more military men to be able to even secure Nigeria. So we can't take that food that is not enough for us and give it to outsider and watch our children starve.
No, but with Niger right now, Patrick, it's not you guys going in. It's Ecowas. Right now, you have 11 on the order. You have
which Ecowas? We are Ecowas.
Yeah, you have Senegal ready right now. Senegal have spoke. Senegal said is ready to do their stuff. I'm sure a lot of other Ecowas countries will have.
How many troops Senegal sent in? Ask them.
Well, I mean that is a military talk, but Patrick, to tell you the
200 people, 100.
But Patrick, huh? Patrick.
Yeah.
To me, Patrick, the consequences of not acting is bigger than staying home and do not act.
It's not.
It is, Patrick.
It's not.
Well, that's why we disagree. Agree to disagree on that, but
okay,
we have seen.
I'll ask you a question. Why has ECOWAS not taken a position on Mali, on Guinea, on all those other African countries?
Because the reason, to my best understanding, if you want me to answer that, I can answer that to you. To my best understanding, the last president of Nigeria, which is the powerhouse of ECOWAS, did not stand up and speak. This one does. So since he has, the rest of ECOWAS follow. That's what leadership does. When you have a leader that stand up, other people will follow. We didn't have that before. That's why it continues to happen in Africa. It's because we don't have bold leader that will stand up and say enough is enough. Finally, we have it, and everyone painting this man as if he's a puppet. Well, the puppet is the other way around. He is the first one to finally say enough is enough. For the last 50 years, who in Africa in ECOWAS have done that? No one. That's why we have had how many military coups in our region? What have they benefited us? Absolutely nothing. None of them. Maybe in Nigeria, some of you will argue that, but to those of us that are outside, we didn't think that benefited Nigeria either. No one has ever benefited from it. And there's not a history around the world where we can see where there have been benefits of military takeover. Nowhere. Not in the last 100 years. They come in. You know, they come in. They come in for their own interests. These men, they came in, if you look at their first statement, if you go back to their first statement that they made about the coup, they give what? They give security reason. They give economic reason. It was never there anything about France or the West. It's after the French and the West say, no, to the school, that's when this thing become an anti-sentiment French. That's when this thing become an anti-sentiment West. But we know your president, Mr. Tinubu, before even this happened, have spoke strongly against coup in West Africa. He did that before this coup. So let's be truthful here. Even though some might have a political bias against him or not, I don't want to get into that.
Anti-sentiment Nigeria.
Huh?
He says anti-sentiment West. No, it is anti-sentiment Nigeria now.
Well, it has become an anti-sentiment Nigeria based on propaganda from then and other people that are helping. No one wants to speak the truth. Go back and see the first statement that those military junta released. Go and look at it. There's nothing mentioned there about against anyone. It was against the government for security and economic reason and their BS reason, which none of it stand on its own. Because if you look at the economy under this president, the last 2 years was better than the last one. His economy grew last year up to 7%. I don't know what Nigeria economy was. I know Sierra Leone, we were in the negative. You can go throughout West Africa and see. Under his leadership, there is more uranium leaving the country, bringing more revenue to the budget, which is about 40% now. The first time. They are much more secure under his leadership because he worked with the West. And by the way, to those people that oppose all the West to send military fighting there, is the West men and women, young American men from America here and Europe and France fighting, not African Union troops. They're the one fighting the jihad in the Sahel and with their little groups that they have helping them. It's not any Africans, it's not any of these so-called Pan-Africanists that are talking all this BS against French and the West. I'm not here to support French and the West at all. Me, frankly, as an African, as I was telling you guys, if it was up to me, we will shut down Africa, we open Africa to ourselves and start trading between ourselves and solve our own problems within ourselves. And this is sub-Saharan Africa.
The West will always infiltrate you. Well,
if we allow them. If we allow them.
If we are not in one accord. That's what I mean.
That's it. You know, so hence we need to be united. And let's start that in ECOWAS. Look at all our other regions. They are all way better than West Africa. You can compare East Africa to West Africa. You can compare South Africa to West Africa. You can compare North Africa to West Africa. And we are supposedly the most educated Africans in the West.
We have for nothing.
For nothing. We have more resources than I believe any other side. What has that benefit us? We have a soil. Sierra Leone today, we cannot feed ourselves. Rice. We have to import rice. You know, chicken. I just started this business. I don't want to get into the detail of that. You know how much last year we imported on eggs in Sierra Leone? Over 200 million from the Netherlands, from Europe, and all the way from China. Eggs that you use.
And wish you could have sourced that eggs from Nigeria, Ghana, or the rest.
Exactly. So why not we? Hence, ECOWAS, we need strong leadership, my brother. Yes, Mr. Timbo have spoke about military takeover. I wish he can go beyond that and talk more about democracy also. I know he has this problem. He's limited with that, but this is an opportunity, even with all the challenges that that the people have in Nigeria with his election. But this is the time for him to step up and talk about elections too. Let real election, transparent, open, fair election in West Africa. We need to demand that.
My brother, even if the election is not 100% fair, but at least 75% compliance.
Exactly. Yes.
We move on. There is no perfect election.
None.
In the world. So
None.
We move on look at Nigeria now. We have tinkered with our electoral act more than 3 or 4 times. And this last election we had is one of the best since 1999. because we can now accreditation make easy. Everybody can have access to their election. For example, when they finish the election in the unit, the police have a copy, all the political agents have a copy, the people there can also take photo or something like that. Some of these results are also uploaded into the website and people can view. The last election in Nigeria, the presidential election result was uploaded by 9 p.m. that day. And at the end of the day, since today, nobody, no political party has came out and said the figure that INEC releases is totally different from their polling agent.
Well, that is credible.
None of the political party were unable to prove in the court of law, in the presidential petition tribunal, that the figure the INEC release is totally different from what they got from their polling agent. So
you see,
that's a charade, and they will continue to go all over the world to talk rubbish. The election was not good because of presidential election, the totality was not uploaded into the portal. Can that no one say the election was not fair or good enough? The same president we have now, he lost his state to an opposition. He lost the ruling party, lost some of their seats to opposition. They lost a lot of senatorial candidates. They did not complain. And I don't know. I don't know if you lose today, you have opportunity to compete tomorrow. But if you lose today and you want to turn the country upside down, that means you are not a good Democrat.
Exactly. And Mr. Rami, thank you very much for saying that, because you just educate me. Because all the other shit that excuse my Chinese, I apologize. All the other stuff that I've heard before, they talk about not being transparent or whatever. Like us, ours, we have international body community, including Ecowas, that said it was not transparent. You see, because like you just stated, you guys announced the election by 9 p.m. You guys, no one ever challenged the numbers. The numbers, no one have challenged it, but the ECL, the commission that is in charge of the election, refused to produce the result by precinct.
Okay.
He just announced the total.
It's totally different from Nigeria. I will tell you the truth. Everybody, even before the INEC released the total result, everybody already knows.
That's good.
Unit by unit, state by state, local government by local government. They knew who is the winner. Everybody knows the winner. We are just waiting for the authority to announce the winner, but we know who won the election. So anybody say rubbish outside there is just telling you rubbish, because a lot of Nigeria already know the result from the polling unit to the local government to the state. We already knew the following day. We are just waiting for the INEC to announce the final result. All of those propaganda they are propagating outside there are all lies. And when they get to the court of law, they were unable to prove that, okay, the result our agent brought to us is totally different from what INEC releases. Nobody proved it from all these political parties. What are they after? They should disqualify him. He does not have a bachelor's degree. His name was not in order.
Nonsense. All that's nonsense. All that is nonsense. And I thank you for saying that, and I pray more of our brothers in Sierra Leone will hear that. Ours was a little bit different, but our opposition party, which is APC, refused to go to court and challenge the result, and refused to send members to parliament. So we have right now a political crisis in our land, unnecessary political crisis, right? That is affecting the whole country.
But if they refuse to send their elected representatives to the House, that is not the fault of the ruling government. Because if they do not do that in some time, they might just cancel all of them, and they won't be able to be in government for the next 4 years.
Well, the problem with that is, since from the international community, and this is where the sadness of Africa, like for example, we Sierra Leone, we will listen to the international community telling us who's our president rather than our election commission, because we so-called is this mental slavery.
Yeah,
this mental slavery, my brother, where even our election in Sierra Leone, our government claim that they pay for it, but usually it's funded by the West.
Yes,
our papers.
You know what? The people in West Africa, like you said, they have to get their hearts together.
Yes, sir.
Because when you continue to rely on superpower for everything, you have to go to all these francophone countries. All the products, everything consumed there are imported. That is what is killing our Nigerian economy too. Nigerian people like to live light, they want to enjoy things, but they are not producing like before. So we spend a lot of money importing unnecessary finished goods.
Unnecessary. You know what the continent imports a year? We produce things that we do not consume. We consume things that we do not produce.
Just like what you just said now, you imported 200 million heads. So Sierra Leone is a fertile land for agriculture and everything. Oh my God.
$200 million. $200 million, not $200 million ego. We spent $200 million importing egg last year in our land.
Oh my God.
It's that kind of nonsense. You know how much we spend on rice? A couple days ago, the biggest problem in the country, yabas, onions, we don't have.
So like our previous president, he deliberately banned importation of rice. And and you see what happened in Nigeria? Nigeria became one of the largest producers of rice in Africa now.
You see?
And we even have a rice mill in Lagos, and they are bringing rice from the north, and they will now grill in the mill and package like a parboiled rice in the future. We are moving there. It might be slow, but we are trying our best.
It takes time. Yeah, it takes time.
I know that our generation now might not enjoy like our maybe future generation will enjoy. If we prepare ground for them very well, they are going to be the one that will enjoy the country. But
Amen to that. Amen to that, Mr. Rami. And hence, it's about time, because my father generation did not stand up for us.
Yes,
you know,
that's why we suffer.
Yeah, my grandparents' generation did not stand up for my father. It is time for we, this generation, this time, at this particular moment, it's time for Africa youth, Africa, all Africa that is alive today, to stand up for the next generation, to stop this nonsense. Because this is nonsense. This is insanity. The definition of an insanity, to my understanding, is doing things over and over and over and over again, expecting a different result. We in Sierra Leone, we have voted.
But you should know one thing. I think Africa really need a new orientation, especially among the youth, because the West now are in serious dilemma of not enough workforce, because they are not making babies like before, and they still want to enjoy their previous life in which they continue to make resources of third world nation. But now they make our resources. Now they are taking our best brain, and now they are even taking our artisan. So what is left for us in Africa? If you are a carpenter, you can come to any country in Europe. They will accept you to come and work as a joiner here. If you are, if you are a painter, they will welcome you here. So you can see they are even tired of brain drain. They are now taking all our artisans, people that are normal day work, that you just go to work every day and you collect. They are taking them. So who is going to do all this job in Africa?
Yeah, and that is a problem. Look at the brothers that have started this subject all about. Look at our brothers in Tunisia. Look at what they're going through. Go to Libya. You see where they're putting our brothers as slaves in Libya. I did not hear any African Union stand up and say something. I did not hear any of these so-called Pan-Africanists that are all over the stupid YouTube saying anything. Up to today. Go see Africans that are trying to cross the Mediterranean, dying. Even today, you see how many immigrants would rather die, would rather sink in the Mediterranean than to stay in Africa. Our young people.
I think that is what our leaders should do. And then the followership also have a problem, because the followership also does not want to stay in the country. Everybody thought that going abroad is the way. Although we are abroad, I won't blame them for that. But I must also warn people. It's not El Dorado as they thought. There is no money to be picked on the street. You will even work much more harder in a foreign land than your home country. That is the truth.
Well, it is, and this is what we call it in the international relation. This is the best thing American ever did. America's the soft power of America back in the 50s, 40s through Hollywood that portray America to be this mighty, mighty place where money fall off trees. We all had that dream. Up to today, Africans, majority of Africans will rather come to the West than stay in Africa. And so I cannot blame them.
When you get to the West, you will discover that.
But yeah, but
walk,
But Mr. Rami, at least they had that opportunity here to walk. In our land, they don't. In our land, there's no opportunity to walk. You know, and I cannot blame them. In our land, our governments don't set the template, the environment for investment, for entrepreneurship. You know, they don't set the environment. And that's why this all brings me to Niger again. If Niger is destabilized, my brother, you guys will feel that effect. Look at every African country.
Don't mind them. You will see what is going to happen. They will start
look at every other African.
In Nigeria anymore, they are spending it on refugees from Sudan, because truth must be told. If a lot of refugees are coming from Niger, that means there's also some refugees from Sudan, Chad, joining.
Absolutely.
They're ready for all of this thing. So when that time comes, they shouldn't complain that we don't have money. They shouldn't complain we do not take action. They shouldn't complain. Just accept our fate and take care of our brothers.
You know how many refugees today are in Niger from Sudan? You know how many refugees are from there? And from Mali? Come on, my brother.
Even before this crisis, we have influx of Nigerian in Nigeria. Ask all of them. Any Nigerian city you go, you will see a lot of Nigeria or Chadian or whatever begging money in the street. There are so many of them in Nigeria, even before the crisis. We have been living with them like that. They come all the way from UK, from Chad, from wherever they like. They will come to the Nigeria, they'll beg for harm, we give them money, we give them clothes. Now, that one is also in millions if you calculate it at the end of the day.
Yes.
And those ones, they continue to stay and they continue to have babies in Nigeria. And you can see some of their children speaking a local dialect, like the local people. Ask them in Nigeria. They will tell you.
Absolutely. Well, that's it.
These are the people. They are not even refugees now. They just came in to beg for blah, 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 blah. And they stay back. They have their own family there. They have their children. And their children too, they are not sending them to school. They will also send them to the streets to beg money because Nigerian people like to give out hands, which is good. I like, but
even beyond that, Mr. Rami, the security issue of that, you don't know who's coming in. We have this.
We don't know. When we want to do something like that, then a lot of people be crying, Mr. Saint. It's not good. Right?
No, it's not good.
Human being very well. Take care of them. That's one of our biggest mistakes.
You know,
we often allow everybody in, teaching that we are kind, we should help our brothers. Ask them. They are here. They are listening. Those people came into Nigeria from Chad, from Libya, and they became bandits. There are some of them that are farmers, others clashes. They went to the southwest, destroy our farmland, destroy everything. And unfortunately, our ex-president does not play the policies very right that time because some of these guys they belong to the same.
It brings instability, and you don't see any country in the world. Look at any major so-called power or big brother or whatever you want to call them. They don't allow this destabilization in their sphere. They don't allow it.
Some of them are, at least some of you guys are living in America. They control the immigrant one way or the other.
Yes,
they control. Even here in Europe, they control.
Of course,
they will put them in some local community that all of them are living, and they give them a number. They can track them. They can follow before you do anything.
Well, I would say this though. In the United States, I would say this one difference between the United States and so much European colonialism.
Yeah, it's totally different. I know America is
Yes, yeah, we are. America is very good in immigrants.
I am not condemning that Europe is not good or they are not fair. But what I'm just trying to say, they control the amount of numbers, and if you they want to know, they will profile you very well. They want to know what kind of character are you. They will put you in a place where they can monitor your progress or monitor your life. So if they think you are going to be a security risk to their country, they can deport you back to
absolutely. And every sovereign nation should have that right. Yeah. Every sovereign nation should have that right. If you're a threat to their land and their people, yes, it is a responsibility of that government to say no. You know, but to bring this all back, my brother, Niger, we cannot allow this to happen because other African nations are watching. Because me, right now in Sierra Leone, I'm watching this because it's a direct threat to us. Because if this succeed, if Niger succeed, I beg you, my brother, I will come back to this program. It will happen in Sierra Leone within the next year.
Wow. Nigerians are quite divided about it.
You know where?
No matter what Ecowas says, Nigeria will follow suit because we belong to the regional body together.
And you know who else will follow? You know who else will follow? Liberia. Watch it.
Of course, anything that happens in Syria, they always have an effect on Liberia.
You know, my brother, that's why I'm talking about this. This is not just about. I truly believe we should not take this easy. We should not walk back on this. And your president, if he walk back on this, he will look weak, not just in Nigeria, it will embolden. I
think what is in the long run, I think what is going to happen is that raking of sanctions and everything, probably there might be a leeway, but I'm also a little bit on the other side. Of course, there will be sanctions and everything. I'm thinking, I might not be right, there might be a big crisis in that country. I mean, Niger, right? If it happens, if it's not taken care of very well, it might snowball to civil war. And if it's snowball to civil war in that country, then Nigeria should be ready for a lot of refugees.
And not only that, I want people to realize and understand that it's not the whole military that is with this coup.
Yeah, I know.
In fact, the majority of the military in the beginning wanted to go and take care of these bodyguards, the presidential bodyguards that made this coup, that toppled this president. The military, at the first 12 hours of it, wanted to get in and change all the situation. So you have to realize that a lot of part of the military do not agree with this. So, man, I don't want to go too much, my brother, but I see a lot of consequences of this because I've studied this issue for over 30 years. We have seen tons of examples of it in our region. Let's forget the rest of the world. Let's just look at our region for the last 40 years. I will allow other people to talk. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah. Thomas, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah. Oh, thank you, my brother. It's been. I think we are going wilder now. If we can have you, brothers from the other country, anytime I hear from you guys, it delights my soul. That if you guys can be coming in, we don't talk about Nigeria only. We talk about Africa in total. That will make a little bit of sense.
Absolutely.
We can't isolate ourselves. Nigeria can't isolate themselves from Ghana, from Guinea, from Togo. No. We can't work in isolation. No. We can't work in isolation. What is happening for them in Togo now? Indirectly, it affects Nigeria, it affects everyone, it affects all the Africans, South Africa, almost every African country. So it's time we come together. It will be much better.
And Mr. Thomas, As you guys know, over 60% of Niger trade is with Nigeria. You know, Niger, the biggest trading partner is Nigeria.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. We give them. We are the one. We are the only one. We are the one even giving them electricity.
You know, so that's why all this is nonsense. What other people are talking, they don't want to come and stick to the fact. I know we're bringing this anti-colonialism. I understand that, but let's put the anti-colonialism outside, forget them, and talk to each other. We Africans, we cannot, as you say, we cannot be an isolation. Can you imagine the rice that you guys are growing today? We are importing rice from India. We're importing rice from China. Why not import that rice from Nigeria? Wouldn't that be cheaper if there was an open road, a railroad that will bring food throughout from Nigeria? Wouldn't that be cheaper? Wouldn't that help all of us? You know, forget the colonials. Let's look at us inside Africa first. Just opening trade. Just can you imagine if we open free borders within West Africa? What agriculture, what farmers are producing, and the things that you guys are producing in Nigeria, because you guys are the biggest economy, the biggest market. You guys are producing much more than any other West African country. You will go from 400 billion to over $1 trillion dollar economy overnight.
Sure, my brother. Do you know that our local rice produced is much nutritious, one of the nutritious rice in the planet Earth?
100%. I don't know that, but I don't deny that. Because it come from Africa. Look at the soil. Look at your soil, my brother. Look at your soil. Look at what the Lord bless us with the rainfall we get. Look at what the Lord bless us with. Man, no African should complain to the Lord or pray to the Lord with the nonsense that's happening in our life. Even the Lord don't want to hear us. He has blessed us enough. Why can't we use our resources and both natural and human resources that we have in our continent? Especially West Africa. Forget the other sides for now. Let's focus on we in West Africa. Let's also advance like East Africa. You cannot compare East Africa to West Africa. It's like day and night. And we need leadership. And I believe this gentleman, this president has started that. But we're painting him as as a French puppet or American puppet because he's standing up. Finally, someone is holding people accountable, and everyone is going against him because never in our history in Africa, no one is held accountable. Well, at least in the modern era of politics, no one is held accountable. He's finally bringing accountability to the table, and everyone now is going, oh, whoa, that cannot happen. Why not? Just because this time what he's saying is that truth is aligned with the West, so he become a puppet? It's craziness to me, man. I mean, I'm having this argument within my family right now. Within my own brothers and sisters, I'm having this argument. You know, let's forget the colonial sentiment for a second and focus on us. Look at our own internally. What are we doing wrong? How can we change things? What can we do to change things? We're all in this, my brother. We're all in this together.
We all in this together. Like the advert in this country, they said when they are talking of COVID to eradicate COVID, then they said we are all in this together.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we are all in this together.
We're all in this together.
We have to fight this battle.
We have to, and one cannot come out and be successful. You can, because there's too much weight.
You have to balance it. We need each other much better.
Yeah,
we need
Nigeria.
we need each other.
Yeah, if Nigeria was trading with West Africa today, as I say again, I bet you overnight, if you look at that economy and study that, you will see Nigeria economy goes from 400 billion to over billion overnight.
That's massive, man.
That's massive, my brother. That's massive. Go back and look into the numbers. Go and look at the import-export ratio between Africa and China, between Africa and America, between Africa and Europe, between Africa and Canada, and see the nonsense. And look at that ratio and see between African countries. You will cry. You will cry.
It's very as you rightly said, we grow rice in Nigeria, but Sierra Leone, they are buying rice from the
India.
West.
Yeah, from India. From India.
Basmati rice.
Yes, from India and everywhere else where Nigeria is growing this thing. Can you imagine how many the rice that we spend in Sierra Leone? I think over 400-500 million. Can you imagine that? This is just one country. This is just one country. Wow. We're just talking about rice. Now we're not talking about sugar because Sierra Leone don't produce anything.
Wow.
Can you imagine sugar?
We produce sugar.
Yeah.
We produce sugar. We have sugar cane, so we produce sugar.
You know, and I'm not advocating that. I would prefer we also produce our own. You know, what we cannot produce that we get from someone else. I would rather get it from Nigeria or from my brothers in Liberia or from my brothers in Guinea than get it from China, than get it from Netherlands.
My brother, as we are importing toothpick.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine? And we have trees in the bush.
Yeah.
Where did they get toothpick from? Is it from the tree?
You know,
is that not crazy? Toothpick.
I mean, look at how many. Look at the clothes. Go to the clothing industry. See how much cotton is coming out of Africa. Raw cotton. Go see how many tons live in Africa to go made somewhere else and bring it back and sell it to us.
And the raw material is right here.
Yes.
The raw material is right here.
You know, so why not build those manufacturing capacity in our own land? Create jobs, bring more revenue. Bring more revenue.
Jobs, more opportunity.
Yes, more revenue, more taxes. Improve everyone's life. It's a win-win-win-win-win.
It's a winning game.
It's a winning, but instead the last 6 years we're importing shit.
God have mercy. Thank you, my brother. We have to shut down now.
Indeed, I appreciate you guys.
We appreciate you guys. We salute your courage and your wisdom as well. Thank you so much. May God bless you.
Thank you.
Regards to the family and the Sierra Leoneans. I have so many friends of Sierra Leone here. They are very lovely people. Yeah,
so are you guys.
We speak pidgin every time.
Yes.
we go pidgin every time because our pidgin is almost the same thing.
Indeed.
Yeah,
well, I thank you, brothers. Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Indeed. Good night.
Thank you so much. Good night. Yeah. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Remy. God bless you. Thank you. Guys, we've come to the end of the session again. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said, peace. Guys, thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Yeah, we can't go without playing some music. Let's see what's on the table. Let's see. Where's my videos? Yeah. Thank you, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bọ́lá
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ. Yaya Bello. Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.